Go to Japan for who knows what.
ALGS へようこそ日本これ。
I didn't really feel like a champ when I won. I hate losing, just personal passion. I just want to win the game. I want to showcase to everyone that, you know, basically anything's possible. I want to win again, and I want to win with Just Go and Legacy and have Winnie as well with us holding the trophy.
Moments that you get to witness in life that you may never come across again. That is the beauty of seeing someone, a team, a collective do something bigger than themselves and prove it on a world stage and do it in such a way that inspires others to be better.
In my mind, it's kind of like I have to win. That feeling of winning, you just feel on top of the world. Last time I won in the biggest stage was Champs. And like I can just like remember just like looking in the crowd and everyone has their flashlights on. Everything that you put into it was worth it. There's no better feeling in the world.
For me, this is just a dream. We have two of the best fraggers in the world, being led by the best IGL in the world, so a 3v3 is nothing for us.
For me, proving that I'm not like the weak link, doing a good performance in Japan would be like the ultimate thing.
Pues yo la verdad me siento muy emocionado, me siento pues listo para representar a todo México. Pues yo siento que para estar siempre como en lo más alto del juego, mucha pasión y mucha dedicación al juego. Eso es lo necesario para mantenerte en lo más alto.
I think there was a point where we all kind of realized we could win the whole thing. I haven't come this far just to come this far. I want to come first, and that's the only thing I'll accept.
And you need confidence in moments like this, when it's down and out and you're looking for who is going to step out of the pack and make a name for themselves. This is what we live for in the ALGS. TSM. We thought it was going to be them, but it wasn't. And you look at this and say, gotta mean something happens differently.
I think I've grown a lot, and I think I just have like so much experience that I wouldn't say I've mastered the game. No, I know most of the things that you need to know about this game in order to succeed. Like everyone just thought we'd be horrible without Hal, and clearly that is not the case. Although we have a different team, I just want to win again. I just want to win for my team and my family. To my previous teammates, have fun watching me raise that trophy again.
Been the worst year of my career so far. I think things are slowly picking up again. I always push myself to my limit, at least as close as possible.
I've changed a lot as a person, as a player. A few hiccups along the way, but I'm hoping to be able to build something. I don't think it's nothing I can't overcome.
I've only been at the top for a short amount of time. It was pretty rough at the start, but I'm only finding it myself.
本当にやっぱ今まで勝ててないんで、それこそ世界3位、世界6位とか、その辺は出せたって言ってもあれなんですけど、チームみんなで出せたんですけど、やっぱり優勝してないんで、やっぱ優勝するのがモチベーションですね。
まあそうですね、ぶっちゃけるといつもの大会よりは勝たないとなっていう気持ちはもう数倍ぐらいはあります。ボコボコにされたとかだったらうわーってなりますけど、あと一歩だったっていうのが今年は2回連続で続いたので、そうですね、モチベーションにはめちゃめちゃなってます。次は頑張ろうっていう気持ちになりますね、すごく。
自分はもう本当に自分が最強だと思ってプレイしてるんで、いつも。もうそういうのも何も気にならなくなるぐらい集中してプレイしてます、いつも。いや、プレッシャーはそんなに感じてないですね。挑戦する側なんで、自分たちはやっぱ。これまでやってきた世界大会の時はやっぱり海外の会場で開催だったので、ある程度アウェー感はあったんですけど、今回初めて日本開催ということで、たくさんの日本の方が見に来てくれると思ってるので、ホームで戦えるっていうのがとても楽しみです。
モチベーションは本当に自分自身ずっと優勝を目指してきたんで、そうですね、本当にエペックス自身をまた盛り上げたいではないですけど、やっぱここで俺らが勝てばまた盛り上がるんじゃないかなって思うので、勝ちたいです。
If I lose it all, slip and fall, will you laugh at me? If I lose it all,
Fate is calling.
It's NRG! Close it optic! Drops, tries to move in and clean up the pieces! Optic will fall! NRG clutch! He's got the power, he's got the high line and DreamFire!
Squad after squad, they pause. Nathan going crazy with the flat line.
Dojo are showing what they're made of with their fists! Timmy with the PK! FaZe, they want to take down E6, and I mentioned that Snipe down has the power!
This is all Zane, baby. Oh my God! It's Laika.
Coming close to send it right now, and how does it need to be off twice? TSM are your champions!
運命が呼んでいる。
The stage is set. The players are here. The teams are ready. Sapporo, are you ready? Because the time is now. 行きましょう! Sapporo の皆様、こんにちは。ALGS チャンピオンシップへようこそ。私は ALGS チャンピオンシップのホスト、ライアン・ハーツと申します。よろしくお願いします。Hello everyone and welcome to the ALGS Year 4 Championship. I am your stage host and my name is Ryan Hart and it is an absolute honor to be here. 40の世界最強の APEX チームが総額$200万という賞金をかけて戦います。すんごい戦いを繰り広げようとしています。40 of the world's best Apex teams will go head-to-head and lock horns for an amazing $2 million prize pool, and of course, the pride and prestige of lifting that trophy and being crowned the champions. ALGS がアジアで開催されるのは史上初めてのことであり、本当にすんごいことです。まさにこの今、札幌、北海道で始まります。この場にいられて非常に興奮しています。ALGS has been all over the world, covered many countries and continents, but now, for the first time in history, it has come to Asia, right here in Japan, right here in Sapporo, Hokkaido, and I can't wait. A dream is going to become a reality. それではお引き続き ALGS をお楽しみください。It's going to be a stunning 5 days of action, and every player here knows that this is everything. And as the anticipation builds and the tension grows, it's time for me, your host, to strike the match that's going to ignite the flame of motion here on day 1 of the ALGS Championship.
From Los Angeles to Mannheim, final destination Sapporo here in Daiwa House. We are ready to begin where many players around the world have coveted to even join. This place, this moment, 40 teams, 3 players each at the championships for year 4. We welcome you for this moment. It's so good to be back. It feels like forever, but the ALGS is here with our biggest event of all time, and I'm so happy to be your host. My name is REIGNITE, and I'm not alone. I'm joined by my friends, my colleagues, some of the best in the business, of course, Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jamerson. Lauren, this is iconic in a way that it's hard to describe. The feeling in this building is mesmerizing.
Literally goosebumps. The second all of that just kicked off, goosebumps down my arms. I'm shaking. I have so much excitement. I can't even begin to fathom how the players are feeling. We're here. We heard Ryan say it in Japan for the first time. It feels like we've been waiting years for ALGS to make it here. We're finally here, the biggest stage we've ever seen before. I don't even know what this week has in store for us.
And Snipe Down, as a player, as someone who has competed at the highest levels, you were in a little bit of that highlight reel. Snipe Down with a Prowler here. This time, you know, you got your skills on the analyst desk, but to be a player, to make it to the show, it's something, you know, you only get a few times. You can't guarantee.
I mean, this is something a lot of these players might only get one time. We are in the biggest stage that I guarantee any of these players have been on. I've never been on a stage like this, so even being here to see it, this is a giant stadium, like a sports stadium. This is the closest to like professional athletes anyone here might ever feel.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where you got to cherish the moment, cherish it, bring it in, and just know that all the work you put in is right here left on the table.
Jamerson, it's such an amazing thing. As we grow up throughout this, we have our families watching, we have little ones at home, but in the same way, the ALGS is a family also. And to get all the components of it here, from broadcast, from production, to players, to this desk, I mean, it's a massive effort, and it's all for what's about to happen in these next 5 days.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I never thought I'd be able to book an event like this, especially in Japan. You know, young Jamerson is so happy to see old Jamerson here on the desk for this, but I think it's a very special occasion because we all understand that the Japanese community in Apex Legends is absolutely massive. You see the turnout when Hal streams. You have a huge community of Japanese viewers that go to his channel, and of course all the streamers, all the content creators. So I'm glad that we're able to do this here, and like you said, bring it all together in the global family of Apex Legends.
I mean, it's not to, you know, put down any of the things that we've done in our history in ALGS. I mean, we've gone through years of COVID, we've gone through years of, you know, our first events, but this event, it's something special. Just to put in perspective, we've got more tickets sold for today than we had in our finals for Mannheim in split 2 of our playoffs. And one of the interesting things is we're the guests. You might hear a little bit of Japanese through our microphones because we're not going in-house for this tournament. It is a full Japanese broadcast, Lauren, which makes us all that much more special.
Absolutely, and as it should be. Like you guys are saying, like the Japanese community is the beating heart of Apex Legends. We saw how important Asia Fest was when we were here in a totally different fashion. Now it's for ALGS, it's competitive Apex Legends. And this is going to give APAC North another opportunity to prove how good they are on this global stage.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things about it, too, as you mentioned that we had an APAC North win our first Split 1 playoffs in Reject Winity. Can they do it again? And for those who are wondering how that will happen, let's walk you through the format of this event to see even how you get to a chance to hold up that trophy. Of course, our championship is very similar, if you've watched the ALGS, to all of our split playoffs, except it's an extra day. But we'll go from our group stage to our bracket stage to our match point finals. For the first few days, we'll have groups A, B, C, and D, all with 10 teams who have qualified based on seeding, go round robin against each other to determine who has the most points at the end of those 2 days. At that point, we'll split into our elimination round 1. We will eliminate a few teams, and winners will go safely into the next day, waiting, watching for not only elimination round 2, but a chance for them to go straight into match point finals. That will, of course, occur on Sunday, and that itself has one of the more exciting formats that we've seen in esports. Our match point final threshold is 50 points. You've got to get that amount, and then you have to win. So 49 won't get the job done. It's got to be 50 or we go again. What an exciting time. And again, that leaves us to talking about who are our stars in this snipe. Looking at this overview of the 40 teams who have made it, this is the show, but everyone's got a unique story coming into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the number one thing is going to be this Falcons roster and how they bounce back. I know everyone talks about them. They once again had by far the best placements in every single one of the online scrims, the most kills. They're the best on every map, especially E-District. That's the map that I think is going to be the most important this weekend to determine exactly who is the most prepared going into this. It's a new meta, a new map implemented into the rotation, and Falcons are above and beyond the best on that. And I think if they can consistently show that this weekend, they will likely come out on top.
Yeah, we've seen teams show up and not show up. Jamerson, I mean, if you look at this, a team may be showing up, but they might just have a different name, or they might be playing with somebody else. The roster changes heading into this have been astronomical. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely big changes came out through. I think most importantly, it's going to be Moist getting picked up by Shopify Rebellion, or well, merging together, I think is the proper term there. We've also got Disguise along with 100 Thieves. We got Legends Gaming now swapping over to Disguise. It's a real merry-go-round of like all these teams getting changed around.
Elevate going to Virtus.pro, Icholos Lasers joining up with Dragons, one of our South American representatives as well. DSG, big name now, of course, like you said, 100 Thieves. But today, we get a chance to see all of these teams participate. We'll have A, B, C, and D going at it, but we'll start today in just a few minutes with A versus B. Then in the middle of today, we'll have C versus D. Go head-to-head with their 6 matches, and B, they'll have a doubleheader alongside D. A will have the short day today, B versus D. And speaking of Group A, not only do they have an opportunity to hoist the championship, but they've got an opportunity in some ways at redemption. Will they have made the right choices to get here? Well, our previous champion of Split 2 certainly hopes they will. Let's introduce you to Group A.
If you can activate that EMP, and oh my, oh my, oh my!
They work the akimbo to clutch it up and FaZe Clan!
Go high.
With these Mosiums able to do a lot of damage.
Oh, Sauce! Oh my god! Sauce! Nocturno! Oh, Nocturno!
Oh. He's just better!
They've been as good as anyone but the host! The host! But Evos don't matter when you're hitting stop right players. Sky! SSG will become your champion!
Group A, from Shopify Rebellion to TSM to 100 Thieves to NRG, Ninjas in Pyjamas. I mean, the amount of talent in here, Snipe, but also the storyline. Shopify Rebellion making that big choice to drop Phony after that, pick up MT, and then have a chance now to go back-to-back for Zainu and Koifel in a new version of themselves that was already successful.
Yeah, I think that Shopify team, they made a decision based on just internal vibes. They wanted to pick up someone that they could, vibe with a little better. And I think this Group A alone is probably the most stacked group out of all of them. The amount of teams in that group that either underperformed at the last event, you look at the FaZe team, which completely underperformed, and then you look at some of the other teams in there. You have the Naskis that's finally back at this event. You have all these top NA teams, NRG back with Guild nonstop. Like, it is a feisty group, and I think it's going to be tough to get out of that.
We'll dive into those stories as the day progresses, but Jamerson, I mentioned them at the forefront. I think let's dive deeper into your one to watch for Group A.
Yeah, it's got to be super important to, of course, mention Shopify Rebellion, right? The returning champions here from Mannheim, Germany, and it's kind of unprecedented to see that kind of roster change after you win a LAN. But like Snipe said, internal vibes were off. They had to fix something up because you have to admit it was a little bit of a slower start. They didn't have a consistent group stage all the way through the bracket stage, and so I think bringing MT in here will be, if it was their decision, you know, like it wasn't the time crunch, it was we want MT. He's what we need. He's the IGL that can go ahead and pilot us into the late game. And that's the thing. Coming in as an IGL on a new squad with 2 new players, you need to make sure that you have firepower so that IGL has the time and the space to be able to make the correct decisions. And that's what Zainu and Koiful do. Playing off of each other, both incredible fraggers, can also play the anchor extremely well, but they just bring the firepower. And I think for MT, coming into this tournament, into the LAN, he'll have the time to be able to get the jitters out of the way while Koiful and Zainu keep the lobby at bay.
I mean, it's good to be able to kind of take on that role. It's not new for MT, Lauren, but it is something that is maybe in a new space. But having Zainu and Koiful, who legitimately are considered 2 of the best fraggers in all of Apex Legends, that's an easier way to start, knowing you've got them on your back. Even if you make a bad call, you might be able to get out of it.
Absolutely, and we talk about how important that trust is in your team, whether it's trust in your IGL or vice versa, knowing that if someone does have a slip up here and there, you are just that stacked that people can kind of clean up the mess. And when you combine that with the fact that you've got 2 of them coming off of that win in Split 2 playoffs, I mean, right now, they are a team that I think everyone has been talking about in the green room since we've gotten here.
So, some IGLs been celebrated and now joining their creating more chances to be successful and win yet another trophy. Some IGLs may be feeling spurned, and some teams may be feeling hopeful, especially in their hometown. Let's take a look at what Group B has to offer to the championships.
Sliding in, the last one alive, and Fnatic! Not Clutch and VK Gaming! Welcome for free!
Actually able to hold it out.
Oh my god!
This eastern side XQV was absolutely crazy!
You're getting the
thing though, and we've got plenty of bullets!
Oh, Yuka!
The only team in APAC North to win a championship so far, at least what we call kind of colloquial championships, lift a trophy in our Split 1 playoffs in Los Angeles, REIGNITE Winity. They're here, but maybe the team we expected to do the lifting before all of that is in Group B. That's Fnatic. And Snipe, I know when you look at this, there's a lot of other teams with stories. I mean, VK Gaming, Complexity, what personalities, and Kimchi and Monsoon. But when you really look at it, in Japan, an APAC North hosted tournament, Fnatic has to be top of mind as your team to watch.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other team to talk about this than Fnatic. We are in their area where the crowd is going to get behind them. There is no other place for them to perform to the level that every single person who has watched them knows that they can perform. This team has been consistently good, but for some reason, it just seems like they can't get over that hump of succeeding at these massive stages. They've been the best in their region, no doubt. They got 3rd in BLGS recently. They got 6th place in Mannheim and actually decided to make a team change after that. And I think the meta in realizing what was going to come had to play into that. So we have Laiku, who is on Newcastle, and he's been just a great fill for this team. This guy's been rock solid nonstop. The #1 person that everyone is just a fan of is Yuka F. This guy is just the most fun person to watch. He's up there in mechanical skill and everyone else. I mean, the shotgun meta, we're going to see some Skittle Cake like S finishes. And then Melstera, this is the new addition to the roster. This person is going to be the reps of the team. He is playing the likes of, he was on Mirage at one point, Newcastle, Gibraltar, Rampart. This guy is doing every single thing that he can to make sure that the roles are filled. It's a different meta, and having a player that can change those roles per map is going to be the biggest advantage that they have.
There's no doubt Fnatic has got a little bit of the crowd behind him, Lauren.
Sure.
It's gonna kick into this. I wonder if you're putting yourself in their shoes, what it feels like to jump into this moment knowing, I mean, when are we going to get another LAN that is right here in Japan to be able to perform? They got to come out blazing.
Absolutely, and we talk about hometown advantage a lot because some teams kind of feed off the vibes in the crowd. If you can hear 5,000 plus people cheering for you, that kind of changes the vibe of your team and kind of gives you potentially an additional boost of confidence that you might need. And I'm glad that you bring that up as well, because it's not just Fnatic in that group though that does have that hometown advantage. There's a team that I do want to shout out, at least in that group, and that's Meteor. Okay, they are also APAC North, came through in the LCQ. And we talked about just how many different storylines exist right now across all 4 of our groups. Well, Meteor is a team that's never been to a LAN before. And talk about making a debut if it's here in Japan on the largest global stage you could possibly compete on. I mean, that's additional pressure, and to have something like the crowd at your back potentially supporting you could really make a difference in your debut group's performance.
Absolutely, and those little intangibles are so important. It's why we kind of lay it up, because getting here, you're dealing with not just the hometown advantage, you don't have to have the non-hometown disadvantage, which we've all gone through, which is we're 17 hours or 14 hours ahead of our time zone, sometimes not a lot of sleep, adjusting to food, which is, let's be honest, it's Japan. It's not hard to adjust to Japanese food. It's that good, pretty much anything that you get. But overall, Jamerson, it is a different element. I kind of want to flip gears, though, and focus on maybe a story where, we've had some swaps in Guild, right? You look at Jesco and Legacy, but Phony's the story. The person that many people thought got spurned, winning Split 2 in Mannheim in Germany. Then Zainu and Koifel going on it with themselves, taking MT, and now Phony finding a spot with Guild. That's got to be a feeling where, I don't know, some people might be rooting for the revenge tour for Phony.
Again, it's this really odd year for a curse, right? You do extremely well at LAN, and all of a sudden, your roster ends up splitting ways for whatever reason, and that's what happened. And Phony was left in a very awkward situation because we did have roster locks shortly after Germany, and he had to find a situation extremely fast heading into BLGS. He had to uproot his life, go down to play in APAC South for BLGS. And he's not the only player, right? Arctic had a very similar story in that regard, but we're talking about Phony, the IGL winner of the last LAN, having to make that adjustment so extremely fast. And now, this, I think, comes down to a story of vindication. We're going to see these rivalries building up because it's not just them. There are multiple teams that have this similar storyline going through this entire 40-team roster.
I think it is a great story, and people obviously latch on to those things. One of the greatest stories, if you were scrolling Twitter, is actually presented by It's Timmy's mom. In fact, she already told us who she thinks the winners will be. Obviously, it's no surprise that 100 Thieves is at the top. Let's listen to Lace, who caught up with It's Timmy a little bit earlier, arriving at the venue. The storyline.
My name is Lace, and we are here in the Players Lounge for ALGS Champs. And I am, of course, with the one, the only, It's Timmy from 100 Thieves. Timmy, today's going to be a little bit crazy, okay? So we're going to make this very, very quick. But have you had any sort of process leading up to today?
Like today, we actually boot camped in Korea for the past 2 weeks, and then we also boot camped in LA for a week. So we have a lot of practice and boot camping. We had nice breakfast this morning, and honestly, I'm ready to go. I'm locked in. Yeah,
you're just moving all these time zones. That's absolutely crazy. Now, of course, for the fans at home, let's ask this again. Which character at the moment do you want to just delete from the game?
Delete from the game? Oh my gosh. I think Newcastle's just got to be deleted. This character is just broken. It's just cringe. It's just cringe.
It's you heard it here first, guys. It's cringe. Now, for our fans at home and anyone getting into Apex, what is the one thing you want to tell them how to improve at Apex Legends?
You can grab a controller. I mean, that's the fastest way to improve. But if you really want to, improve at video games, you just got to put a lot of time in. We put in maybe 8 to 10 hours almost every single day, and it's a job. It's literally a job.
Yeah, see, you heard that. Grab a controller, but this is the mechanical absolute warlord himself. It's Timmy. Thank you so much. Best of luck for the games today, and I'm sure all the 100 Thieves fans will be cheering you on.
Thank you.
I had a joke lined up, but I'm not going to do it right now. It has to do with Designful and being on 100 Thieves. But I do want to say that Timmy and his kind of presence has always been, I think, very tempered. in the way that he's approaching at this level of his career. Knowing that, Lauren, it's not going to be him kind of joining a team and sitting back and being just a fragger or somebody who does it. He's taking a lot of ownership, I feel like, in how well his team does. And that's, to me, pushed him to a new level of maturity, ownership, and responsibility, but also I think a new chance for this 100 Thieves roster to really do something, especially with Jin Burton joining the likes of him and Designful.
Absolutely, and I think, for anyone who's been in the Apex Legends community for a long time, we've seen Timmy grow a lot from the Pathfinder trick play moments all the way up to where we are here in Japan for ALGS, and I do agree with that. I feel like we've seen a lot of maturity over those years, and they just feel more grounded as a trio. Like, they've looked really solid when it came to their scrims play. And I know he said doesn't like Newcastle, but this meta could work for them.
It could. I mean, are you questioning still the mesh of Jin Burton hopping into this team? I mean, this is a former DSG, roster, but without enemy, and obviously Jin Burton, who was displaced, no longer with Falcons.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, it's tough for Timmy to go from a team with, the Walty and a team that he has vibes with going from the Designful where everything's hectic and stressful to the good vibes where everyone is like loving each other back to Designful, and then you don't have enemy anymore to like at least be like that really good spirited person. Jin Burton, he dealt with Zero before, and so he's not like combative or anything. It's not like that, but it's a different mesh of things, and I think it's tough going from great to like back to that, and it's going to be interesting to see on the stage.
I feel like it's funny that we get a chance to talk about the personalities, how they impacted so much. But it's true. Going from Designful to somewhere else to back to Designful is a little bit of a joke in our community. But it's true. I mean, that type of personality, it urges you to perform. If not, it's going to let you know about it, Jamerson. And but it feels like, Timmy, on the second round, this is championships. There's no excuses anymore. You got to make it work, right?
Yeah. And honestly, with the kind of time crunch that a lot of people were underneath, I completely understand. And Jin Burton needed to find a hope. It'd be criminal if he wasn't at this LAN whatsoever, especially with the last couple of years of performance that he's had. So I'm glad that they were able to get him in and that he will be joining this squad. Like Snipedown said, though, he has come out from the fire. He knows what it's like to be between two heated personalities in Hal and Zero. So I think he will kind of, in his own awkward way, slot in extremely well on that roster.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe a different way to think about it is both of those players have been through IGLs or with teammates that are loud and love to let you know what's happening, so they're used to it, and maybe it meshes. I'm certain that 100 Thieves will hope that it does this time around, and all of its Timmy fans around the world. And Jin Burton, shout out. I don't know if your parents are here this time around, man, but shout outs as well to Papa and Mama Jin Burton. Good luck to him. Let's talk a new addition, not in players. We have so many teams and rosters we'll key you in on as these games are getting set up. We appreciate you guys hanging with us while we get ready to go. But a new map that's in the rotation. This was the introduction in championships, E-District. Snipe, as somebody who plays, and obviously, we're still in the process of learning, what's been your experience seeing E-District come into not only Apex Legends, but the ALGS, and now be featured here on day one?
I think, honestly, it's so cool going from the beginning where Kings Canyon is kind of like a rundown map to this like futuristic, giant skyscraper buildings where like, that's what we were given to start. It's like, oh, and then now we're here. And seeing a new map put into the pool, I've talked nonstop about how I think E-District is going to be the most important map this tournament. It's going to come down to who is the most prepared. And my thing is, I mean, look at all the different choke points on this map. It's actually really tough to get through some of these areas from some of these POIs. Some you have to loot faster, others you play edge and rotate around and loot up. My thing is, I would be surprised to see some maybe Valkyries on this map, because I think getting the perk and getting over the wall and getting to the spots with 2 support defensive legends on top of that could be a play later in the tournament when it starts to get more congested, because we know the difference in scrims versus live events and how important it is to get there as fast as possible.
Things do get congested in E-District. That's one thing. Rotations and timing. There's been some great knowledge released by coaches and analysts on Twitter about that. 30 seconds could be the difference between arriving within top 10 or arriving completely out of top 15 into top 18 in those spots, and basically facing down a ton of charge rifles and Nemesis as you try to walk it in. Of course, as we look to start this off, Championships is here. We have to talk ourselves about who we think is going to do well. Group A versus B. We set up some talent predictions like usual, and it's time to reveal who we've gone with. I'm going with Come on, the tried, the true, the classic. North America lost to APAC North in LA. Well, maybe North America is going to return the favor here in APAC North. TSM to start it off. Glitter, you went Fnatic. That makes a lot of sense. And you know, that was a great choice as well.
Snipe was just so convincing with everything he was saying. I couldn't get him out of my head. And, you know, Hometown Advantage, kick it off here strong in groups, right?
Yeah. And Jamerson, no difference here. Snipe went with TSM. Jamerson, you went Fnatic. So we got a little split, Jamerson, on the board here.
I don't know what happened. You know, just I was back there in the green room. They were like pumping Mrs. Greenapple like over the speaker, and I was just feeling it. So yeah, I am definitely here for the home crowd advantage for Fnatic, and I definitely think that they have a really excellent map draft for this group stage, and they should be able to take a win.
Reddit, also, we are including your picks this time around, which means that you get a chance to beat all of us, which is a fun little game we get to play. But I'm with you this time around, so we're staying the same. The other thing that we want to mention that is really important is you could hear the crowd in Daiwa House is, of course, if you are watching, there is a way to earn some goodies. Now, I know that a lot of you will want to see that, but if you are also wanting to watch in your own way, well, we've got a surprise for you there. Face It Watch is back. That means that you have a chance to watch the ALGS your way. You want to hear a voice comm that maybe you wouldn't hear on main broadcast unless they went to a listen-in. You want to see a rotation of the team that you told your friends is going to take it all. Reddit, you want to watch TSM and join me and Snipe and prove that they're going to win? Well, make sure you catch every rotation by going to Face It Watch. Faceit.com/watch. You can check out the ALGS your way. Also, Twitch drops, as I alluded to earlier. As you are watching, whether on Face It and on Twitch, you will have a chance to earn some goodies throughout the week. Wednesday, we're kicking off with the ALGS Championship Trophy sticker. You just need to watch for 30 minutes to claim that. Each day, we'll have a new prize, a new weapon skin, a new character skin, a new holo spray. And on Sunday, the gold Nessie gun charm with the championship trophy. That's pretty hype, I gotta say, Lauren. That's looking good.
Every time we get these Twitch drops, I have to remember to make sure that I get at least the match point finals day one.
Right. So we'll see. Good luck with your Twitch drops. Good luck with our 40 teams because they're about to kick it off. I'm not in-house, but I'm hype anyways. So it's time to introduce our casters, two beautiful human beings dressed ready to go and impress with our first cast. It's Dia and Graceful.
Woo, thank you very much, Randy. That's a good way to start things off, Graceful, as we are that much closer, so incredibly close to beginning the first game. I'm glad that we have a second to talk about what we are going to see, because our analyst desk has set things up really well, but Graceful, we're starting things off on a map that we have not seen played in the ALGS before. E-District is going to require a lot of time to break down, and that's to say nothing of the teams and the roster shakeups that our analyst desk already alluded to moments before. Game 1 is booting up as we speak, and so let's start thinking about what the next couple of maps will look like. This will be E-District where we start off. We'll do the first 2 matches there, and then we'll move over to Storm Point, at which point we'll do 2 matches there, and then World's Edge. Old, gold, familiar, whatever you think of World's Edge, that's where we're ending.
Yeah, I think that starting on E-District, which I believe most teams are deeming as the most balanced one due to the fact that they haven't been prioritizing picking those POIs on this map and mainly focusing on World's Edge and Storm Point. I think people want to have a solid, stable start, and with the fact that this map is so easy to rotate on as well, I think we'll see some fast rotates rather than late.
Yeah, I'd imagine that on E-District, a map that really rewards people being able to get into buildings. It kind of reminds me of old World's Edge, back before we broke a bunch of buildings apart and removed a lot of the city structures. And instead, when we had so much safety that you could hold on to, early rotations were super valuable, and I think it'll reward a lot of teams. You saw me pick Guild. I know that we were discussing maybe some disagreements about that, but it'll reward, say, maybe teams like Guild that are looking for more of a zone-heavy playstyle.
Yeah, I definitely feel that, early rotates will happen, and like you said before, everybody's playing around buildings, but the scariest part is when you get held out by normal weapons, you're kind of scared.
Yeah.
Getting held out by 7 billion Sheilas, however, is a vastly different feeling, and I also agree with you in terms of, Guild being capable of closing it out potentially, but there are plenty of strong teams here, but we cannot forget that the meta we're currently in with the amount of support players And even if you get openers, and even if you get downs, it's a lot harder to close out fights, and longer fight means higher chance for 3P, and it doesn't go as easy as just 3v3 nowadays.
No, there is a very high barrier to execution, and we got the chance to watch a few of the scrims yesterday, you and I, Graceful. I'm really curious what now the changes between what we saw yesterday and today will be. We're going to start things off nice and easy on E-District. There's not too much to worry about, as we don't have a lot of teams that are going to fight early, and like you said, there's a lot of ability to reset at any given point.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said before as well, and speaking from yesterday, we saw a little bit of a, like maybe 15 teams alive very early on. I think we'll see the same redeeming factor here, where plenty of teams will be alive. In scrims, we tend to see a little bit less. Teams try to push the limits, try to take fights that they normally might not have taken. But however, now that we're live on LAN, first game, people are still feeling a little bit jittery, just woke up, good night's sleep, bad night's sleep, could have been several factors. However, I think we will not see many fights, especially seeing where the zone might be ending closer towards the center of the map as well. We'll see a lot of teams alive for sure here, Dia.
You know what's curious is I heard Snipedown talking about the potential Valkyrie pick on E-District just to get over a lot of areas that might otherwise be impassable due to the map. It's funny that there's only one team doing that. Meteor is the only team that's really prioritized running the Valkyrie at all, and that'll, I hope, be helpful to them, since you are giving up other picks, like, say, the Catalyst, like the Rampart, in order to do so. Virtus.pro going to drop back down. It seemed like they had a good rotation.
Yeah, no, that was hard because they were trying to take an evac, but if they stuck it, the last guy would have 100% been blasted off the evac. They opted to triple drop, make sure that if somebody goes down, we're ready to reset. I think it's a safer bet than praying that everybody gets off the balloon, because losing one early, although it's easier to get them back into the game in this meta, not ideal. That's a good play in my opinion, very safe.
Yeah. It really is, in this case, easier perhaps than it has been to get people back in the game, but when they get full thirsted further away from you, as fun just was, that's when things can get really tricky. It does look like the Ninjas and Pyjamas have picked a fight as well, and that's going to be up against Virtus.pro from earlier. Quick reset coming in. He's going to have Slayer at nearly full HP, but that nade solves a problem quickly, and Ninjas and Pyjamas with a re-knock should have secured at least 1 KP as Zach and Lou run for the hills.
Ninja starting up really hot, saying, hey, we saw you guys hop off the balloon, we're not letting you guys go. And C9 even joining in on the action because, like I said, teams are rotating early. Teams are already setting up. Now, they're getting picked, VP is getting picked apart, and it's not a good look.
The Ninjas are going to keep running on by. They do have a nice bit of Evo to collect in front of them, and we looked at the ring a little bit earlier, Graceful, so it's worth noting as well that as much as the Ninjas may enjoy picking up KP, they've also already got a fantastic spot in zone, which is a style that they very much like to play.
Yeah, Nasky has always been looking to play early, like rotates, ever since I've been competing with him for the past 5 years. Always been looking to be fast rotates, take the kills, and always good at reining it, like dialing it back down on the pace a little bit. We might have gotten a pick and been hungry, but we're happy with that. We're going to move to the objective, which I think is really important to stay disciplined.
Green STERGO, who you might know as Makers from the last LAN, have shown up and already gotten pretty aggressive. They're making it work up against Oblivion, who have just Blinkser left. Now, Oblivion did qualify through the North American LCQ to be here. This first game maybe not going the way that they had imagined on White Shields with one person left, but Blinkser is the sneakiest Gibby I've ever seen.
Very sneaky indeed. I think he has the potential due to the fact that, you know, plenty of craftings around them as well nearby. The real question is, it's all about timing. Can you make it back out into the outer circle while not trying to run into the teams that have been stacked? It's all about timing. Could happen. A little bit hard, but we'll have to see.
Take a look at the southwestern side. Disguised and Fnatic rotating alongside each other. This could be very interesting as Fnatic started at Street Market, have not yet moved, but now have somebody who's going to be cutting them off on the rotation, forcing Fnatic to mirror them likely.
Yeah, Fnatic playing the same setup as I believe they do on Stormpoint as well, liking to play a little bit more on the edge, grabbing objectives, making sure they're strong and healthy going into the fights. Whereas, like, if you early rotate, you might be able to, you know, charge up your Evos and get ready to fight. But when you come in late with the zone, you're stacked, you're juiced, you're not afraid of anybody. And if anything, that's Fnatic's playstyle. They know mechanically they're super gifted and they're ready for bubble fights more than anyone, I would like to say, in this meta. And if they're also stacked, I don't think they'll be scared of fighting anybody, and that's
the go-to.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the loot bin reset now.
Yeah.
If you're able to make it out to a point of the map where no one else cares to be around Zone 2, then you are going to be a very happy person. Perhaps not as happy as you were when green or gold knockdown shields were just everywhere. that was a wild time in Apex. Although, you know, in many ways, I think we have found that with support legends, maybe we don't need gold knockdown shields as much.
Yeah, but speaking of gold, you know, I'm looking for that select fire charge rifle. I want to see that bad boy in action because that's one of the weapons that's the newly addition one to this meta as well. And I think, as we can see as well, a lot of people are opting for more snipery action. And charge rifle, honestly, with select fire is scary.
Yeah, very much so. I'm surprised to see that Complexity didn't pick one up. I mean, Kimchi is going to be rocking mid-range with the 30-30, but I'm most curious when it comes to snipers, what Monsoon has been able to pick up, and I'm not seeing him run a traditional sniper. Instead, he got stuck with a triple take due to an early rotation.
Yeah, early rotational is that's kind of one of the things you have to give up is that, hey, are we going to rotate early? We might have less loot, but if you're in a spot when you're playing for, you have to remember there's plenty of games, you want consistency, and I always say this, 5 points on average per game, you're gonna make top 10 cutoff, give or take ±5, and I think that's what they're opted for. Triple take or not, it's still a good close range weapon to, you know, compete a little bit with shotgun because it's a jiggle peek weapon, and that's enough for a bubble fight.
Yeah, I mean, very similar to the G7 in that way, where you can actually output good mid-range damage, although I'd say the G7 in a slightly better spot right now, specifically due to the hop-up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would definitely say for mid-range and longer ranges, but if depending on what they're using it as, you know, close-range shotgun, if you don't find a shotgun, because now everybody's running shotgun.
Yeah.
If you don't have a triple take, could fit that for the moment. Scout, however, definitely. If you want to go for the mid-range poke, it's way better, I think. Always been solid.
Yeah. The Scout has had very few times outside of favor in the ALGS. To touch on what's going on right now, Meteor, who we're mirroring 100 Thieves, they're off in the Northwest, and honestly, not too much is happening over here. The biggest focus for the Northwest would be if eventually Meteor and 100 Thieves both have to go through Guild. This choke point could get a little interesting, but right now, really nobody's had to move at all from the center of the map. Energy Bank, it just seems like the place to be until eventually we have to start leaving buildings.
Yeah, and leaving buildings is scary because now we're seeing, you know, the collapsations on both northern side and southern side is that even though you're getting held out by one team, depending on how many layers there are, you might be thirded or even fourth partied. And I think it's definitely scary because nowadays, even if you bubble to survive, another team bubbles on top of you and you're immediately in a fight again. It's scary because the gap closing in this map specifically is a lot easier than other maps due to the fact there's so many obstacles that you can hide behind.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know, Storm Point on World's Edge, you're kind of in the open, you're stuck in the open. Here you have cars, boxes, like we see there, a train, a bus, a small hut. You got everything to just gap close, and sometimes you don't even see it because there's so many corridors and nooks and crannies, right?
Yeah. And then you've got the whole compositions of bubbles, castles, and Catalyst. See a lot of people running Catalyst as well. Verhol's choosing to run the Rampart does do some nice damage in here, and as much as this cover of the truck looks good, FaZe, who are up to the north of TSM, are really suffering, and Source X and Y are near there. They could get into this fight. FaZe get another bubble up, but this is not looking good. X and Y do have to retreat, but FaZe do get one knocked. Cinetic back down. I'm very curious to see whether they survive.
Yeah, I think though, they only sent one. Whoa, another fight though. Big bubble fight speaking of. And even that cost.
And that's Oblivion, gone. Our first team out, despite having made it back to all 3 players. That was a really difficult game for them, of course, as Oblivion did get set back early, but it's Virtus.pro that end up collecting the kills.
Caustic, we can't forget about how Caustic has dominated previous metas as well. And we always, you know, use the combo Gibby and Caustic, and that's not gone. The synergy is still there between characters. We didn't really get to see the whole fight unfold, but I'm sure that they had good, you know, a good solid bubble fight.
I mean, that is one promise that this meta is absolutely going to fulfill. We are going to get a lot of nice bubble fights, especially when we reach the later stages of this game. It has been a pretty calm one so far, having only lost 1 team. And I suspect that even on the next zone close, we lose 3-4 teams maximum.
And also, looking at the top left right here, it says loot bins will reset. What does this mean, really? Everybody gets stacked that's on the outer edge or close to any bins, really. Is that, you know, I think that you might have been even overstacked. You get gold stuff, you get everything.
And right now, one of the teams that I am absolutely thinking of when we're looking at this loop-in reset is Fnatic, who were playing on the slow rotate really early on, who are still doing exactly that. They are down in the south with Green STERGO, and Fnatic, Green STERGO, and TSM are going to have a lot to contend over.
Speaking of TSM, they've been sitting in their spot forever, whereas Fnatic has been going around charging up, and they're going to be more than enough ready to take on TSM and even Green STERGO, I believe.
FaZe starting to move in. They do lose Nags, however, and this is FaZe after the relocate from the truck. They don't actually end up making the push, and instead get shut down by Virtus.pro. Again, we're seeing that caustic work.
This is the crazy part about caustic. Since we are fighting in corridors and stuff, gas alone will pressure you so much because you can't stay in the gas. They get like the caustic will start dominating you, and if you run out into the open, you either have to use your utility to stay alive, the defensives, or you have to take the fight in gas. Like, which one do you really pick? VP been making caustic work really well so far.
And they have already surpassed what you set as sort of the base expectation for what you should do in a game. 5 points a game, they've already got 6, and we're not even in top 15 yet. Virtus.pro opening up this game in a very aggressive fashion that I didn't expect from them compositionally.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoy seeing that, but now we're also seeing other teams start collapsing. The next zone is moving towards the east side of the center, and this doesn't have that many playable areas, I'm not gonna lie, because all the playable areas actually got moved, the zone pulled away from it. We're gonna see a huge collapse on the west and north side. I think whoever wins the southern side and to the southern east side, unless they get contested from the north lane, might actually take home the game. I'm looking at the likes of Fnatic and TSM, which we're seeing on our screens right now. Are they gonna play nice and play together, or is somebody gonna take over?
And like you said, Fnatic, they are way more looted up, but TSM have been here since the dawn of time. They already know all the teams in the area. Fnatic are gonna have to adapt quickly. 100 Thieves do not make the cut, however, being taken out by the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Fnatic, with a nice setup, look pretty unpushable right now, but TSM are trying to keep their neighbors honest, as these two will be right next to each other.
Yeah, they're just playing nice together right now. The whole thing comes to the zone after this one closes. So zone 4 closing is where the action will happen. But we also see Source X and Y sneaking up on the southeast side I was just talking about. Now we'll see who actually gets to control the southern zone, because all the teams on the west are just going to end up collapsing each other, same for the north side. I really want to see on the southern side what ends up happening, because that's honestly where the big action will happen later on.
Fnatic are pinging the truck that FaZe were playing just a few minutes ago. We know how risky that truck can be, and I don't think it's gotten a lot better this zone close. In fact, it may have gotten worse, but what are Fnatic's best options here? Because they're sandwiched between two teams right now, pushing the high ground is going to be terrible for them. They get shot in the back by TSM. Pushing TSM, they get shot by X and Y.
Be the bread. Right now, they're the ham. We don't want to be in the middle, and you need to make the option. I think rotating towards the truck could work due to the fact that you're now holding out TSM if you do that play, because if you pick a fight on either sides, you know for sure Source X and Y or TSM will 3P the opposite. So I think making a play for the ban, or even deeper, could be an option.
TSM walked up to that. They almost got a knock as well. Zapka getting very aggro to back up Verhulst, since he's of course got the defensive tool of the bubble to make Verhulst that much safer. And it did force a bubble out of Fnatic as well, which is huge because it means that Fnatic cannot rotate until that bubble is back up off cooldown.
Yeah, this rotate will be really hard because as you see, X and Y on the screen is looking to just gate, like, they're just trying to hold them out. Regardless of who it is, we're going to focus them and they trade. We can clean this up and we have the entire side. But we can also see like the likes of Virtus.pro looming, Energy looming. Everybody's slowly inching in towards the zone, and fights are starting to happen, like I said, on the west side. And our Ninja's going to mop up more teams because they've also been low-key under the game, but they've been consistently getting kills as well.
Yeah, and Ninjas are playing on the edge just like Fnatic were. Fnatic actually making this rotation work. Remember, we called out the Dome as being a particularly useful cooldown to make this rotate. They use it, they make the rotate work, and now I hesitate to say that TSM is in that much more trouble. I think this is still a really nice position for TSM to play, albeit one that's a little more exposed to Gibby ultimates.
Definitely more exposed. The issue is not really their positioning in that house, it's how well do they get pinched by the team coming in from the west side. We saw the likes of Ninjas cleaning up Green STERGO, EXO also being closer nearby. It all honestly depends on who the focus is on, because if you have a Sheila and you're just poking to poke, being in that small bunker is not that good.
Yeah, this is where Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they would slam. They throw the little stinker right in there, dude. It's over.
I wonder if Virtus.pro will actually get to see any of this, because they're playing a little further north, sort of in the open area, where Caustic isn't going to get nearly as much value as he has throughout the rest of the game. So perhaps by virtue of where they're standing. But we've got a couple fights breaking out meanwhile, and Meteor have come into third, say fourth party the fight as both Cloud9 and VK Gaming do go down. This is more of a cleanup by Meteor. They didn't start the fight, but they sure finished it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fight there. 3Bs, like we said about the collapse, we see plenty of fights getting taken right now. I think, though, VP is still in the same spot where they cleaned up them underneath in the tunnel earlier. Now we're seeing more shotgun fights, more bubble fights, more Newcastle fights, and I'm all for it.
Guild going down. Shopify Rebellion applying pressure with the Sheila. This is the sort of spray and pray mechanic with the Sheila. Newcastle Res gonna go off for TSM. This is up against the Ninjas, who do go down. And it's a nice shot by Verhulst with the minigun to get everybody back to safety.
Yeah, and seeing Ninjas get eliminated, it just opens up for EXO, because they definitely keep track of the kill feed, saying, hey guys, they traded, can we clean this up? And TSM gets mobbed, and now Fnatic decides to join the fray as well. The fight for the Southern has now started. SourceX and Y is still looking to just hold them out, but Fnatic is slowly pulling off and say, hey, you guys can keep the loot, we want our place to rotate in. You know, we don't want to both die here because we're both getting held out. Let's just split our ways and see what happens.
And even after they come back, Fnatic give up the space that they earned. EXO Clan continue their fight. Maybe Fnatic comes back, but up against Disguised, I'm not sure who's going to win this. EXO Clan do go down. Disguised get the res. Virtus.pro fall as well. And we are down to just 8 teams as Fnatic look for a fight and end up claiming one. X and Y have lost just a single player, but with Source giving up their position, Fnatic know that it's their time to take the high ground.
This is the biggest opportunity for Fnatic that I've seen. Virtus.pro decided to engage on X and Y, or vice versa, we couldn't really see how it unfolded. Fnatic has an opportunity to clean the southeast side, which I talked about earlier. If they clear this space and they can push everybody else into each other and be the bread, they might take home this game.
They're playing very patiently right now. I think Fnatic are aware that by continuing on that rotate, by continuing to push Source X and Y, they could have a team come up behind them. So right now, the teams that are surviving are having to play patient, and that includes Meteor, who just, again, went on a third-party rampage, helping clean up Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, the hardest part about this now is that seeing DSG and Complexity fight on the west side of the map is, do you opt for high ground or low ground, Dia? There's the tunnel underneath where the zone is in as well as on top.
Complexity do get one knock. That's an Arcstar that does it. And now player K has got to commit. This Mastiff is working for him. Hits the res real quick. And Arctic is going to get pushed himself. Disguised are on the ropes and they are down. Complexity turning things around from behind the Newcastle wall.
Yeah. Now it comes down to the top 4 only, right? And it's so much space to play that I think teams are just looking to guarantee their own space, slowly inching forward. But like I said, are you opting for low ground or high ground? I think high ground wins the game, but do you get thirded if you take the fight against Meteor that's currently on top? Or do you go for the safer bet of saying, hey, we just play for second place, let's go down below? But either or, if both teams do it, it might end up being the wrong play or the right play.
Yeah, I like the idea of high ground a little more, if only because you can see what's coming. This is the problem with where Fnatic are at right now, is that having opted into low ground, there are a lot of teams that can come at you that you cannot see coming unless you're actively peeking them. Whereas Meteor on top are going to own the bridge. It's now Complexity, Source X, and Y that really get to decide who gets the advantage in this game. And Source X and Y no longer get that say.
Yeah, Source X and Y getting out now. Fnatic already underneath. Now it comes down to whether or not Complexity fights Fnatic on the bottom, but if either or decides to fight the top, all you need is one evac to join the fray up top, and you can close out the game with a big 3-peat.
Complexity have to make a decision, though, because it really does come down to them. If they do nothing, then they just die, and they die for free. Yep. Complexity have managed to climb a little bit further up onto the high ground, and this bubble is buying them some really nice time, but already we've seen the mobile minigun tear through the rampart cover, and Complexity are going to have to take a fight, leaving this open for Fnatic. This fight does mean that Fnatic, knowing that it's going on, could third party.
Yeah, Fnatic sitting outside of the bushes right now saying, hey, you guys fight, we'll join the fray later. Complexity, however, used all their utility, is gonna get punished by Meteor from above.
4 with the Mastiff does find the first knock, but it's answered back, and Fnatic do show up on the high ground. Now they've preemptively used the bubble. It's a Peacekeeper in the hands of Leica, and Meltstera already whipping out the mobile minigun, takes out Complexity. They have got very little resistance in front of them as Fnatic set up the third party, watch it happen, and come in, taking the very first win in Japan!
I told you about Fnatic! It's the home stage, they are good at bubble fighting, they decided to opt for low ground, join the fray later on high ground, they closed out the game. Honestly, the last 3v3 wasn't even close, they just mopped the fights easily. Humongous game to start the day on, especially at home.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very well-played game from Fnatic, and to me, it wasn't so much about the end game, which was very good from them, but it was really about the mid game, and specifically the transition that they have from right next to TSM, sandwiched between TSM and Source X and Y, to then take the cart that made the biggest difference.
Yeah, and you know, we saw early on, maybe for the 2 full zones actually, they were on the outer edges just looting, just getting objectives, looting. But the biggest part about, you know, playing macro is you need to pick which side you come in from. They started northwest, they went all the way southwest, decided to offer southeast. And it was great really because now they just had a 3v3, got into the train. They didn't even make the opportunity themselves, by the way. So that was really good to opt for the X and Y fight on the east side.
Oh, it was fantastic, and it's a 22-point game now for Fnatic. Meteor do come in behind them, and Meteor really impressing in this first game. That's 14 points to Complexity's then 10, who come up in third. Complexity really had a difficult decision to make in that last game. I don't really think that there was a way that Complexity could have won.
Yeah, Complexity top 3 here as well with Meteor and the likes of Fnatic winning that game. Yeah, Complexity didn't have much room to make plays here, but you know what you have to do? You never play for the win. For consistency, they could have gotten second with 3 kills. Instead, they opted to say, hey, let's just play slow, hope that they fight. I would say opt for the 3v3, get the kills and die second, and you have more points on average. It's way better than hoping that something happens in your favor. Always stay proactive, because when you're reactive, a lot of the times, it doesn't work out.
So when you say that Complexity could have gotten second, do you mean by going onto the low ground and fighting Fnatic?
Yes, I think either or. Either you int up top, you use your utility to fight immediately what happened to them, they get peeked over the top and they died, right?
Yeah,
they either do that to Meteor, or they opt for the 3v3 down below. But regardless, they just go for kills, because that's the best way, because realistically, you're not going to win that game, and you just need to make sure you get as many points on the table as possible, and I think taking a 3v3 and thirsting whatever you can is the best way.
Yeah. There is a lot to digest after this first game, and it's already a very exciting one. We heard the crowd getting excited, but it's time for us to take a very short break, as Game 2 on E-District will be coming up in just a few minutes.
It goes down. Oh no, tune into that.
They went to make a gondola play.
And Reptar dies to Bolin. NRG now dying early. They're going right into Moist Creek. And I have the Moist POV.
Oh, this is bad. Wait,
no.
Fun gets one on the Walsy.
Oh my god, what's going on right now? NRG now moving in.
He goes down.
Wait.
It's a 1v1.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
Mastiff!
Moist is eliminated. DF now dead. Are you kidding me?
Then Zone 3 gondola play.
Taking the plaudits so far with 2 victories. You better believe Not Moist will be there with the conversation of potential teams to be lifting this trophy. There's Monsoon, the last remaining player from Complexity, who just try and survive here. He's going to have to go all the way final.
And we are back. Welcome back to Japan, everyone. I guess you could still have been on break in Japan, but I like to think that when you're here with us, Graceful, that's when you're really experiencing not just the best that Japan has to offer here in Sapporo, but the best that Apex Legends has to offer here at the championship. Game 2 is going to get revved up and underway quite soon, but before we jump into it, I want to talk a little bit more about Game 1. We discussed the end game in some depth, but let's go a little further back and talk about the mid-game. Virtus.pro was doing really well for a little while, and we saw this southern side that you mentioned very early on was going to be very impactful, then turn out to be exactly that way. What made you say so early on that the south side was going to have a huge influence, disproportionate influence on the game that it did?
So the biggest thing is that when you're early rotating, you're really looking to read where does the zone end. Yep. When you're late rotating, you're honestly just looking to make sure that you're not getting into the chokes or getting collapsed on by 10 teams. Fnatic did just that by looting 2 entire zones, making sure they get objectives, pick the right side, which was the southern side, because they saw that, hey, people are going to rotate in from the north and the west. They decided to go for the southern side. Like I said, that's the most impactful one. That's your opening. But they weren't there alone. They were there with the likes of TSM, also the likes of...
We had TSM and we had... was it Green STERGO that rotated through there?
They came in late.
They came in late.
But not only that as well is that...
Source X and Y was there.
Source X and Y is the team I was referring to, but VP was already in center underneath in the tunnel trying to gatekeep out.
Yes.
X and Y tried to force the fight. They ended up fighting, opened up for Fnatic to come in.
Yeah.
And all of this happened because what we opted to say was in the beginning, is this a good rotate into that little buzz?
Yeah.
Now they're in a vulnerable spot.
Yeah.
However, TSM got flanked by EXO.
Yeah.
And that opened up for Fnatic to 3P the VP fight as well.
You know, I actually had a question about the bus because I remember when we were looking at that possible rotation for Fnatic, it seemed like their best option, but to me, it also appeared a deadly one. Mostly because we had seen FaZe play that truck earlier, and FaZe, they got obliterated. They had very little to do.
The biggest thing about taking these, like, you have to take risks to win big. And taking a risk is really important because if you don't do it, but it's also timing based. You said that FaZe got obliterated in it. They went a little bit too early. Everybody was already set up. There was no pressure. Everybody can just punish them. There's nothing scary around them. When the zone is closing, however, and you now have to keep track of, wow, there's 3 teams on the southern side. We can't just poke everybody. We need to make sure we don't get pushed. That's when you really see, you know, openings. And that happened. EXO opened up the western side and allowed Fnatic to rotate and 3P the east side with no threats at all. That opened up that side for them. They secured the bottom, and now they could climb for the win.
And now, I know that if you're just tuning in, you may be hearing Graceful and I talk about this match and going, well, I sure wish that I saw what they were talking about. And just in case that is you, let's take a look back at how last match played out. So, Graceful, because we were talking about the Fnatic rotation, let's look a little bit further down at those teams that we were talking about. I want to start with Virtus.pro, because we've made passing mention of them quite a bit. We did not see their position. We did not see how they fell. Virtus.pro's spot, however, did look good with Caustic, and I'd say that they looked unexpectedly good this game with Caustic.
Yeah, the biggest thing about Virtus.pro is that they actually got forced off of their rotate. They tried to balloon earlier, got forced off by ninjas in pajamas. Now they were kind of forced because they got thirsted twice, I think, and they even had to reset. And I don't know if they opted for that spot initially or if they got forced into that spot, but playing that really well simply due to the fact that they had a Caustic.
Yeah, I mean, Caustic was really valuable to them. Weirdly, not so much as a defensive tool, but as an offensive tool.
Yeah.
And then by necessity only as a defensive tool. It's funny how we are in a meta where we don't see nearly as many controller legends that actually provide you things that support legends do not. It's more of on top of what the support legends give you. You're not going to hold space with just Rampart, just Watson, just Caustic. You're going to do it by amplifying that with things like Newcastle and Gibraltar as well. Now, of course, that we've got our first match done, I do want to remind everyone that we will be returning to E-District. So if you were just reeling from that last match and going, I wish that I understood how E-District could play out, perhaps if we're not going to the center of the map, then we'll have the opportunity to find out. Energy Bank was an exciting endgame, but there's a lot more of E-District to see.
Yeah, I'm personally hoping for anywhere on the southern side because I'm a big fan of Draft Point. That's my favorite part of the map. What's your favorite part of the map, Thea?
Isn't that because you land at Draft Point?
Indeed it is. It's good rotates, good fast looting. You have plenty of fights to take. It's plenty full of action, but the biggest part is that in this map, you don't feel like I could not have done anything different because you're never really getting stuck at chokes here. There's so many crooks and crannies, mazes, 5 different doors you can take that you never really feel like everything is out of your control. And I think that's a great feeling to have. And it's hard to replicate, but they really made this map super well.
Yeah. I mean, there is not just a lot of cover when you move from space to space, but even inside buildings, I think that there's a lot of nice space to play. In contrast to, say, something like Storm Point, the buildings play very differently. Yeah. Storm Point, it feels like there's an ingress into almost every building from every angle. So buildings are really kind of fake. Like, you stand in one and you're like, I am essentially out in the open just creatively. And, and when we're on E-District, being inside can actually really protect you, but it does come at the cost of you having limited influence as well. Our game 2 has started, but it has also stopped. And so we're going to wait for that to get going before we truly start breaking down where everyone is landing and what's going on there. To answer your previous question, though, I'd like to go to Galleria.
Galleria, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I just really dislike looting it, but
it is
beautiful. I'll give you that.
Yeah. You know, I was surprised. So I don't like looting Street Market, so I was surprised to see Fnatic over at Street Market. I know that it's a good POI, but from a loot path perspective, it is a very inconvenient place to land.
Yeah, but you have to remember their place. Like most of them picks, towards their playstyle, and if you're late looting, it's inconvenient, but there's a lot of loot. You have plenty of time, and they didn't rotate in until Circle 3, really. Or Circle 3 closing almost, really. And that fits them, I guess. It just works for them, and it really did work for them.
And we've got the game back underway, so Graceful, it is the perfect time to see what happens in our second game of the ALGS on E-District. Fnatic, of course, back at Street Market. They had no choice. We put them back there. We were like, game 1 was so good, just do it again.
Yes, just do it again. All you have to do is loot 2 whole circles, if not more, pick the right side, and then, just kill a couple of teams, right? That's easy.
We haven't talked about this. Let's point this out. So I'm a big fan of Rampart, and I'm sure that a lot of our viewers, a lot of our more dedicated viewers, may already have figured this out, may have had it noticed, or may have noticed it, may have had it pointed out. Let's talk about the Nemesis, and specifically the Nemesis's interaction with Rampart.
Yeah, I mean, as we know now, when you shoot people, you actually get ult charge and also you get more shield, right? And the biggest thing is that Sheila, the thing about Sheila is very scary because when you have that weapon on your back, you actually get Sheila ammo back when you down somebody with the Sheila. And I think people are looking to do that, but not only, like, outside of sticking, to the meta specifically, Rampart is really good into Newcastle. Before when, his Q was indestructible, you could have argued differently. But now, people are going early rotates, except a couple of teams. And you want to make sure you can deny as much space as you can without wasting resources. I'm sure people would have thought that we might have seen more Lobas. And if we would have seen more Lobas, that could have negated the fact that you don't really need a shield because you can have unlimited ammo and everything, right?
Yeah.
But people opted for Ramp because not only do you have the Sheila for more punishing factors on the Newcastle, you also have a little bit more defensive utility, which honestly nobody dislikes. Everybody loves, feeling a little bit comfy.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this meta, defensive utility is only going to make you feel even better about the fact that you're already basically impossible to push if you set things up right. And that even goes for a team like Source X and Y, who have not gotten a lot of time to loot, have not gotten any Evo to speak of, but have a zone coming to them. And I think this is one of the metas where a lack of Evo, if you are already in a good spot in zone, is the least punishing because it is so easy to get.
Yeah, it really is, and this zone specifically, there's really 3 pulls that normally happens here. It either goes all the way south, doesn't look like that one. Could it be the one on the southeast side? And when you have a place here, this area right here has so much, like, in Humbert Labs, I mean, has so much playable area. There's like already right here where we see right now on the screen, it could be like 12 playable areas, especially now you add on to Rampart Newcastle as well. You can make that 15. I'm really looking forward to seeing a high amount of teams alive here because the action late game, impeccable.
Yeah, and right now, because there's so many spots to coexist in, there's also a lot of room for new teams to arrive. My question is how they're going to choose to do it, because I think that actually trying to land here is a little bit more difficult than simply trying to walk in because there's so much ground cover. This is one of the spots in E-District that I think it is better to walk to, especially if you're landing in this like whole quadrant of the map. Even if you're landing over an Electro Dam, I'd rather see you walk through Heights and Stadium and then try and find a place in Humbert Labs.
And also, we see a little bit of aggressiveness early on. This will only last early on because now you say there's only 3 teams here. We can still pressure them. Maybe we can get a kill and a thirst, right?
Yeah.
But as we see more teams progressively, like you said, sneak in a little bit, walk in from different sides, people are going to opt to be more passive and just poke longer ranges because you don't want to accidentally have to, you know, get into an actual 3v3. You just want to poke people to make sure, hey, we're here. You don't get this for free. Just don't go to the other team but not here.
Yeah, one of our notable teams from last match we're playing on the edge are, no surprise, once again playing on the edge. TSM made their rotate up near Heights and have now moved down through to Stadium, where they'll be able to collect a little bit of additional loot, but realistically, it's just about maintaining the slow sort of play style that you get on the edge, and hopefully for TSM, find a home in Humbert that is a little bit less conspicuous, but that lets them bully a team that otherwise may not suspect that they have a vulnerability.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing Source X and Y again because although, you know, they held out early on, they didn't have too many points, but they're still in a comfortable spot here with teams. Honestly, majority of the leaderboard are kind of comfy. They managed to get, as you can see, 6, 6, 6, 20. Like, there's so many points across the board, except I think the bottom 4. This could still go any way because all you really need is one top 3, and you can make back for 1 or 2 bad games depending on, you know, how many kills you get.
Cloud9, going to be one of the teams that would certainly like a little bit more to have gone on last game. They did not hit that 5-point threshold that I think we can say we were all hoping for anyone. But unfortunately, not everyone's going to get to do it. So maybe this is Cloud9's game where they can move on up to 5. However, they have landed in Stadium, which is, as we just said, where we saw TSM rotating through. And it's not just TSM in the area. VK Gaming are also off to the northwest.
Yeah, and as we can see, X and Y, early, like I said, early on people will fight. X and Y popping off in the bubble fight, so with the EVA and only for one trade in support Manadia, not even scary.
And that's Virtus.pro that just went down, the team that was slaying out in the early game last match. This looked good for them, but X and Y.
The biggest thing is that we talked about caustic strengths, right? Inside smaller tunnels, smaller areas. This area is not that small. Gas might be good. The little big stinker coming in, not too hot because the area is too big. And, you know, X and Y just probably played a bubble foot better.
I mean, that is, I think, results-based. We can call it results-based, you know? Like, because they won.
Probably played it better.
They probably played it better.
But, yeah.
If they played it worse,
they probably
but they won, they didn't play it. They played it better.
No, but I think it's definitely hard because when you have a character that's only good in, I wouldn't say niche, Caustic is better than niche, but when you're only good in certain scenarios and that scenario does not happen, you're really kind of playing 2 legends and a blank character.
Yeah, you know, it's odd. I used to feel that way about Rampart, that Rampart in a pro setting was only good in a few scenarios, but now because of Gibby Newcastle's existence, that scenario is way more often,
And not only that, she also received buffs, remember?
Yeah,
so
of course.
With the ult, and you start with the Sheila pretty much and everything else, and I think it's a good because that's, you know, seeing characters like you said, I felt that way about this character, no longer the case, means the game has progressed, evolved, and we see a little bit refreshing sides, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. What I'm seeing right now is, unfortunately, Fnatic losing 1. Leica was really split up there. You would have seen it on the minimap just a few seconds ago, but with Fnatic having only lost 1 and not anywhere close to losing more, they should have a chance to reset. This will push them even further onto the edge, where they've been rotating near Shopify Rebellion for a very long time.
The thing is this is also Ring 2 countdown. It's not scary at all. With the support map, then you have ranges pretty much unlimited on the map. They can survive for 2 more zones if they wanted to. I'm looking to see a clean reset here pretty easily.
it'll just be a matter of time for Fnatic. They'll likely actually rotate in behind Shopify Rebellion in a little while. A team like Cloud9, who's already dead center of zone, are making sure they don't eat too much damage, and that's just a harassment Sheila that's come in on top of them. It's not really any cause for worry, but it does constrain Cloud9's ability to play any open space.
And like I said before, I said it might pull to the southeast side on this zone. It ended up pulling exactly where I expected it to be. This zone is one of my absolute favorites to play in ranks, in scrims, in tournaments, especially on LAN. I wish I could have played, that would have been fun. But we're going to see so much action later on when in 2 zones. So zone 4 closing is the most high octane gameplay I've seen. Speaking of octane, love that character.
Yeah. Speaking of octane, very situational.
Very situational. Very niche.
Very niche.
Very niche.
Very cool. Very cool. I almost wish that we saw a little bit more Octane, if only so that we could see Fnatic play Octane. That would be really exciting. The mechanical ability that Octane exacerbates would be fantastic. Now, FaZe have found a knock, but this is Complexity's fight. And I'm not sure whether they'll actually fully take this. It is Source X and Y on the other side, and Source X and Y have already taken out Virtus.pro.
I like this because they're showing their teeth, regardless of not if they fight, they're showing, hey, don't you think you can take our space? We're gonna
Whoa!
Speaking of punishing,
they got rocked up on from behind. NRG takeout 2, and Complexity can do nothing about it. I cannot believe they didn't get to watch their backs. Now, Source X and Y do walk up, but they get bubbled on immediately, backing all the way up. Johnny does have a lot of safety, so NRG are unlikely to push this, but that's 2 kills that NRG did not have to work for.
Yeah, did not have to work for. Here they come though, Empty and Koiful cleaning up Oblivion, and they're chasing the last one. They definitely had to work for that, I assume, because they're on the edge. But they picked the side which is not congested, so they could have this fight for free in a 3v3.
I think that, yeah, they let this go. So Oblivion actually likely survive, if not fully reset here, but that makes another kill for Shopify Rebellion, a kill that totals them 2-3. Now, Shopify Rebellion had a very quiet game in game number 1, but they were a lot of people's favorites in this group.
Yeah, definitely a favorite. I think everybody can respect, the caliber of players that they have on that team. Never mind quiet game or not, they had 9 points, I believe. They're still on pace to making it to top 10, which is the most important. Like, group stage is really important to get warm and feeling good and getting rid of these jitters and getting locked in for later stages of the tournament. Being on pace is the most important part, because now you will feel like you can breathe again rather than being scared of, going into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's funny that even on the first day we can be saying, oh, you'll feel like you can finally breathe.
Yeah.
There's so much of the tournament left to go, but even now you are setting up expectations and really the ability for yourself to make it that much further into the tournament, or at least the likelihood. Now, Fnatic did make that full recovery that we talked about earlier, as Shopify Rebellion have taken the advantage that they got and left Fnatic and Oblivion both taking the slow rotates on the western side. Very curious what routes both of these 2 teams take, especially Fnatic, who were rotating down towards the south again. Do they do that once more, or are they forced into a direct route into the zone?
I think it mostly comes down to Meteor, as we see on the north side of the map. Will they run into Fnatic side, or will Fnatic run into Oblivion? Whichever side they end up running into will decide whether or not which team gets 3-peat, because if Fnatic is the ham, it's not a good thing. If they can just take a straight 3v3, however, I think Fnatic is looking very hopeful. Like, once again, because they're on the side that's not congested. And if they get to clear that side out, as we can see on the map as well, that bridge on the western side is really solid.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor actually now, because they're running Valkyrie, I forgot, almost nobody else is running Valkyrie, but they get to know where everyone else is set up. Super useful for them to plan out this next rotate. Fnatic did end up choosing to go south, and it put them right up against Oblivion. Nice head peek being used by Meltstera, but there's not a lot of damage to come with it. So Fnatic are going to keep on moving forward, using that cover you talked about on E-District that lets them make up so much distance.
They get the gap close a lot easier than before. All they have to do is nade and keep pushing. Not only that, they're not only coming with momentum from respawning, they're coming with momentum from winning the first game, Dia. They are scary and they are looking to fight, and they're also red, purple, purple running into triple blue. If I'm them, I'm holding W.
Yeah, they know what's up, and a bubble on the outside is, I think, just enough for Oblivion to start the disengage, but I don't think it's enough for them to finish it. There's a lot of open space here. Fnatic are trying to out-heal the zone. It's going really slowly for Meltstera, though, who does not benefit from the support passive, and is going to go down here. Fnatic, I think they've overplayed their hand. Oblivion are just going to eat these kills up.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Although you can out-heal this zone, you gotta make sure that you're, having proper timing to heal. Have you learned your proper heal timings yet? If not, you get punished.
Guild are picking up some kills as well. That is Exo suffering loss. This is Oblivion do get sent on. Fnatic suffered a lot of damage, and now it's Meltstera in a 1v2 in an EVA with the bubble fight and isn't going to quite make it. Oblivion, LCQ from NA, take the fight and get sent by Meteor immediately, pushing them back into the zone. Meteor claim these kills, and I did not have that in my book. Graceful, seeing Meteor come down and take out Fnatic and Oblivion, that's different.
The thing is that 3v3 was not clean. Meteor came to clean that up, and that's great. Another fight happening on the bridge as we speak. BK Gaming getting into a bubble fight, getting mopped by Shusho, is immediately taking out 3 people on his own with the BK. That's a big fight. I wish I could replay that.
I mean, this was a team that very much impressed us over the Split 2 playoffs with how aggressive they were able to be. Shadow 3690, very nice team to watch when they're able to get the momentum like you talked about. And it's a difficult task to do that on the first day of LAN, but it's something that at least in Game 2, they've now got a bit of, and we'll see how much they can turn that into.
Meteor also managed to get that bridge area I was talking about to set up with their characters, but you said they were playing Valkyrie. It might be a little bit harder to set up the bridge, but we'll see how they can do with still playing double support. Cloud9, however, looking to just hold teams out because the zone is indeed closing right now.
And this is the zone that you said was going to get chaotic, and Cloud9 are feeling that huge PK shot from Naughty, and he's playing inside the Newcastle bubble, but the second one doesn't land, still gets the kills, still manages to survive as Shadow 3690 fall out of favor. Shubi is going to be knocked. Cloud9 do want to pick their third back up, but they do not have the time, the safety, the energy, as they've got to run for the hills.
Yeah, running for the hills is indeed the case because this zone hurts a little bit too much to heal properly. And as teams are collapsing from the north side, as we saw, there's still so much playable areas. There's 13 teams alive right now. Fights happening on the roofs even.
Shopify Rebellion have been on a rampage all game. They've already got one knock here. Rez has gone off, but it's an instant re-knock. And Green STERGO should be falling here. That is 2 down as Dexter goes himself. But Shopify Rebellion give up the chase. They're not looking for too much more. They're just finishing off these kills and prioritizing height.
Make sure they're prioritizing height is the objective, and they play that really well. They said, hey, get these kills, get the thirst, stay on roof. We do not want to give up this space because next zone, we can make stuff happen. We can win the game.
Guild have started to move up here onto FaZe. This is a bit of a different fight, not nearly as aggressive as the Shopify Rebellion one, but FaZe should be looking to take a little bit more space than they are. Right now, playing defensively, it's very tough to actually police who's able to push up on you, and I like this peek from Synetic, although he does lose a lot of HP for it. FaZe playing carefully. Double P20, double Mozambiques. I was very confused. Double Mozambiques in the hands of JMW. Not a bad selection, although not as good as they once were.
Yeah, I would assume that he probably didn't find anything that he wanted to. The biggest issue is Zone is about to move again, and you are forced to take a fight because RNGing, hoping that stuff is free, is not the way. But who knows, sometimes more stuff is open than you believe because everybody might have the same assumption. This is definitely taken, and sometimes those spots aren't taken.
Synetic, first PK shot not going to connect. It's time for a bubble fight, and unfortunately doesn't quite go his way. The G7 starts to actually click though! And FaZe win the fight, but lose to the zone. Guild are going to collect a few kills as well as Dragons go down. It's a quick reset for Guild that doesn't seem to be getting them punished. Shopify Rebellion still set up on height. Green STERGO right behind them, but Shopify Rebellion look unchallengeable right now.
Yeah, being triple red, keeping the height the entire game. They're now stacked as well, and Zone ends actually in front of them. They're going to be looking to close out this game in my eyes because they have the absolute best opportunity with how stacked they are, with where the zone is ending and absolute height. I think it's going to be a bloodfest.
Yeah, I mean, this should be the spot where not only do Shopify Rebellion win the game, but they do so with so many kills. In fact, because Shopify Rebellion are looking so good, I want to see how they're feeling. Let's jump into a listen in with Shopify Rebellion.
Let's go down and shoot.
These guys are gonna send them.
Right,
These guys are gonna send them. Dead.
Nice, nice. Newcastle, shoot. 1HP, Newcastle. Right for one. Kill that one. Nice.
Give me one.
Look for more kills.
Dead.
1HP, another.
24.
Joe, all dead.
Nice.
Everyone's dead there.
Quick.
Matt, can we get this spot? No, new team.
They're fighting close. Watch this. Look here.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm about to have kills. I'm looking with you.
You guys luck.
Give me.
Okay, careful. Guys, can we get this spot now? Guys, listen. Or actually, no, look at that.
Last one.
Can we wipe then? Is it one team?
Yeah. Shoot it. Yeah. No, come back.
Alright, I'm getting shields.
Yep.
No,
we need to play the fuck out of these guys.
The new team down here, guys.
I have to get my ward in. I think we play for this. Here, we play this here. Okay. Can I loot real quick, Sonny? I've got nothing.
No, there's a team down here, bro.
Okay, wait. I'm getting ward down here.
Yeah, we just get here. We hold our back and we get it there. Alright, run God, I give you I holding a wrap. You guys do you, alright?
Yep. Probably double self.
Play with them.
Yeah, I'm playing top. I'm playing high. Yeah. Hold high.
Alright, guys, I have 2 ultics out there. Our wrap is good now. Our wrap is entirely good. I'm gonna start playing right and
I need shield. I'm 1-4.
Bro,
I already relaxed, bro. Everybody fucking relax. How much fucking calm down? Can I quickly shoot this?
Shoot them in the corner. So much damage on
They're all in this wall, bro. They're all in the wall.
Okay, carry the walk up left. Matt, carry left. Give out the. I don't need to use up. I don't need to use up, alright?
Yep. We're out here.
Picking. We're chilling. I'm gonna give you all
I need some shotgun ammo.
Dropping you.
Okay. I'm good.
Burning them there.
Burning them below.
That's fine. Just worry about this team. I'm gonna keep you out the
I'm shooting wall.
Keep you out thing.
Did you get
We're gonna slide and play for a second.
No walls yet.
Bobbing here.
I have no shotgun ammo. I can drop you all of it. Okay, take this.
Look at them.
Look here. In the open.
Four, no, Coin, look right and get walls. Get walls right. Jim, you got the wall.
Yes, I do. I can wall on them. Shoot them. I can wall on them.
Yeah, do it.
Yes.
Fight. Nice.
He's moving back. Play more.
Play back.
Kitty one.
Nice. No.
Newcastle one, guys. We go one. Nice. Good shit. Good fucking shit, boys.
Really good fucking game.
In the nick of time as 100 Thieves come up from below to sneak the win away from them. That was such a fantastic end game. But Shopify Rebellion could have learned a lesson from France. You cannot fight a war on 2 fronts.
Yeah, that's the thing is that regardless of not winning or not, they had so many kills that pushes them up really, really far. But like you said, 100 Thieves came in waiting for the 3P to clean up the fight because it's chaotic. When you have that many areas and you need to deny everybody, I think they killed like 5-6 teams with the Sheila and stuff.
Yeah.
So when it's that many teams going down, essentially at some point, high or low will be free. Whichever side is free gets the 3P. 100 Thieves takes home the win, and that's really solid.
Watching Shopify drop down and wipe green STERGO was so not just impressive because understandably, they're able to clean up the kills. A lot of pro teams may be able to do the same thing in the right situation, but their comms were particularly impressive during that time as well because Shopify Rebellion were able to drop down from height, retain control of height, whilst also doing that to another team.
The biggest thing is that you could hear the IGL calm the team down because you are getting, it's not even, you're getting excited. When you're getting 3, 4, 5 kills, at some point you will get tunnel vision because 1, you're having so much fun, and 2, you're popping off. And it's really good that the IGL is reeling them back. Hey, look to the right. I know you got a kill, look to the right. And they're always on the same page. Keeping your team on the same page is so important. And we saw that from top to bottom to the right, and then GP ulting, and then wiping, and then they even called for it. We need to wipe per second. They tried their best, but they were always on the same page, and that's important.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good game from Shopify Rebellion. Also, a fantastic game from 100 Thieves, who on the low ground were a much less visually dominant team, but took a lot of kills on the way there with, Design and Timmy showing up big in the end game. But we've also got, of course, Shopify Rebellion up there, and Koifel really impressing with the 2.4K.
Yes, and Koifel, as we saw as well, cleaning up several kills. And I think they're so good at dividing attention at who looks at what. He even said, I'm the Gibby, I got the Gibby ult, you guys look that way. So they know what their roles is, and Koiful, as everybody expects and knows from previously, has the gunpowder, the firepower.
Yeah, you know, even in the end game, when Shopify Rebellion got climbed on by 100 Thieves, I don't think that was something that they didn't know was likely to happen, because their comms didn't suddenly become panicked about what was happening. They knew what they needed to do. They were still comming their checklist for how they were going to win the game. This 100 Thieves thing wasn't like, oh my gosh, somebody's on the high ground, our game is ruined, we need to change everything. They knew what was happening. And even that in the end game, despite the fact that that they weren't able to clinch the win, still very, very good for them. And of course, congratulations to 100 Thieves, although they do not hold the top position, as after 2 games now, Shopify Rebellion are the ones in first.
Indeed, I think that, you know, seeing these teams pop off one after another, and they're all playing differently. The most important part is we've seen different playstyles come out on top, Edge and Soul Play, and they're both amazing.
Yeah, we are 2 games in now. E-District has been an interesting journey for us, Graceful, but it is a journey that's going to have to come to a close, because we've got, next up, Stormpoint coming up. That is going to be a return to perhaps the old familiar that a lot of you are used to. We'll be back in just a few seconds with Stormpoint and the ALGS Championships.
Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Fine. We're good. Play here. I have a map for you. Yeah, play. I'm good. Teams above. Yeah. They're gonna fight. Wait for Nox. I'm putting walls. Both teams above, just stay on low. No, come here. Come up. To left. I'm going left. Come up. All that. Let's go. Let's go.
Game 2 was everything that 100 Thieves needed, wanted, more. But now it's time for us to change things up. As Graceful, we have seen the new. We have brought the ALGS to Japan. We have seen E-District, and now it's time to give our teams something a little bit more familiar to fight over on the LAN stage. And that is going to be starting with our return to Stormpoint. This is a nice pivot for us. Graceful, I've missed casting Stormpoint. I haven't cast it since LCQ that we did with you in NA and EU.
Yeah.
That was quite fun. But I want to know what you're looking forward to about Stormpoint, because E-District gave us a very unique look at Apex Legends. It's a map that plays very differently to any of the other ones that we have in rotation. So talk to me about Stormpoint and what we might expect to see here.
I think Stormpoint specifically has, like we know, like I would rate them in 1, 2, 3. Edishrick has the most open areas where you can rotate without being compromised or ambushed randomly on the map. Stormpoint would be the second then, and World's Edge would be first, where you can end up fighting anywhere. I think we're gonna see more fights than before. So I think maybe less teams overall alive. There is less playable area due to the fact that, like you said about the buildings as well, not really being as holdable as, you know, on Edishrick. I think we'll see more fights in general, but what I'm looking forward to the most is the teams that haven't pulled out the success on Edishrick. Will this new map be a pivot for them? Because we don't really see the POI picks either. So we haven't really seen, you know, did they prioritize Stormpoint over Edishrick? Some teams might have, and if they had a bad Edishrick, now is the time where they need to pop off, because we're already 2 games past. You only have 4 more games to get that average point up.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this because we, like you said, had a lot of teams that really didn't prioritize E-District as much, I think because it's a much more adaptable map, whereas Stormpoint is the place, and World's Edge is the place where a lot of people will go, well, this is where my first pick of POI is going to go, because of how important it is. And we actually get to see that right now as it's going to come up on the left-hand side of your screens. Those numbers, that's the order, the pick order that these POIs were taken in.
Yeah, and as we can see, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, there's so many picks here that are prioritizing making sure that they play well on this map, because although, you know, everything is subjective. Some teams might play better on other maps than some, even though some teams deem those maps harder or easier, right? However, making sure that you make sure that your average is higher than normal, then if we had a bad map, we need now a good map. And seeing these picks, I feel like they are definitely making sure that, hey, this is probably our hardest map. Let's make sure we get solid here. And then maybe they're more comfortable in World potentially.
Yeah, could be. I mean, this is also an area where, and I want to see how you feel about this. You said that maybe we would see different teams succeed here than we saw in E-District. And it's funny that we saw teams that were playing Edge actually succeed a lot on E-District, where it seems at its face like a zone-oriented map.
Yeah, the thing is that I think people are playing more zone-oriented because that's how we've been playing for 5 more years, 5 years plus. But we're also seeing, you know, the success of playing Edge already from 2 years ago, I would say.
Yeah.
But E-District is one of the easiest maps to have success due to the fact, like I said, you're not really getting held at choke points. You're not really meeting people on your macro. You have so much space to take these fights. All it comes down to is timing and which side. And now when we come to Stormpoint, you get held a lot harder than on E-District. And I think we'll see that happen.
I expect so. You know, one of the interesting things is that Edge teams have almost been rewarded by this meta as well, where as much as you have so much defensive capability, Edge teams have always been the ones that really have to play in those slivers of timing as to when it's the right time to push, how close they can get to you, and that's the most important thing about being able to possibly take a fight against a Gibby Newcastle.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, before it was, this is the sliver of opening we need to make it in. Now you have Newcastle Q, Newcastle Ult, Gibby Bubble, and when you have more utilities to make that, it makes Edge easier for these teams when they're playing this team composition. So yeah, it definitely amplifies what we're saying with Edge play.
A lot of cross-map mobility you're going to see prioritized here on Stormpoint, as there is a lot of open space in the sky, and there are cars, or as we'll call them here, tridents, because the car is also a gun, and that just gets really confusing if we start using them interchangeably.
Actually, I didn't even think about it. Yeah, that's very, very true. People call it Ferrari.
yeah. Well, I don't think I'm gonna say that.
No, I would just say, like, a lot of people say trident as well.
Yeah.
Normally I would say car, because I'm not gonna lie, car doesn't get used that much.
Yeah.
So the car is the vehicle, and the other car is non-existent for the moment, but it'll be back. I remember
but it got
when
the
it
hop
dropped.
up.
It did get a hop up, but the thing is that car is close range.
Yeah.
Shotgun is times 100 better in close range. And until shotgun gets out of meta and or nerfed in a little way, or the team composition changes to where you don't have to play bubble fights, car might see some, you know, usage then. Until then, however, I'm sticking to Eva Mastiff and PK.
You know, it's interesting because in the pre-game segment, Lace was talking to Timmy about Apex Legends, and he said, oh, you know, you should pick up a controller because controller makes the game nice. And it's funny that we're still saying that, we're still laughing about that in this particular patch, this particular meta, where shotguns are so prevalent, and shotguns have for so long been considered an MNK specialty.
Yeah. No, I mean, it has been considered an MNK specialty, but as you have to remind yourself of, we're going into 5 years plus into Apex. The first 3 years, roller players weren't good on shotgun. They've had 5 years to practice and excel at shotgun. And honestly, I'm just gonna say it right now. I don't think roller players is that much worse on shotgun bubble fight right now. Sure, they can't really tap strafe and do these mechanical gifted aspects of maybe baiting shots as much. But if we're just talking straight up shotgun fights, 9 out of 10 times you're just triple peeking. You don't really do too much of the tap strafe, unless you're Fnatic, who is very mechanically gifted, etc. You just peek and shoot, and they can hit their shot. Like, everybody in this tournament, everybody in this match we're about to watch can hit their shot. They can two-pump you, all of them.
I just had an intrusive thought, and because the game is paused, I'm going to say it, and that'll be fun.
Let's go.
Can you imagine how, I mean, obviously Fnatic won their first game today. They might not need any more buffs. This might just be the craziest land for Fnatic ever. But can you imagine how crazy Fnatic would play if we made it so that you could wall bounce off the Gibby bubble? Yes. That would be sick. It would be completely not the correct choice, and I'm not suggesting that to the development team, but it would be interesting.
So this is why Dia is not on the dev team?
Yes, yes.
It would be cool though, so I'm down for a game mode that is more creative, adding a little bit of new stuff. They're like, hey, this is a mystery mode, and in this mystery mode they do random buffs and nerfs, and one of them is you can now wall bounce on bubble fights.
So sick, actually. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We added a lot of crazy stuff this season alone, and it looks like we're going to get our unpaused soon, so you'll get to stop engaging in the nightmare fuel that I'm giving to our developers right now. We do have just a few seconds, as we are likely going to test things out for the players, make sure that everyone is stable for the moment. It is more important, especially as we are moving on to Stormpoint, that over this shift in map, we're getting the same level of performance for everyone on this, because Stormpoint has actually been giving us a little bit of trouble lately. Mostly in, I think it was scrims. Stormpoint was a little bit troublesome, so it looks like everything is working just fine, and we've got everyone on board. Our first game of Stormpoint, our third game of the day, begins right now.
Yeah, seeing Stormpoint, always makes me happy because I like playing this map a lot. It's been so refreshing. All the map additions have been great, and I think that seeing this as well with looting eggs and stuff, playing from what they call Ferrari, from 100 Thieves here, is that you have really good rotates here because you have that car and you have, the chokes and walkthrough. And seeing the zone swing as well, they're still in the next zone. Looks like the zone might be going north. This is one of the zones that we've always seen. And it's always on land. I'm not gonna lie, it's always on land as well.
I think it's hard-coded, yeah.
It's definitely hard-coded. It's always between the eggs and the wall. And if not, it might pull up to the building with the zip line. But normally speaking, it's always around the wall.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You mean where ExoClan are at?
Yeah, but the opposite side, southeast, yeah. But seeing these zone-in walls is both a treat and also nightmare, because I wish we could see more zones.
Hey, it's our first game on
Storm.
True. We've got so much, it's a whole land ahead of us.
It is true.
Now, this is about returning to some familiarity for the teams, and this is a spot where teams like 100 Thieves, Ninjas, ExoClan should be really comfortable, especially when they've been landing here during scrims. They've been playing Stormpoint for a very long time. Now, a team like Oblivion I'm curious about, because Oblivion had a really rough time in our first couple of games, and they got a big win, in a way, by wiping out Fnatic in Game 2. That was awesome for them. But Oblivion are still a team that I think a lot of people are concerned about the future of in this land, because they're an NALCQ team.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like, the stakes are a lot higher on land due to the fact that, not the prize pool and so, but I'm saying the way people are playing. In scrims, you might get punished every, 10 seconds. On land, you get punished after 2 seconds. They might have won the fight against Fnatic, got instantly thirded. And right as we can see as well, Ninjas in Pyjamas, more than familiar with the zones around wall because they actually used to drop really close and play all of these zones. EXO as well, like you said, very comfortable playing from here because they landed Cascade Falls, easy rotate. They already have a slot. Let's see where the zone pulls later on. We should see more fights early than before, but more in general on this map.
Yeah, Ninjas and Pyjamas have an interesting choice when they move up to the north like that. I'm surprised to see them put themselves up against Source X and Y. TSM popped the Trident, and I think they were following for a second, but are instead going to prioritize the Evo and then move themselves up out of Mill. Now, Mill's not where they landed. This was owned by Guild instead, who have long since gone. Guild really prioritizing their own way into zone. Now, TSM are playing a little bit more edge, are a little bit more in the same category as Fnatic we saw during E-District.
Yeah, and I mean, we see a little bit of action here. Like I said, fights will happen more often on this map. NRG and Meteor are clashing over here right now in Echo. And this fight is honestly hard because unless you get to walk up the stairs or do something else, the top team will always engage on the bottom team, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Engage the top.
Double fight in theory, but instead it's a bubble ring around the Rosie that does not seem to be going in the way of NRG. Meteor are doing very well, and they take out Noct first. This doesn't look like a recoverable angle, so Noct should be full thirsted, and he is. Meteor claiming the first kill as the rest of NRG are literally just sprinting for it. They're trying to make it out. Last shot not going to connect. Libel Ace doesn't pick up the kill, and Fun is going to be left watching this evac tower go up.
They are not letting them leave. They are evacing right on top of them after the longbow action. They say, hey, you guys are not leaving. We are taking this fight on to you guys. You are not getting to reset because we are jumping on.
I saw that charge rifle shot land though, and it was scary! Meteor landing right on top of the Sheila! They've got a 2v1 going on, and Meteor do get one knocked, but they get the kill right back. It is another kill going the way of Meteor, but that was really close and very well held by Guild, because he's at least bought time with how long and difficult it took to take him out for the rest of his team, the single person on his team to escape.
Little Fun running away here now. Made it out alive, like you said, due to the fact that Gil managed to buy time with the Sheila. And I think that's the most important part. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2, as long as you make it out and you can reset, the game is still alive and well.
Gaming sat up and wall for a different look at the game as we're sort of alternating between really hard edge teams and teams that are basically in the dead center of zone, and more of them are going to be dead center of zone because Wall has a lot of spaces to coexist. And you can play on the outside of the wall if you, I think, really are late. But VK Gaming have the benefit of being in one of the main buildings. We have a lot of end zones that pull right on top of VK.
Yeah, I mean, it mainly pulls like a little bit outside of their buildings, but they are in a great spot because once we said as well, they're playing, you know, double support means you have playable area with Gibby and Newcastle. Normally you wouldn't be comfortable playing outside, but with these team comps they are. And we're also seeing other teams on the edge doing the same rotate with the timing, hoping that they can be the last team coming in from a side. Because once you're in that pinch, when you're that ham, you're not happy.
We're going to be seeing this tech so much. I remember like wishing that we would see this tech more back before Gibby was meta again, but back before he became meta recently. That's not how I wanted to say that, but that's fine. I remember wishing that we saw more Bubble Tridents, and now that Gibby is meta, almost required.
Yeah.
Bubble Tridents are all we're going to see. Why would you take a Trident if you weren't also invincible in said Trident? It's free.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good choice to do because it helps your macro, and then not only that, it makes your macro possible that if you don't have a car, is not possible.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like I would say, sometimes you can make stuff macro with evac, sometimes you can make it with, by running, but when you have a car and a Gibby, it opens up endless possibilities of making gap closes that you normally would never be able to do.
It's like having a really...
Oh, and you see? The zone pulled towards the SIP buildings. We'll have to see now. It could pull back up a little bit because it normally could end around Complexity, the big rock. I've played that exact fight on the LAN 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see if it ends up pulling around the big rock where the other zip line goes up to the height is. But if not, we're gonna see humongous fights on the cliff later on that I love. I love playing the hill here because you get to shoot absolutely everyone.
I would be so taken aback if it actually pulled all the way out of wall. Like, part of my soul just thinks that we're going to go a little bit back towards Cloud9, a little bit back towards Complexity. There's going to be part of the wall that's playable. To pull so far south, I mean, not only would it shake me, it would shake the game plan of a lot of teams, but before we get there, we're going to have to make it to this hillside where you called out. We may very well see a lot more battles. FaZe Clan right now have set themselves up in the dominant position, and while Shopify Rebellion poked, they saw and went, you know what? It's not worth the fight, which is surprising given how well and aggressively Shopify Rebellion were playing on E-District.
I think that they saw their armors and decided it's not worth to take this fight. We can probably find another angle where a team is weaker in terms of armor that we can steamroll. And also, FaZe is known for playing that side. Even when I scrimed against them before, they always do the same macro. That's their same exact macro. They always like coming out of command into holding that area and then fighting whoever comes in because they want to be the team that comes in late with the zone. And they have, I assume they've been holding their presence there forever because the fact that they decided not to take that fight means that they're respecting them.
Now, Shopify Rebellion are just pulling a play right here. We saw them go up that huge zipline command center. They're going to evac off the back of this command center high ground and then just find a place to play. It is a little bit risky in a way because you are evacing when you otherwise wouldn't need to. But given how early in the game it is still, this should be a pretty good rotate.
Yeah, I like seeing this evac because I always do this. I oob and land on the roof if it's free. And if it's not free, you can land underneath and run inside. And they are oobing, and like I said, they're running underneath inside. And this is one of the plays that you can do. You can decide because now the other team is playing on the roof, and they got inside for free. And that's the biggest thing about evacing is that you have the option, especially earlier on as well, is that you can see it from really far away. So it's not really that risky, which is a good play, and they made it work, and they're in the next zone and the next zone.
And now Dragons are forced to play re-entry. We're going to watch that happen, but first it's going to be Meteor fighting up against NRG, who were caught in the open, didn't bubble, didn't anything in time, and again, lose Nocturnal, lose Fun. This is the second time that we're seeing this team torn apart, and speaking of tearing people apart, Shopify Rebellion have already started in on Dragons, but they lose one. Zainu answering back very quickly onto Azazel, and it's a 2v1, make it a 2v0 for Shopify Rebellion, as now Virtus.pro come on in, and Virtus.pro have certainly got the firepower to take out Shopify Rebellion. Nice Thermite does connect, but immediately outplayed. Zach Mazer gets shut down by Koifel. Koifel gonna be answered back, and it is a 1v2, so Virtus.pro get to keep this building because Shopify Rebellion prioritize survival. Zainu going to ult himself and then try and make it out, but I'd be surprised to see Zainu survive any meaningful distance.
This is the scary part, is that when a lot of teams want to coexist with each other, and I think that's what Shopify was, betting on. They say, hey, let them have the roof, we play inside. Dragons opted to take the engage on them. I don't know if they found an opening, I don't know if they got a pick, but taking that fight is really risky because you are 1,000,000% getting guaranteed 3-peat, and also the zone is ending exactly where I expected. It's a great zone. We will see so much action on this hill rock, and now we're also seeing action on the north side from the team, Source X and Y, played here since Circle 1, Zone 1.
They've actually done very well, Source X and Y. My question is how they'll make it through the wall, since a lot of teams are going to be congesting the south side of wall. They cannot rotate south, really. They just forced Oblivion into it. Oblivion honestly can't pull that rotate off either, so Source X and Y are going to have to gatekeep teams while also moving themselves forward. It's a really difficult task, and it's another fight on two fronts that you don't want to take if you don't have to.
Yeah, most definitely. And not only that, it's all the early teams that went there into the buildings very early on. They're now gatekeeping each other because they misread the zone. And this is what happens. When you misread the zone, you go from holding to getting held. And when you're getting held by 4, 5, 6 teams, it's gonna be messy regardless of what, because there's always the option of getting thirded. And as we can see, there's like 4 teams lining up to kill me.
There's like an X and Y ninjas in pajamas EXO feud, and now Oblivion. It's the whole mashup of teams is just people taking one off of each other at a time, and we're still at a place in the game where we've got 18 teams left, but we are going to drop a lot of teams as we move into this next zone because of exactly situations like are happening at the north of Wall, where you just don't have the space to take from other teams because other teams also want to take it from you as they come from behind. Source X and Y going to be our first team to fall of those 4 as Oblivion do take them out and continue to move in towards the wall, but they are immediately spotted, this time by 100 Thieves, who are playing Gatekeeper, and we have got a lot cooking in wall, just as much, you might say, as we've gone outside of it as Green STERGO face off against Meteor.
Meteor fighting Green STERGO close range here into a double bubble fight is the most important part here. Seeing that even though you have the utility, if you don't know how to play the bubble, you're gonna get punished. Did you see that every fight in here right now, it was a 2v1 swing every time? Although you hit 70 on me, if we hit 200 on you, we're gonna take you down, and it did that on repeat. However, TSM lurking in the building nearby, looking to 3P and clean up that fight pretty easy.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a game of distance. Green STERGO going to go down, so both teams falling there. Green STERGO and Meteor not able to defend the building, but TSM, with minimal effort, are able to come in and clean up not just the loot, but the kill that ends up falling with the fight as well. It's now TSM and Shadow 3690 who will approach from the south. Remember, we still got FaZe Clan playing up on the height as well, a team to look forward to, and 100 Thieves, who were the gatekeepers of Wall, who chose to stick around and really push onto other teams, only got 1 kill for it, and now are stuck in Wall in the same situation as they gate-kept Oblivion from.
Yeah, they're getting gate-kept right now. They're looking for too many fights, I think. Getting bubbled up on also Sheila, getting run at by hitting 200 damage with the Sheila. Getting pumped in the back, however. Getting a reset at the same time. It's so chaotic, so many bubbles, so much reset power.
Jen's in the fight. Design peeks over the wall, but we've got a couple teams involved in this. It's not just a 1-team v 1-team situation. 100 Thieves are now watching a separate 3v3 go down as they unfortunately will fall. EXO Clan end up picking up these kills, but Complexity are still in this, and EXO lose control of the fight, not expecting it. Newcastle Wall going to be placed down, shattering the enemy as K-Swinny does fall. Complexity do not wrap up the fight on EXO, but they know they've got to move. Unfortunately, Monsoon peeks into the open. No bubble, no safety. Monsoon goes down. Kimchi is 1, and it's just enemy left.
Slayers come in and actually clean out Complexity because they left him in the zone. He was healing in the zone, but managed to get the team wipe before going out, getting knocked out themselves. But getting those kills, like I said, all you need is to stack points, getting those 2-3 extra kills on top of 100 Thieves before could close out the round for them.
TSM getting besieged by FaZe Clan up top. The Thermite doesn't quite connect, but TSM's move up to FaZe Clan is nearly impossible. These two teams are going to be at each other's throats. TSM are now being shot at by Shadow 3690. Very little they can do there as C9 take a fight. This is up against VK Gaming, and it's just 1 left. We'll see what the Peacekeeper can do, as I'm not seeing the weave through on this Newcastle. Last couple shots with the L-Star not connecting, but they do at the very end. Cloud9 going to go down, but that is a 1 HP survival by VK Gaming.
Yeah, VK Gaming opted to just rush that res, and it ended up paying out for them, because sometimes if they just stick that res, it's really hard to get the wipe. The other guy managed to cancel the res and go for the fight, and VK came out on top. Good play.
TSM
doing what you like the most.
Exactly. They were like, you know what? Our spot actually loses us the game, so what if we were just invincible for a few seconds and then we relocated? They've got low ground here, which I don't necessarily love, but they are right next to Shopify.
And we also talked about Sainu. Can he stay alive? He's staying alive, doing his best right now, sitting next to the zipline rock right there. Still staying. However, VK should be spotting out something later on. We'll have to see if they decide to go over the top. But if he's lucky, they might fight TSM. And who knows if Sainu pulls something out of there, maybe a couple of kills in 3P?
That you know, it's possible, it's possible. I remember thinking, oh, not going to make they're sending it over the wall! TSM just jumped right on that res! VK Gaming did not expect that, and it is 2 quick kills, followed by a delivery from on high. Now, VK Gaming do get taken out, but it's by Sainu!
I said it could happen. However, does TSM know where Sainu is now from shooting those scouts bullets? I don't know. Another team is driving as well towards that same area. Zainu trying to stay alive in between 3-4 teams right now, getting shielded and everything.
Yeah, that guy's getting pushed. That's not working for him. TSM, they know what's going on up here as well. I am so surprised that Zainu is still alive somehow. But finally, Shopify Rebellion will go down. A well-played game by Zainu. He got a lot done there, but there's so much more going on across the map as FaZe even are on single digits of HP and do get a bubble to reset briefly. TSM climbing up onto the high ground, challenging Fnatic, and they don't lose much HP for doing so, but do ultimately back off. It's not TSM's time. You've got to wait on the low ground to strike, and now could be the perfect time as FaZe have just been taken out by Guild.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they opted for the tree run pit instead on the southeast side. That side is always clustered. However, Fnatic trying to hold on top of the zip line is also very risky because you're not going to get engaged from the building side. They're no longer in on the zone.
With Fnatic going down, TSM could take this zip line up. It is just Virtus.pro on top defending it right now. Guild are forced to play the low ground. Shadow are forced to play the low ground. And even now, TSM are patient, Shadow are patient, Guild are patient, Virtus.pro are holding their space.
We've seen this patience over and over again. They're opting for the low ground to say, when can we join their fray? We don't want to be the first one to start a fight. We want to be the one to close the fight so we close the game out for us. TSM staying disciplined and focused on making sure that, hey, we want to win this game, not just get our kills. However, they're looking to force Shadow into the other side.
It's just like last game with 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Thinking about how they won it all, and TSM started moving up, and like I said,
not overextending.
It's not about wiping out the whole team here, but you'll do it if you can. Good lord. Verholst melts even through the rampart wall, and Shadow 3690 disappear.
Now we shall see who pushes who into what. TSM is looking in the best spot right now, because I believe, speaking of how the zone is closing towards, VP should be further closer to Guild than TSM needs to go up fast. Also depends on if they have evacs or not. But I think that the top teams should have to fight unless something drastically happens. Wasting bubble early now could be risky.
It's tough because, well, TSM moving up this zip line is the right play for them.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro committing to that fight is absolutely the wrong play for them. Virtus.pro have so much other space to work with that TSM should know exactly how safe they are. And now with Guild starting to apply pressure to Virtus.pro as well, this is going to be an unending barrage that they cannot survive through. Guild hold on to this high ground. They're simply applying pressure with the Newcastle ultimate, but now we've got a few seconds.
We get a couple of seconds of Bubble. Bubble came back up right on time for the Gibbons to not close them out. Now they have to decide, do we drop to play for second or do we try to play for first? It's going to be a tough bet. TSM is looking really good here right now because nothing is happening. But if a team does drop, it's going to be really hard. Evacs coming out, they might be looking to join the fray soon.
Catalyst wall for stall is good, but wondering about these Sky Nades. Not going to connect onto Virtus.pro this time. You're seeing a lot of utility used. That's a lot of ultimates, both bubbles, plenty of nades as well. Phony actually managing to shoot out the evac tower, denying TSM the rotation up. Guild set up, but TSM trying to take the evac tower, do not make it, so it's just these two. Guild and Virtus.pro fight it out, and Guild cannot make it up. They cannot shoot back at Virtus.pro, and they fall so far into wall as Virtus.pro take the win.
That's the biggest thing we've seen. I'm gonna say a quick play-by-play. They used bubble early to bait out the Gibeon. Managed to get bubble back for the second part so they didn't go down. Managed to extend not fighting early with the cat wall. And after that happened, TSM was just like, are they not gonna fight? They have to fight soon. No, we gotta take the we're gonna take me. Oh no, they're dead to zone because it took too long. Amazing stall by both teams up top, making it so that they could not join the fray.
Yeah, ultimately, Catalyst is the biggest part of that. Because Catalyst is the only thing that can make a team, two teams, that are as far apart as we are, not fight. Because they can, it's like, I don't see you, we'll just pretend that you don't exist for right now. We're going to have to fight eventually, but it's after this timer. Because peeking through a Catalyst wall is a nightmare. Shooting through a Catalyst wall, especially in this meta, very little that you're actually going to do.
You get 3 shotgun shots immediately, it forces you go down immediately. And if it's a Catalyst, you get thirsted, wall goes down, like it's crazy.
Yeah. Like, so Catalyst really influencing that end game. in, I think, a really fantastic way for both teams who were on high ground. It was the right play for both, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see Guild win that, despite smart cooldown usage by Virtus.pro. It really came down to mechanics at the end, which was one of the best parts about Apex, is that you get to play up to a certain level, and then your hands have got to do the talking. Virtus.pro walk away with a 20-point game, and Guild very proud with their 14 points. TSM, not a shabby game either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really proud of Virtus.pro from having a solid first game into this. I'm pretty sure they cemented themselves moving on to the next round. They should be really happy with this game, how it pulled out, and the fact that they managed to make Catalyst work. A lot of people have been, wondering, no, did we just go ramp like everybody else? No, they said, no, we're playing our way. It worked, and that's how you got to play the game. Sometimes being comfortable is more important than just following what might be, in quotes, the best for the moment.
Yeah. Virtus.pro looking very good. Also, we had a lot of praise for Guild. I am impressed with the presence of mind. I know that it's a very small thing, something that might seem very obvious, but it is nice to see the Rampart usage of the Sheila to take out the evac tower that would have otherwise let TSM up. It pushes both teams, Guild up to 6th, Virtus.pro up to 2nd in this lobby. This is, of course, groups A and B who are playing each other for the first time and are now halfway done with it, with Shopify Rebellion still in the lead, but Virtus.pro very impressively coming up behind them after that win.
Yeah, I mean, I think now people are starting to feel like the teams that are, I would say, above 20 points, anywhere between 18 to 20 points plus, are feeling really comfortable because they're like, hey, we only need 12 points, plus minus 5, but normally around that marker, to make it through to the next round. Whereas the teams, however, down below, feeling kind of scared right now. You've had 3 games, and if you haven't really made anything happen just now you're starting to get this whole, this game needs to be big. Yeah. And then if you die, this game needs to be big, and it starts setting in the nervous part.
Yeah, I almost wonder what the best move for a team that is in the bottom half would be, because we have a lot of teams there, and we have a lot of teams there that might not have been expected to be there. So we've got a lot of insights here. We've been talking for a while, Graceful, but I'm going to hand it over to our big brains on the analyst desk for more on games 1 through 3.
Big brains. Thank you so much, Dia. You guys demonstrated all the brains we need for this broadcast to kick off smoothly, as well as Graceful, giving that insight professionally as to how those fights are probably going inside the minds of the players. As we welcome you back here onto the desk at Daiwa House. Rain Days, again, joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jamerson to break down the action. 3 games gone by, 3 different winners. Some getting maybe some, what felt like some weights, some nervousness off their shoulders so far. Maybe think of 100 Thieves there. And some hometown victories, Fnatic grabbing a win as well, Lauren.
Yeah, I think that was a really cool way to kick off our LAN here in Japan. I mean, we started on Aegis too, right? First time we get to see that at LAN.
New.
And it was great.
One of the greatest things about this is we kind of get to dive a little bit more into how things happen in E-District. I asked you about it earlier, Snipe. Let's talk about this one because it was Meteor and Fnatic, 2 APAC North teams going head-to-head to see if they can get the win.
Yeah, we actually talked a little bit about both these teams, which is hilarious. We talked about just APAC North and can they live up to the hype. This is their hometown event, and both these teams enter the top 2, so I'd say the pressure isn't affecting them, and they're here to put on a show. Not to mention the Valk pick that got them in this position in the first place. We have a lot of shoddy battles coming down to this final fight, and honestly, it just gets down to getting the height, getting the position, spreading out, making sure you're not all grouped together so you guys can take different angles, put the good EVA shots into the backs of the bigger characters like the Gibraltars and the Newcastles, and that's what you see right here. You see these bubble fights, and overall, you see the Fnatic kind of all 3 played outside the bubble, kept their shields up, pushed back in. It was great.
A wonderful start. Of course, in the house, it went crazy, but another team maybe online going crazy. Big fan base in the 100 Thieves. It's Timmy, Jin Burton, Designful. They grabbed the first win. Jamerson?
Yeah, this was a fantastic endgame. I mean, having 100 Thieves, Shopify Rebellion, and NRG involved in this final 3-way battle for the win, but you saw that 100 Thieves were able to just bide their time here on the low ground. We had big fighting up top between Shopify Rebellion and NRG, and I believe, saw it from the perspective of Shopify Rebellion. They were sizing them up, and we were able to get a little bit of a listen in, I believe, as well. And there were some important comms in that one. I think it's going to be super important for Shopify Rebellion moving forward about slowing things down in the end game there, and that's definitely what they did. Unfortunately, though, it came down to NRG making the push onto Shopify Rebellion that created the opening for 100 Thieves to push out and take the win.
So much confidence earned from getting a win that early with a team we had questions about, but Lauren, really not a lot of teams that we expected to be here except maybe TSM in this final zone. Guild and, of course, Virtus.pro going up into it. Virtus.pro find a way to get it done.
Yeah, and this was a really cool end zone because Eric and I were talking about it. We even heard Graceful and Dia mentioning it. It looked like this was going to go the way of TSM. They were able to bide their time really well on that low ground, and they were waiting to let these two teams cannibalize each other. They put the balloon down, and the catwall really threw off everyone's timing. Had TSM gone up a little bit earlier, they might have been able to pull this one out, but we're not expecting to see that come down there at the end. It really bought the extra time VP needed and Guild needed to continue this fight, but VP just had that little extra inch of space, able to kind of edge Guild off, push them down, and close out game number 3.
Finding a way to find a way. That is what Virtus.pro did. High ground didn't look good for a while, but they made it work. Also, Koiful on Shopify Rebellion, 9 kills so far. In terms of a head-to-head performance, these two are out in front. And to note, it is Shopify Rebellion who are at the top of the leaderboards overall, Snipe. They haven't won a game yet. That's impressive, and also demonstrates how well they're actually playing, even if they're not the last team standing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a testament to how good the skill is on that team. Like we talked about with the vibes, I think MT is just going to put them in the right spots. And then you have, I mean, we saw Koiful with the Sheila. I think he had 8 kills in one single game.
Nice.
So, I mean, the slaying power is there. And then I'm so happy they showed Lou. I talked about him so much at the last event with Complexity being a main slayer, and he's bringing those same talents to this new roster.
And, you know, you might have seen a sneak peek there. It's okay to go to it. We just wanted to give a big shout out to somebody who's not here right now, and there's a very good reason for it. She's been with us all through these last years of Apex. She would definitely be up here having a blast in Japan. I think she's doing a watch party right now, but it's for a good reason. Little baby H is due in spring. Spider Tiff, we love you. We're so happy about the blessing. New kids coming to the Apex family. It's great to see you and Ashton. So happy with that. So lots of love to them. Send some love over to Spider Tiff. Jump into the stream. Say hi. I know we wish she could be here, but hey, babies come first. You know what I'm saying? You got to make it happen. You got to make it happen. But what a also good reminder that there is just a lot of moving pieces here, and everyone, even these players, these coaches, getting here, not getting here, you know, it's still all up to the wire, like down to the wire, to make your roster and this moment happen. And so that's why I think when you look at a team like 100 Thieves, which I kind of wanted to tee up, they almost didn't make it here because of a lot of logistics, a lot of things getting dropped, trying to figure out where to go. But then they get here and they get a win in the first 3 games. I feel like, Lauren, that is a huge confidence boost for the rest of this tournament, that they can actually do something here.
Absolutely, and you were talking about individual performances in that specific match. Timmy had 7 kills himself. So, I mean, there are teams and individual players that are seizing this moment. You talk about it all the time as a host, and how important the minuscule opportunities here. When you get to this stage, you have to absolutely grab it and do whatever you can. They came ready to play.
I'm excited for that fan base. I'm excited for those players as well. I'm excited for you because we're about to hand it over for some more action to finish off games 4, 5, and 6. But a little reminder, on Friday, we have something we're calling the Sapporo Creator Showdown. 24 participants featuring streamers, creators, and more. And when I say more, oh, it's more. There's some other big-time names coming through. They're going to play Launch Royale. They're going to play a big TDM. It's going to be a blast. This is Friday, 1700 JST. So stay tuned for that. It will be a lot of fun. All right, we've got our action all ready for first 3 games, and now it's time to finish off our very first series of the day. And with that, we bring in 2 new beautiful faces who we haven't seen in a while here at LAN. It's, of course, Vicky Kitty and Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I mean, with the hype that we just opened up with 3 games, you see plethora of different approaches from some of these teams, and we saw E-District to open up the day. Obviously, one game that we just saw too on Stormpoint, and it's been exciting to see how the off-season has treated a lot of these players, Gino.
Yeah, look, new location for LAN, completely new meta, new map to start it off with. It's been fantastic here, but yeah, it'll be Stormpoint and then
World's Edge to finish off this match, this series of 6 matches.
The old and true World's Edge, where a lot of our legends feel very comfortable on that map. But of course, the same thing could be said about Stormpoint. I like how Graceful likes to break down basically the comfortability that we see from Stormpoint, but even the different approach that we see some teams may take, with EXO opting to use the low bot at one point. We saw a Valkyrie to try to get through certain chokes. But the one thing that we've obviously been seeing between scrims and into this event has been that Gib, Newcastle, and Rampart with a little mix of the Catalyst, so that way you could get some cover when it comes to some of these rotates.
Yeah, it's been fascinating watching that meta evolve throughout scrims leading up to this. We had the change that saw Newcastle's shield become destructible once again, and that just opened up a whole new facet of this game. Sheila and Rampart come in and become an integral part of the meta and actually take over as that sort of third most pick coming into this.
Thank goodness, right? Hasta la vista to the mobile shield. And no looks, obviously, and any gold knockdowns. Woo! So it changes up a lot here when it comes to some resets that we see, but still the double support that has been that mainstay thing here as we get to look at some of the heads in the crowd. By the way, this event is next level. Not only are we finally in Japan, but we get to see how these fans have been able to interact with some familiar faces here in person.
Yeah, I can only imagine the roar from the crowd when Fnatic won that first game, right? Home crowd, home win. Just an awesome way to start off the event. But look, they're not the only team picking up points. 100 Thieves there, of course, in game 2. And, you know, Shopify Rebellion have been performing. Definitely a couple of teams still leading from the front here.
Shopify Rebellion, a team that has not taken a dub yet still remains in that #1 spot thus far after these 3 games, really highlighting, like what Snipdown said, the strength behind these individual players.
Exactly, and I think he put it really well, right? I mean, you've got MT, previously known as one of the best hyper-rotate IGLs, and but he wasn't a one-trick pony, right? They've put him in this new team where all of a sudden he has more firepower than you can shake a stick at, and once they get into those clutch situations, you know that Koiful and Zainu are going to back him up and just blast everything in their path.
You highlighted it perfectly. Koiful and Zainu are the fragger demons that come to mind. In the series alone, Koiful has been able to drop 9 kills and almost match the same damage as Zainu, who's dropped 6 KP with 4,000 damage across only 3 games. So you could tell that this team, despite not being able to get the dub just yet, it's inevitable with the way that they've been playing so aggressively.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind that they will be picking up some wins in this group stage. And yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing to talk about as well when we're looking at this meta, of course, yeah, most teams is not quite at 100%, but almost there in terms of the Gibby and the Newcastle duo. And it just depends on your team dynamics, who you want to put on those different characters, Vicky. And I think Shopify Rebellion is an interesting one to highlight when we're talking about that, because MT has always had a very collaborative IGL style. He likes talking through things with his teammates. When it comes down to it, he can make the important calls. Unlike some other teams, you know, we've seen that with, say, 100 Thieves, where they can struggle a little bit and get caught up in the back and forth. But yeah, look, he'll throw it over to Zainu, and that's why we see Zainu on Gibby.
Being able to be flexible here, too, when we move on, once again, to Stormpoint. First 3 matches done and dusted. Match number 4 on the horizon as we get set up here for Stormpoint before we dive into those last 2 games within these groups on World's Edge. 5k damage, by the way, for VP on that last game. That was absolutely massive. I also love to be able to see that double-digit KP from Fnatic and 100 Thieves. I feel like it's a bookmark, right, for Fnatic to really put a staple on that first map, to really get everybody hyped up, but they have to stay consistent.
Yeah, but I've just noticed that there was only orange, black, and white in those logos, by the way. I don't know. Is there something going on there? Have we got a theme for the rest of this series? Who knows? Let's see. But yeah, look, Lou was popping off. He, you know, picked up 9 kills so far 4k damage in the series. He is definitely been a massive pickup from Virtus.pro, and he's been showing it all year, honestly. Even when he was on Complexity with Monsoon, he was, honestly, it's been a standout year for that guy, and on Virtus.pro's looking no worse at all.
Also the synergy too. Once you have these players combined together, what they can really make happen has been fantastic. But again, it's that consistency where we're looking at Fnatic, same thing for VP. As we get this flyby here and looking at the legend compositions that we've seen thus far, we've been seeing the Gaimin, we've been seeing the Newcastle, insert Rampart Catalyst out here, and let's get started, everybody. We got game number 4 underway. In the last game, we did see that hilltop battle on the south side of wall where that end zone had ended up pulling over, seeing how a lot of these teams are going to opt for their quick rotation.
Yeah, unfortunately that wall was just a little too high for Guild to crawl, to climb in the end there. But hey, they'll take that second place. 9 placement points on the line and gets them into 6th overall right now, I believe, with 23 points.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Even Phony, you know, as the IGL, picking up the most KP so far. So yeah, look, good on them. But it's Virtus.pro who... It was an interesting start to the series for them. You know, they had that that fun little contest, not quite contest, but an early fight with Ninjas in Pyjamas down at Energy Bank, of course, reminiscent of their time fighting over Sikto Station on Storm Point. But they managed to recover, even after taking some early losses and bounce back into it. And then, well, it's been full steam ahead since then for VP.
Say recover, I mean, you're also going to have the zone pulling in your direction while they have the high ground over Command Center and the Evil Harvester. Now maybe even seeing with Ninjas now moving ahead to see if they could get some information. There is that server beacon uphill too by that cable cart, but also even more interesting to see VK Gaming with their quick rotate exiting out of Stormcatcher.
Okay, so with the zone going, you know, pretty well for VP here. Of course, they've got the Catalyst. It's a bit hard to see with all the players running through Command Center right now if they've actually got the ring console and they have that information. But one of the other things I wanted to note was there's an Evo Harvester in a great spot. So if they do actually work out where this is going, Vicky, sometimes you can get stuck on whites and it's really tough, but that will allow them to get hopefully a good spot, stay on blues, and just sit tight for this game and maybe even move up to first.
Especially when you have so many teams playing for that objective as a priority versus trying to see if they could go in for a quick rotate. And with that Evil Harvester being right there, it's nice to see how those 3 teams that are within that area are going to collapse on one another on the exit point of Command Center. So many squads already on the move here as 100 Thieves, Gen, PK in hand, dancing around the dome. You can see the Newcastle wall also activated here. Timmy goes down, he gets another crack, and 100 Thieves get eliminated from behind here. Great looks here for Oblivion trying to make the comeback, but a quick pause at that after saying goodbye to 100 Thieves in the lobby as the first team.
Well, look, at least the fight had finished, right?
That is true. That is true.
It's a lot rougher when you're mid-fight. And you get a pause and you have to wonder, you know, you actually have this time to like plan out things in your head. We actually heard from one of the teams, I think it might have been Meteor. I was watching a little interview that got done with them, and they were saying there was a pause in the previous LAN where they were creeping up on someone. It got paused, but they just started making footsteps. So instead of sort of having that element of surprise, the other team just instantly 180'd as soon as they came back from the pause, right? So, yeah, there's these interesting interactions that you can get. Obviously, you know, if there's a serious issue, we want to be able to fix that and make sure that, you know, the players aren't at a disadvantage that way. But yeah, it's interesting how that will actually play out in some of these lobbies.
A little bit of a shambolic town, honestly, with the way that could really happen. It's a double-edged sword in a case like that. And, you know, aside from the fact that we did see the end of that fight, I'm thinking about teams that have already gone ahead with that rotate. We saw an evac tower that was called in close to the south side of Cascade Falls. A lot of squads already on their rotate, exiting out of Zoo Station, where there is a ring console there too for the teams in the middle of their pathing to be able to get that information. But I feel like with a zone like this, we've seen zones like this so many times where you could expect a lot of that chaos to be on that north side uphill where you have that height advantage. Looking at the squads that may be wanting to rotate out of Cascade Falls, I feel like that's going to be the biggest congestion point we saw that EXO, the team that is running the Loba, was able to try to rotate from that south side of Cascade. You also now, with those changes, Loba being able to get that black market off the rip the moment that game starts, helps you loot up very quickly so that way you could go in for a quick rotate.
Yeah, so obviously EXO on the Loba right now. I believe they are the only team playing that. And yeah, as you said, obviously with the most recent change to Loba in the mid-season patch, it was that she starts off at 99% on the black market, right? So you land now and you instantly pop it down. You know, different strategies. You can try and pick up your preferred guns first and then just run around and see what attachments come to you. Perhaps there's a select fire, and then you can, you know, prioritize the charge rifle because it's a gun that you don't want to pick up without the hop-up. But with it, it's one of the only guns in the game right now that players will prioritize over an accelerator stock. It is that strong.
A part of me got so giddy when I saw the charge rifle changes. Because listen, I was part of the problem. I was a charge rifle enjoyer, and then when they had nerfed the charge rifle, they had the big bullet drop-off, which you're still that drop-off that's right there, but then the startup on top of that too, it's like...
When are you not part of the problem, Vicky? No shade,
listen,
but like, come on.
I could hear Graceful in my ear right now. Vicky, what are you doing? As I'm trying to pick up the Rampage, trying to put it up with the thermal. And you know what? Sometimes it works, but when you have a gun meta like what we see right here with the built-in hopper from the G7, from the Nemesis, from the car, adding to the problem as well to your ultimate, getting 50 bullets back with the Sheila. I mean, you have so many options. You have the charge rifle too, and with Monsoon in the lobby, you know that that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and that's probably something that we should highlight, right? Because I think it's an interaction that is not that obvious. And, you know, honestly, I didn't pick up on it until a little way through the patch there, that when you pick up a gun with the accelerator stock, it doesn't matter currently. I don't know if this is going to change in the future, but at the moment, it doesn't matter which gun you get a knock with. It will add to that 30% ultimate charge that you're picking up from the knock. And what that means is, if we find ourselves in a final circle, there's bubbles going down, and you're the, you know, the Gibraltar, or especially the Newcastle, you wipe a team, you're the point man, all of a sudden you get your wall back.
Exactly, you could get like 2 ults in a final zone like that just because of that slight changeup, which is insane. Imagine what that could lead into very close fights in an end zone, depending on where those end zones pull, especially if there's little to no cover. Like when you have Storm Point, for example, a lot of open space. What can that mean if you burn bubble early?
Yeah, and honestly, it's even more than being able to take that that space is in those like really tight, like, you know, we're talking Ring 6 final circles, as hopefully we'll get that game started soon. Looks like we've got the countdown coming.
Oh, let's go, guys. Got word that they were just fixing a player's peripherals, and they were able to fix that just as quickly as we went to that pause, guys. Let's get started here as we've gone with the unpause.
Oof, okay. Some mid-map action down here with Disguise, Complexity, and Dragons all in the middle of this. Looks like Complexity has been completely split, so I'm assuming, yeah, one of them has been taken down, and it looks like the Rampart and the Gibby have run in opposite directions just to give themselves a chance now.
Eesh, we've all been there, right? Beauty of Apex Legends allows you to have that survivability sometimes and having to play in unorthodox ways where you're forced to play split up. Very congested as well over to that southeast side. See if Complexity is going to be able to recover from this, while Dragons also in the distance is trying to see if they can chase after that other straggler of Complexity. But they're not the only ones within the vicinity, right? We have everybody else in the middle of the north side of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, everyone's kind of called this, haven't they? There's, it doesn't look like there's a lot of confusion as to where this is going, as we see BKG on the wrong side of Virtus.pro there. And yeah, so they're really all clustered around Cascade Falls, a little bit up towards the waterfall, up on Command Center where you're seeing some teams, and then just a couple on the outskirts, still picking up their Evo caches. Like, of course, Shopify Rebellion, that's going to be a pretty consistent theme. These guys are playing one of the hardest edge styles we are seeing this land.
We saw the icon, the legend icon being a double Newcastle. No, this is not a nightmare. Don't worry. This is not a nightmare. No, it is the KP that Lou is on.
Having nightmares.
But I think you highlighted earlier too, VP's been on another level. Lou's also been really enabled by the rest of his squad.
Yeah, you know, just before we came back to the break, you know, we were talking about those end circles, right? And how... Oh,
no way! The drive-by doesn't work because Shopify Rebellion were waiting by the Evil Harvester. Even myself getting a little bit of PTSD from that. They were waiting right around the corner for this squad to come in and the Trident make so much noise, obviously, so they had all the time to react.
Nice little pickup there. Ticking them forward even more as they are still in the #1 spot. And now they look like they're actually chasing for these kills, Vicky. They're looking for it. One of FaZe has gone all the way into the zone to hide out, and you can see JMW potentially on his last legs as well.
And this is the reason why when we highlight Shopify, this is a squad that their priority is to pick up these kills. Even if they're not finding the dub, they're getting the KP nonetheless. So just waiting to hunt down what could be FaZe, but not trying to overcommit at the same time. And the reason why that is because once they wrap around from the northeast side of the zone, they could approach from Stormcatcher. There's a survey if they haven't hit it already, but it's just being able to get even more of that evil shield and approach from a side of zone where it's going to be uncontested. But there's other squads that are still taking their time to rotate from out of zone.
Exactly, and despite the fact that FaZe Clan have got there, there's still NRG and Meteor in front of them. Meanwhile, on the north side of the map, Fnatic have just gone all the way out to finish off QQ from VKG. They're currently in the zone right now, tanking it over at Lightning Rod. But I think they're going to have a pretty stable walk-in. They'll have to go through Command Center, maybe through someone like X and Y, but I wouldn't worry about Fnatic just yet.
And if it's not from that approach too, they can also approach from Stormcatcher. While Oblivion over by the fight by Meteor, the massive shots ringing to take out the last member of Complexity. That was Monsoon. With 17 squads still left. A lot of split up fights to just try to catch those stragglers from opposite ends of this zone, but does highlight the objectives of some of these teams are trying to take.
And they did it. They got FaZe as well, right? So yeah, all these teams who were struggling there on the edge cannot catch a break. Basically, every choke point back into the zone from the southeast was covered by either Shopify, by NRG, or by Meteor. So FaZe early exit here in Game 4, but as you can see, still quite a few squads in and available. Oh my lordy! That's a zone pull. Hello, Green STERGO.
I got whiplash
because
because
that one.
everybody is there banking on Cascade Falls for the zone to completely shift over to the right side on top of Green STERGO. And not only that, you can see them bunker down with the rampart walls. So many of those teams are going to be eliminated once they're forced to funnel out of that POI. And even after the teams that didn't take their time to rotate don't have that circle info.
Oh man, not many people are going to have this circle info, honestly. This is going to be real tough for almost everyone. Because as we said, they all kind of agreed on where it was going. They're all in Cascade Falls, and it is going to the ski lift.
Meanwhile, Shopify, still blood in the water to try to get some of this KP. It's correct, but they are going to be one of the teams that did take their time, that will have Ring Console and will know where to rotate. Same thing as we've been seeing time and time again, whether it be E-District and here on Stormpoint, Fnatic has a very similar game plan that works for them as they even shoot down that evac tower looking at Shopify.
And Shopify, this is the kind of zone that suits them more than any other. They play this style, right? They go around, they get their Evo, they get minimum purple, sometimes reds, then they hit the zone, the Ring Console, sorry, in Zone 2. It gives them the Zone 3 information. This is the absolute best game for that to happen, where everyone else has got the Zone 2 information. They make an incorrect guess off that, and Shopify Rebellion close by even, you know, the Jurassic Ring Console just walks in. They are taking their time though, and I'm a little bit apprehensive about that. It felt like if they had have gone 20 seconds ago, this would have worked out perfectly for them, but a little bit tardy on the back end this time. Evac coming in. Let's see if if that works out.
Listen, I would have lost the circle game if I was teaming up with Gaskin in this case versus Tia and Tiff in that content piece that we had so long ago, it feels like. But now seeing all these other teams and how they're going to have to approach this next zone, it's going to be interesting. But some teams have already gotten ahead of the curve. Look at Ninjas already trying to hold up to the second floor of this building. We've seen a lot of teams try to coexist in a building like that, and some of these teams may not have a choice, but we still have so much blue in the lobby here. NRG, still full blue. These Trident plays too that I've been able to see between scrims, and now here on Stormpoint, they said hasta la vista. They dipped with that Trident. I don't blame them too, just trying to see if they can find some space to reset.
Yeah, but it's good for NRG, right? I mean, they were having to work their way into the circle, and now they've done that. Fnatic have given up the space necessary, and I don't know if those two teams... Actually, no, yeah, Fnatic, we can see they've got the info. You can see the green ring on their mini-map, so this is killer. It's a tough spot to play for Fnatic. You can see they haven't got the most cover, but let's see if the Newcastle walls are enough to get them through.
These charge rifles are such a problem, but you know what else is a problem, Genome? Something that I'm seeing right now is that VP uncontested from the north side will have a mythic bin to their name as they are going to slowly approach from that north side of zone. So all eyes here as Disguise, a team that wants to lay low over to the other side, but how long can they, once that next zone closes up and the squads that are over in Cascade Falls sees where that circle is going to pull it?
Yeah, this could be an interesting one. Oh man, it'd be, yeah, I'd love to know what's going through their head right now. The 5 teams over at Cascade who are about to have to make a mad scramble. There we go. Wow, okay, Shopify wanted to play for the 4th zone scan. That's intense, wasting a lot of meds even just to do it.
They may not have a choice but to call an evac tower though. When you're so far in zone, you see all this chaos, another drive-by with a Trident outside of zone in the corner. Shopify will have to approach from the south side where they're going to get gate-kept by Fnatic.
Well, actually, I'm wondering, did we see their evac go down? Because I saw them pop an evac on the map after the 3rd zone scan. Maybe a Sheila shot it down and they were hoping to go a zone earlier and then just thought, well, if we don't have the evac, we may as well just play for zone 4. Either way, coming out of the zone now, they're going to run into Fnatic, and this is going to be a fight that could decide the fate of this lobby. An early knock on Yuka, very important.
Beautiful G7 shots coming in from Zainu. That's going to be the space closed here. They called in the Gibby as well. Sheila just trying to take another angle here, but having to just bunker down for now. They do not want to get shot from behind just in case they need to play the cross.
Okay, this is fine. They didn't necessarily need to eliminate Fnatic. They just needed to secure their walk in. They're in the zone. They're now set up with the Newcastle wall. At some point, it probably will come to blows. Fnatic don't want to let them live here. This is a big threat on their backside.
And Fnatic has a positioning advantage. Not only are their backs cleared, but having to look on the other side, the third-party opportunity. They're getting shot by Sheila from a distance as Leica goes down. Meltstera dancing around the edge of the Gibby bubble. A hold here as they're going to be able to try to reset.
Oh, they're getting the res and MT. He's also going for one. Do they get it up? They have to get over this, and a great nade slides in and eliminates Shopify in game 4.
Looked at him dead in the eyes as they were trying to get that res right through the other side of the ant barrier. It was fine because the grenade was perfectly placed.
Oh, look at this. I mean, yeah, they're Sheilaing down the wall. Fnatic on the other side looting the boxes. They don't care. They can just, like a hermit crab, slot in there and take over Shopify's position here. I mean, that's so good. They've cleared their back, they've got extra loot, and the zone is pulling down towards them. This is an awesome spot for Fnatic.
Although, when you're looking at C9 with double blue, Sorcerer does have that purple. He's got the Graber in hand, but they know that Disguise is on the other side. The boulder right next to them. And this is why you're also seeing so much of the Trident, because then you can quickly get away if you need. You can also use it as some makeshift cover.
Okay, we've had another pullback though, Vicky. It's the pinball zone. So yeah, look, despite it pulling down towards Fnatic, it's gone, unfortunately, directly up from there, and they will have to move out of the south side of the zone and greet STERGO, who were, of course, the first squad in this area, are in the end the ones who are happy with this. Them in Disguise looking pretty good as EXO here. Ooh, the only team pretty much to be playing without Newcastle.
Exactly. With Furia now literally one shot, he gets the rest of his team with all the faith to clean up this fight here. C9 now sliding in. going to be able to drop right down to try to go for the 3P here. The EVA 8 rings as Exo Clan get eliminated. No space, no time for them to get that reset. He needed that there too. Really good positioning since Disguise wasn't around, so that way they could have potentially tried to get a 4P.
Yeah, I do wonder if Shadow have conformed to the meta here, or if perhaps Rampart was always going to be their pick on Storm Point. You know, they were picking up the Mad Maggie over on E District. It's usually Jackie 1 that picks that up, and he's been pulling it out for, trust me, not just this season, for a long, long time. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he picks up it on World's Edge, where we have seen him destroy with it in APAC South.
Especially through a Gibby zone, right? It puts in some extra pressure, but Meteor now come in, Meteor around the other edge of the new bubble. I love the positioning there too, just so that way he can poke right through the end of the Gibby dome.
Yeah, and when it's that close to the door, it's actually very hard to slam back as the other Newcastle, because you need the clearance to be able to do that.
Eventually, though, having to see they're playing on the edge of this zone, having to be careful through the wall. FaZe can get eliminated. Meteor, though, still trying to be careful. And you're talking about how difficult it is to jump over. Sometimes it can act as a double-edged sword. That's one. Trying to go in for the next one here. The dome is going to be able to protect them. They get the crack, though. Some of these shotgun shots were not landing, and Meteor get eliminated. Still incredibly close, and there's a 3P in the distance.
Finally, some points go Dragon's way, but unfortunately, short-lived for them. These guys will come in off the back of that. No Rampart, and that means no Sheila to break through the door here. It takes them a little bit longer, but they do get in against Cloud9. Trying to chuck some Arc Stars, but there's about 5 different shield barriers in the way.
And because they didn't have the Rampart, it wasted crucial time. And now look, it's the green light for another team to see if they can poke heads here, having to back away. When you're at a disadvantage with Evos, you have to time that properly so you're not at a disadvantage.
Oblivion, of course, you always want to be the one slamming that last Newcastle wall. Oblivion do that. Isn't enough here for them to win the fight. Guild, yes, they go down and they should be able to get the reset. No one else looking at them. Cloud9 in the house alone. Disguise actually pull back into the zone after they see where it ends.
Can't catch a breath here as now Fnatic are looking at Ninjas and Pyjamas here. Gonna be able to take this slow though. We're trying to look at the double, not only the Newcastle over to the right, but it is that Catalyst wall barrier through that doorway there too, except Fnatic have that Rampart just in case.
Yeah, Fnatic, I'm sure they're feeling hard done by after winning that position. You know, so many other teams' blood on their hands throughout this series, but they need more if they want to make it further in Game 4 here. Ninjas, I mean, these double-story buildings in the current meta, very hard to push. Sheila's really the only thing that gives you any kind of punch through if you need to make it in there quickly. Otherwise, it is just a very laborious process trying to deal with enemy utility as you're pushing through these tight chokes.
If you're Oblivion, you're clenching right now with the way that Reed's literally holding on to dear life. They try to pull up, but they were right on top of another team. This guy's also right there. They're nowhere safe. Another squad also up on top. That is STERGO, who had that building from the very beginning.
Well, at least he finds a bit of cover that the Sheila can't rip through. Doesn't look like they're able to keep Nano in this, though. And yeah, there it is, Greed STERGO. Apex, our friends, up the top here, doing a very good job of suppressing teams below them. But as this next circle comes out, they will have to start jumping off.
Playing King of the Hill before Fnatic have them in their line of sight, but they're not the only ones in this building. Like you mentioned, Gino, so much space for a lot of these teams to coexist. TSM, NIP, and NRG are also in the building to their right, by the way. They're one of the squads that aren't uncontested, but they will be forced to be out in the open once that next one closes.
Yeah, interesting. I was wondering where they were. Yeah, so TSM trying to survive on the top right now, but this is tough. They're having to use so much utility just to live up here. Bubbles going down. I'm sure they're going to be trying to cycle as much Newcastle utility as they can to stay in here. But at the same time, if they don't have that, when the zone starts closing and they have to drop down, they're instantly dead. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't right now for TSM.
Welcome to the meta where so much these abilities are so crucial within these seconds of an endgame like this. You have less than 10 seconds now to make some of these moves.
Yeah, I mean, having bullets in your Sheila right now, extremely important. You can force other teams away. They can't really pick you if they don't have their wall up. It's a fantastic way to be proactive, and Fnatic are going to be proactive here and move up.
And that was with the utility of Yuka putting down the Gibby bombardment here. Now going to be able to recover after using the Newcastle wall.
And they haven't used Bubble yet. They make the rotation without using Gibby Bubble. That's so important. They can sit here. You can see you just want to hold on to it for as long as possible. And then when you have no choice but to use it, you can survive.
Everybody's going to collapse on each other. Now 8 squads left in a zone like this. Fnatic in the middle of everything, but the isolated fight from the Catalyst wall have allowed Fnatic to look at energy. TSM trying to skate away over to the left side while all the fighting is happening by the north side of the wall.
Oh my god, fantastic from TSM. As we said, their utility cooldowns were under so much pressure on the top of that building, but somehow they do find a spot, and they've got some of the most space in the zone right now.
Oh, the nade from Zap, finding 2, C9 get eliminated, TSM get that for free, Disguise eliminated, 4 squads left, and Fnatic are looking to walk up to take up this space.
Fnatic take the lead in the lobby now, and with a fully indestructible wall that they sit behind, this is a great spot. They'll peek over, try and get some damage onto TSM, and force an opening where NRG can push in. Fnatic, it looks like they're going to get forced out first. Okay, we do have the evac coming down if we need any shenanigans left. No Valkyries in the lobby, but it may give someone a chance to rat it out.
But Leica's also got that Newcastle shield just in case. They gotta look at 2 teams at the same time, looking like chameleons. The little delay on the Newcastle wall. Yuka looking to the right. They have to make sure both teams feel the pressure. TSM get another knock. Fnatic get eliminated. Reps is the last one alive here on the other side from the and NRG with the patient play. Being the squad on the south side, utilize that walk to stay out of the line of sight of TSM.
Very impressive there from NRG. 17 points they pull out in game 4. This squad that has been put back together after a long time apart. And you know, there was quite some time there where Nocturnal and Fun, they're a little bit down and out, but you know, Guild has been smashing it, whether he's been with these guys, been with Moist. It's a massive pickup for them, and it does give them, in my opinion, a chance at this land. In my eyes, Guild is the best shotgun player in the game right now. That's my call.
It's all about patient play too, with the way that these domes are put down, because you want to dance around the edge of that dome, right? And then also having that full trust into Noct to make the call when to peek, who is going to collapse on who. TSM, their backs were against the zone. Also, the Newcastle barrier that was in front of that shield, that wasn't theirs. They got actually electrocuted slightly when they had to move forward before Fnatic had jumped off to the other side of the wall. A lot of pressure was onto Fnatic to create that space, because again, they had to look at not just TSM to the right, but NRG right in front of them. Nice landscape usage here for NRG to get that dub, as well as getting some good KP in their pockets.
Damn, 1600 damage on Zap, not bad for TSM IGL there. And look, yeah, Guild, that was damage on him. We saw a lot of that, the shield coming out there at the end, just holding the trigger down and blocking at the opponents works pretty well.
You can see Zap being the Apex Predator. We saw the kill feed, the double nade kill before that circle did collapse on our final squads here. Nano with the 3 reses. I love these stats too. Just being able to see what each of these individual players were able to put down, with Blinkster getting just 2 little accolades here after that game.
All right, there we go. Scoreboard comes in. Fnatic narrowly take the lead onto 40 points. Now, you know, as a reminder, the group stages is all put together. You play 3 different, you play against every single other group, and then we'll see how many points you've got at the end and see whether you get into the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket. That means you need roughly 33 points a series if you want to be on track. Fnatic well ahead of that, but more than ever, this matters, Vicky, because if you come at the top of, say, the winner's bracket or even the elimination bracket, it means you're getting better POI drafts, and that's a much bigger deal than it's ever been before. You know, at one point we really were just playing for bragging rights. You know, people going for high scores in the group stage, but now it's so important because it goes into the winner's bracket, and then that means, you know, we're looking at the POI draft for the finals as well.
A lot here, especially with 3 games already down, out here 4 games rather, with 2 more to go, and we are making that transition out of Storm Point. Because don't go anywhere. That's going to be on the other side of this break.
Give me one. Okay. Keep going. Let's give me all your. Push left. Push left. Yeah, down zone. Kill give me. Red one. Left one. Good castle. One. Nice. Come on. Shit.
Amazing action that we've seen. 4 games down within our first group series. 2 games left to go, and we have some changes going into our next game. Storm Point, E-District, they're done here for this series. We got World's Edge coming up along the horizon.
World's Edge next. With, obviously the change coming in for champs. This is the first time in ALGS history, if I'm not incorrect, that we've had 3 maps being played at the same event. So it's been a long time with Storm Point and World's Edge in the rotation. We've added E-District, and that does mean that, yes, in this 6-map series, we're going to be playing 2, 2, and 2. So that does leave World's Edge up for grabs, and we'll see if any of these teams can make their comeback here.
So far, we've already seen a bit of a shift within our top teams that we saw throughout those last few games. With TSM finding themselves in a second place spot with 38 points, but not too far behind. We're talking about Shopify, who were holding that #1 spot without taking a dub. Well, maybe this time around, they have to consider other methods because they were eliminated in 17th when they were trying to get that KP.
They were, but if we think about how the 3-map POI draft works, Vicky, you have to prioritize 1 map, second map, and then the third. There's 3 rounds of picks. What that means is Shopify Rebellion close to the top here, and they still have their #1 pick left to go. They went for Skyhook West. That's coming in now. Whereas Fnatic, who have made it to the top here, they're on their 3rd round pick. They've had to go for Lava Fissure. I mean, how big is the difference between those 2 POIs? Oh, look, maybe not as big as you would think, but it certainly could help them out. Where the rings shift, of course, is another big factor in how these teams want to play and how much opportunity they have to pick up points during these games. But yeah, as you can see there, it's a big difference between having, you know, Skyhook West versus some of the less desirable POIs. That said, it's not a snake draft here, so they do get, you know, was it 1st, 21st, 41st pick, as opposed to some teams who might be getting 20th, 40th, 60th.
it's playing into your strengths too when it comes to finding the spot that you want to land on and what map you want to prioritize here too. So this could really change things up depending on how this next game goes. While everybody is getting ready to go, we also could see teams like EXO, no surprise obviously, landing over by landslide with the team composition that they've been rocking. That's why you sometimes see teams opt to go for the Loba, because when you want to just try to rotate as quickly as possible, put down the Loba, black market, you get what you need, and you just keep moving on. But it hasn't really worked out for them in the way that they have wanted to really showcase here. Having to see if maybe there could be some adjustments, but in landslide, I'm not expecting that, at least on World's Edge here. While everybody's getting set up and trying to find those adjustments, getting ready for another map. I do really like having these 3 maps because it really forces these pros to have to make different changes and approaches into those maps.
Yeah, I love it. It's really, it's a breath of fresh air, I think, and everyone's enjoying how that's playing out, especially our viewers. I mean, I think one of the other things we can point out about how World's Edge turned out in the draft, I don't think that many teams have picked Fragment in the group stage, and I think that's a trend that we'll see going forward. That does, of course, mean that Green STERGO, who used their first pick, number 11, to go for Monument, that means they kind of pick up Fragment as well, right? You essentially can drop one of your players into there, and the looting path sort of diverges, and you get a lot more loot for that early pick. So it's a nice one for them. The other POI that didn't get picked, of course, is Dome, which, I mean, I think it was on average, it was like 47th pick or something like that.
Touch it.
And I still saw people saying this was too high. They were still saying the Dome at 47 was overrated. So, yeah, look, he's Dome's down there feeling a little bit perplexed at that, a little bit ashamed, but of course that is because it's just so far away. And, you know, if you get any kind of northwestern zone, it can be incredibly hard to make a rotation from there. You are miles away. You may as well be on Mars.
Man, it's crazy. And if you guys are just tuning in right now, by the way, Game 1 alone, we had our hometown heroes take that game in a beautifully fashion. I heard the crowd roaring all the way from the back. That's how you knew that you were in for it. And not only that, too, Meteor, a team that everyone's wondering, how can these players do on their LAN debut? And a team that was able to keep themselves calm and collected, something very difficult, going against those like Fnatic, team that has so much experience before easing forward. Fnatic, though, with such a strong presence, whereas Complexity was kind of in a really bad spot. There's really not much they could have done in this case, but Fnatic is absolutely going to walk away with it.
Great start to it for them, and you can see, you know, electrified Newcastle wall to have to be a little bit wary of that, but they find their way in and around the bubbles. I mean, look, I gave the glory to Guild before, but I gotta say, Meltstera is definitely up there in terms of our best shotgun players as well. And I mean, you can't have that conversation without mentioning UKF.
Okay, yeah.
But it is interesting to see that he's still picking up the PK, right? It's his signature weapon. He is an absolute demon with it. But it's, you know, it's not the strongest gun in this meta, and it's interesting that he is sticking to his guns, you know, sort of
literally with that PK, and he makes it look beautiful too. And that was with the first game. Not only did they end in a dub, but they ended with double KP too. They ended with 10 kills. While looking at the entire series results after these 4 games alone, Fnatic up ahead with 40 total points, but not too far behind them is TSM with 38. Even then, though, you're looking at Shopify, the team that was sitting in first place before the end of that last game, costing them that 2 spots there, sitting in third. And VP, a team that's also starting to ramp up, getting good amount of KP, shortly right behind that.
Yeah, and obviously TSM, another team that have got their 3rd priority pick on World's Edge. So, you know, are they a bit tapped out? How many points have they got left in the tank? From the lesser picks down there, it's just Mirage et Trois, a bit awkward for them. VP, the other one you were highlighting at the top there, they're onto a first pick. So they're down at Lava Siphon. That said, there's a reason, you know, Lava Siphon, it was at one point the god tier POI in ALGS. It has slipped far from those lofty heights in recent times, and that's because it's very hard to make rotations depending on what teams you've got around you. You're a bit landlocked, and it's just hard to predict in this day and age where you don't have everyone's rotations down to the second because everyone's changing their POIs all the time.
Takes a little bit. And once again, everybody at home, thank you so much for watching. We're making sure all the players are ready and loaded in. And while we're sitting here ready, it is time for World Edge. I'm excited here, Genome. It's been such a journey to make it to this champs, and with our first series to watch how these groups have been able to iron things out. A bit of a lull, you know, in the offseason to see what the meta is going to shape up to be. We got a hint of that looking at scrims, the Rampart, the Catalyst, and how this has changed things with the support legends that have also infiltrated the meta. The Gibby, the Newcastle. Let's get started, everybody. World's Edge. It's like we're right back at home.
That's right. It might have been a little while between lands, Vicky, but World's Edge doesn't feel like it's been any time at all since we were back here.
Trying to wonder if my eyes were deceiving me. We saw the caustic on E-District. I could understand the sentiment, but you know what?
VP's
getting a little bit of a PTSD. VP is indeed bringing it back. Caustic, the real ones know my stance. But now we get to see where this first zone is going to be taking us as we've got it started.
Yeah, and it was always the better pick on World's Edge versus Storm Point. Obviously, you know, Storm Point, the more open map. It's a little bit harder to make those caustic barrels, to find some spots to jump scare people with them. And yeah, it definitely suits World's Edge just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's almost like we're taking a time capsule way back in time. But you know what? I do have to say a little tidbit. Apparently, there's been over 186 or so Newcastle ults that have been already utilized thus far. This is our first group series. We are now onto game number 5, and we are already approaching almost 200 Newcastle ults that have been taken advantage. And that also, again, comes down to how fast you can build up that ult once you've already set down the wall.
Yeah, faster than ever, right? You're getting about 3% ult charge per scout shot hit, as well as the 30% per knock. So ults have never been more available. You know, ult accelerants eat your heart out. They may have been moved up to epic rarity, but yeah, they've certainly been eclipsed by the accelerator stocks in the current meta. All right, taking a look at the ring now. Does seem to be going somewhere between Landslide and Countdown.
Sometimes in a zone like this, we could see it shift slightly over to the left side by those train tracks, south side of Lava Fissure, but a lot of open area to work off of. EXO, this kind of works against them in the sense where they like to be able to go for these quick rotates. That's the point of the Loba, because they want to put down that black market, get the loot, and then start moving.
Yep.
But in a zone like this, now they have to find themselves in a different positioning so that they could get information with the ring console, because they have that survey over there in Landslide, but not really much to work off.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the caustic pick already. Shadow, they're back on the Maggie, and Guild, well, they're right on top of Shadow. So it does look like it's the Maggie that has managed to get away here. Jackie has made it out, but he's going south towards Monument. He will find both a crafter and a respawn beacon there, so let's see if he can stay ahead of Guild before it's a little bit too late for our Chinese qualifiers.
We talk about also the great loot that they were able to take that first fight with. They already had a golden extended light mag here at VP. We highlighted the shots before with the Nemesis. Nice crack, trying to cut off their escape route too, while VP out for blood to try to chase after this squad.
Nemesis, of course, one of those accelerated stock weapons. Scout being the other one, as we see it from Zach Meza here, who takes a little bit too much damage on the cross, but luckily his team's got the Gibby bubble for him.
But they may have used it maybe a little bit too early because they don't know that Super Sex and why. We're trying to creep up to maybe 3P, maybe making too much noise as they've been able to retreat back. Well, now they know.
Okay, all right, XD. He's got the stars in his eye. Oh, gold loot, no.
I think they heard their footsteps right when they were trying to back away, but talk about timing, though.
Oh, they get the, oh man, they not only get the loot tick, they also get the crate drop. That's pretty handy here for X and Y, but yeah. I don't know. I still think they could have pulled in there for the 3 KP and then gone for the loot, you know?
One step at a time here. We're seeing the charge rifle light up the feed, and now NRG Nocturnal joining those with the charge rifle to select fire. Music to my ears. Look at this from a distance here too.
So you're telling me you're not okay with caustic, but you are okay with the select fire. How does it like make that make sense,
Listen,
Vicky?
you know, sometimes you just gotta work with what you got. And caustic, that's just not been my favorite from the very beginning. Real ones, all the OGs know, but you know what? I wasn't expecting to see my sleep paralysis demon Rampart come into play going into this champs, and I love to be able to see what different teams have been able to really take advantage here. Tony missing out though on that PK shot that looks behind him. He misses another one, but it's fine. The last shot enough to take down Andy, but the rest of Guild taking so much damage.
I mean, I haven't seen the Valkyrie player take their gun out yet. They're just, they're sort of just being a, you know, like one of those clay pigeons you see in a shooting range, just being like, hey, can you fight me? While hopefully his teammates come up behind and maybe get a few shots off without having to take the aggro, but they do manage to get out.
VP now though, with Zach going down. Bubble for bubble, putting down those caustic barrels so that way he can control that space. The make of space, that Slayer's gonna work. He gets a double crack here with the massive, the Nemesis hit fire shots, but he cannot clutch. VP get eliminated, Complexity get to stay alive.
Just look at the reset up in the tunnel here. No one currently occupying that space with them.
The Rampart ramping up that Sheila.
Shadow, by the way, they didn't end up getting the reset at Monument. They're currently out at Climatizer. They're doing a bit of a world tour of World's Edge here.
All of Mr. 305 wall. Now his priority is to go towards that Evil Harvester, but there is a team in the distance waiting by edge of the zone. It could be Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, geez, Guild are going very far to try and chase this final kill here onto Ninjas in Pyjamas. But NRG, they've got wind of it, and now Guild have sent 2 members into the zone. NRG have 2 members out of the zone, and that's going to make it a little bit easier for them to try and get these kills on Guild.
Guild though, Phony being able to clean up even more KP while they can.
They're very split though.
I mean, now Energy's just trying to run for the hills while Ninjas is out.
Why didn't they stick together for that? I mean, if they had moved as a unit across the closing zone, I feel like they could have got the better of Guild there. But instead, they send 1 member on a bit of a solo mission there. And unfortunately, now they're the ones having to try and get the respawn here at the north of the map. And as you can see, Shadow have been successful in that effort as they'll come back in through Fragment. The zone goes a little bit north, so we won't get that highway zone you were talking about. It looks like it will be somewhere a little north of Landslide.
Which, a lot of open space, but you still have those boulders to work around from. It can also be very risky if you want to try to play off of that landslide high ground platform very early on. With the amount of gibbies that we see, it's like, unless you're consistently getting those knocks where you could feel comfortable with a Newcastle energized barrier right in front of you without having to burn your bubble consistently, again, a little risky just with the big hurt boxes and with so many teams looking at you, but it's about the utility that you want to utilize.
Yeah, it depends how late it is. I mean, you know, can you get up there and then, you know, do you have enough utility to survive if, say, 2 or even 3 teams throw their Gibby ults down at one time? Because that will happen. If it's a full landslide end zone, you will get blasted off there, just like mortars firing at you left, right, and center. Fnatic, it's a fly into Skyhook here. Are they going to try and take the left zone, or the left approach, I should say, into Countdown, or will they try go past Disguised in the tunnel?
Do know that the way that Fnatic likes to play a lot of these zones is to play on the edge, taking their time, prioritizing objective. While they are going to be doing this, like you mentioned, Disguised are waiting by the tunnel before they inevitably are going to have to start moving too. Also, just making sure that nobody's going to be approaching from Monument, Epi side here towards Grandma's house. And they're not the only ones too. Once Fnatic gets through this tunnel, they are going to be inevitably met with Disguise, but this could also be a potential third-party opportunity for Source X and Y.
Yeah, Disguised a little bit split right now.
I hear 'em.
Trying to work out if one of them is in perhaps the caravan while the others are sort of keeping watch on the outside of the tunnel. Fnatic will sneak in, see if there's anything left in the vault, shake their heads at each other. Sorry, guys.
Tiptoe in here just in case to make sure no one can potentially also come in from behind them because they knew that when they were trying to take a fight there originally, their two ninjas is still alive.
Yeah.
Still solo.
Yeah, just the one though.
Yeah, just that solo.
You know, it could play a factor if they turn up at the wrong time while they're taking the engagement with Disguised. If not, maybe they'll be okay. All right, so over here at Mirage Trois, we've got Oblivion on the low ground, currently trying to hide from the crates here. Oh no, Reeds has gone down. In 13th spot at the moment. They've got, what, 2 games to get about another 15 points.
Oh,
That's actually a pretty
no.
tall order for them. Oh, the respawn comes in, but Fnatic into their waiting arms.
Oh, the Zerg gets taken down though, but Ninjas were at such a large disadvantage. Fnatic had pulled up right when they were being served a silver platter from the dropship, and Ninjas get eliminated. 18 squads left, but it's the KP here that Fnatic wanted to take advantage of.
Handshakes behind the booths there as they give them 3 KP instead of 1.
Thanks.
I mean, hey, Fnatic, they'll take it. But it does delay their entrance into the zone, of course. Now, either way they go, the other teams have actually pulled up. They might be okay. You saw them crafting some med kits before. Obviously, you know, not choosing the bats, knowing that they are at risk of running out of meds here as they make their way forward. Of course, the support perks have made this a little bit easier because in those later zones, it's actually more beneficial to pop syringes than med kits and be able to keep walking and keep your health up as you go. So I think Fnatic will be fine here as the zone pulls directly on top of the caravan with Shopify Rebellion are in.
And Disguised here too, up on top of his high ground versus Source X and Y. Well, Fnatic are going to come out of the tunnel eventually. This fight needs to end soon. Still have a little bit of time before this zone starts closing in. Bubble for bubble here has already been used up. The Newcastle Wall looking to see where they can put this down here, right in the middle of the Gibby Dome, but also in line of sight of that thermal. They lose on Streaking Flame. Arctic was literally one shot and not the move that Disguise wanted to opt for here.
No, it was a little bit shallow. You saw he didn't even have any room to maneuver behind the wall. He was stuck against the rock. He couldn't really poke out and get angles it needed. And look, it's hard sometimes, okay? Placing that Newcastle wall, even on M&K, can be troublesome.
Right on top of that Thermite too. Very unfortunate taking that tick damage here, but fighting on both ends as well. Fnatic come in from that north side. NRG are looking down the tunnel as Shadow are trying to force their way into that next zone here, inching forward with the Mad Maggie. This is with them getting that reset. Remember, we saw them able to reset far out into the zone.
Yeah, it would be an incredible effort if Shadow pick up any significant amount of points after the way their game started. I mean, as you can see, walking in here, barely any attachments, barely any ammo, barely any meds. Do they have barely a hope? Let's see. They're going to go straight in on the top of this wrecking ball. Can the Eva 8 do the work?
Listen, desperate times call for some desperate measures here, and that was a desperate attempt from the wrecking ball, and now they're getting absolutely beamed. White knockdown shield, because look who's right behind them to clean up shop. It is Meteor that finished off Shadow. 16 squads left, and we know that this area is incredibly congested over by Landslide.
I love that as Meteor coming off the back, they even get the added speed boost from the wrecking ball and the mini speed pads there as they come in to delete Shadow, who were already cursed as far as their chances for the rest of Game 5 were concerned. Now that Meteor are pulled into that position, they're a little bit more solid. They're going to go up against Oblivion. They'll be disappointed in a second when they see that the zone pulls north.
And it's a wrap, by the way, from Oblivion. Winter's literally right behind them the entire time, unseen. So now Meteor may be able to find that one. Yeah, I was going to say that one straggler from Oblivion. No longer surviving here before Meteor now slide down. Trying to take advantage here of that knock as well. No reset allowed. NRG get eliminated. Imagine if NRG was able to turn around and also get that free KP that was right there from Oblivion. But now instead it is going to go in favor for Meteor.
Space for them down bottom of the landslide right now as every other team really is starting to worry and starting to have to go north. Fnatic, easy walk in for them. Sky's completely gone now. And it's just going to be... It's going to be the killing fields between Landslide here, basically.
I mean, it's Complexity fighting for their lives. Monsoon with the massive in hand, but cannot finish it off as Slayers is able to get that knock, and Complexity get eliminated. Now 100 Thieves just shooting everybody in their line of sight. Design with the Senti is going to be able to find that knock onto Furia. 13 squads left without them trying to overextend, but this circle still has completely shifted to the north.
Yeah, and you can see... Oh, Timmy tries to find the angle here with the Sheila, and then of course they get caught immediately by FaZe on the backside. The bubble has to come out, but 100 Thieves, they smell blood, they go in, Timmy goes... Wow! He turns it around completely!
And was able to find 2 in all of that, but you have to be careful because in the distance you're also getting cleaned by a Sheila. Another team looking at them. Fnatic now moving up here, looking at Source X and Y. Fnatic, with them taking their time, rotating from Skyhook, getting some free KP in front of them from NIP, have now been able to find themselves in this next zone. And they're not the only ones. To the skies, Meteor has now found themselves in Sniper's Tower.
Fnatic, #1 in the lobby. Do they have the #1 spot in this zone? Maybe not quite, but it's at least top 3. They're sitting just below Meteor. And further the zone closes, the better that high ground power does become.
Oh my.
With Sheila, you do have to worry a lot about poking your head out, and that's what 100 Thieves have done, and all 3 of them have had their sheet clean off.
If you blink, you may have missed it. If you're not getting pinged by the Sheila, you're also getting pinged by an R9, and 100 Thieves get eliminated with a C9, taking up the real estate that was left behind by the 100 Thieves death boxes. FaZe get eliminated, 10 squads left, and she'll be playing off the sliver of cover while Verholst is out to clean up shop with the double Mozens. What meta is this? They're able to get the reset here, and can they get the Prez now as Phony moves up from Guild? Guild a lot more healthier, a lot better in terms of Evil Shield when it comes to health, and they are looking like they are on a tear with Phony having 5 KP.
And you can see the teams are playing around the other squad bubbles here. As soon as they see another bubble go down, they're like, okay, hey, that's sort of some cover for us and also an opportunity to get KP. So they roll up, get into the other team's bubble, and they'll take that fight because it means they can delay theirs a little bit longer. Shopify Rebellion, meanwhile, have been spreading out and taking a lot of space up the north of the zone. That's where you want to be right now because almost all of those squads that came out of Landslide have been eliminated by now.
And the kills keep coming, and the kills keep coming for Guild because they also get another KP. I think in total that makes it like 11. That has brought them up to top 3, by the way.
Wow.
So very good positioning for them, but they have to still move forward beyond these rocks. Not in that next zone. STERGO, who were at an even disadvantage, also trying to move up. As you can see, Meteor, who have the high ground advantage on top of the sniper tower, was about the timing to put themselves here, because if they did rotate here early, it would have been chaotic. Let's jump into a listening with Meteor.
殺せ殺せめっちゃ当たってるやばい出てくる出てくる自分龍拳テレビやってるオッケーオッケー龍拳やってるそこに集中して全員に集中していいよ見てるもう一個テレビやってる龍拳殺せ殺せオッケーオッケー龍拳ね龍拳ねあんぽんあんちかんやってそう自分あっち一発ナイスゆっくりよ5分間左下ワンチャンファイト起きるかもした下3待って聞いて足元3部隊でこれはフリーズだってるワンパあーね俺さ下さ俺バルジャンで帰れるからワンチャン漁船そうだったら普通に多分集団から漁船狙うのありかも一旦中断俺これチャンピオンなしで2位でも全然ありかもありだね奥が強すぎるんですよこれさ中断さ上からやってるぞ
Fnatic now is going to be able to get these knocks here, playing up the sliver of cover that the rock provides, getting out of the line of sight of Meteor, but they're also in a difficult position. They can't let this reset happen.
You see, that bubble just came down a fraction too late. But they do. They actually get the reset. And if Fnatic can hold this one off, maybe there's a chance. Of course, there'll be 16 brutal seconds after this bubble goes down that they'll have to find a way to survive, with Meteor picking up kills above them and X and Y luckily being held out by Shopify Rebellion here, who again have dominated so much space in this final circle. They have not picked up a lot of kills, but that's fine. They've identified their win condition here, which is letting everyone else do the hard work, and then they're going to pop in right at the end.
Remember, it was about trying to see if they could get that dub. Oh, that was in slow motion. That Heartstone was hit his forehead, and now Shopify move up. They were forced to use that Gibby dome, but now they're going to be able to settle down with these barriers, with the amp damage. Eventually, in case we see Meteor try to drop down, Shopify aren't in a position to get pinched here.
Yeah, I mean, their position's actually pretty late into the zone, Vicky. I think Fnatic also, they're on, as you can see in that little cutout there, they will have quite a bit of space, quite a bit of time. It's just about these tiny peaks over the rocks. They need to be quite disciplined here, as Laika isn't. They have to use the bubble. Committing the bubble here is horrendous, but does anyone else have the angles to punish them for it?
Ring 6 starting to close here. Not having that bubble is going to be extremely important.
If someone has a Gibby ult, they want to pop it immediately after this bubble goes down. That would be a fantastic time. And there you go. It comes down. Can they weather the storm?
Raton also has the Newcastle barrier ready to go with that wall. You talk about the bombardment here now as Fnatic still playing off the edge.
They dodge it!
It's too early here.
They dodge it, yeah. They're just in a nice little cut in the rock where not too many of the missiles hit them. That's fantastic.
A little too early. Proton now dropping down. I like these angles though. Gets the stick in that moment. He drops down and he goes into the line of sight of that Sheila. Libo Ace being the Valkyrie though in this team. Maybe able to dip and dodge if they can.
I mean, we've been waiting to see Libo Ace and
So
what did
he's
he
dead.
do here?
He's dead.
He's going for the Valk ult, but unfortunately, Johnny, well, actually, no, that was actually why, yeah, grabs the down.
Fnatic here though, the page is paying off. Shopify now losing out on MT, playing around the rocks. The PK, he accidentally picks up the banner, maybe trying to look for a shield swap. This is Fnatic, the patient play after they originally lost cycle, maybe able to clutch.
A great slam, it pushes all of them out.
And now, this is the opportunity for Fnatic to potentially take another dub, but the Sheila from the high ground is a nail in the coffin for Fnatic to take 2 dubs in this series. Beautiful start here for the hometown advantage squad of Fnatic.
You love to see it. It was the start of the year. We hadn't had an APAC North squad pick up a LAN dub yet. And we thought if it was going to be anyone, it might be Fnatic. It was, of course, Reject Winity who ended up taking it out in LA. But maybe it's APAC North bookends to this year if Fnatic can keep up the pace. Group stage, we're definitely expecting them to look like this, to look red hot. Is their macro good enough to continue this into winners and finals? That's my question, Vicky. That's something I have been tossing and turning over as we're in the lead up to this LAN.
It's just the fact, the hype from the crowd. It gives me goosebumps. I love being here at a LAN as Fnatic take another dub with another set of 10 KP to their name. Also, furthering their advantage in that #1 spot that we were looking at in the series results thus far. Of course, there's still that one more game here on World's Edge, but we were highlighting their POI, right? Fnatic landing over by Lala Fisher, but talking about their pathing to put them here in the first place, allow them to go all the way around, through Skyhook, still clean up KP and go through the tunnel.
Now, as we look at the top 3 here, we see that Shopify ended up in 3rd with 1 kill. I have to question whether it was the right play now, because going into it, you know, you understood the mission. It was stay alive, get the 12 points from that first place, and whatever kills come. But if you end up with 3rd and 1 KP, you kind of have to wonder if it would have been better for them to maybe extend a little bit more and play a bit more aggressive to balance out their chances of picking up points there.
Well, they still have another game to go here to try to change that up if they want to, because look at this. We have a 3-way tie between Shopify, TSM, and now Source X and Y, with Fnatic, though, leading the pack with 62 total points. The only team thus far that has been able to get 2 dubs within this series. And if you want to make a statement here as the first group to have to play, this is how you started off with Fnatic and having the crowd behind them.
Fnatic well ahead of the competition right now. Some other teams need to play some catch up here in game 6. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're sitting down there at 9 points. I think they picked up something like 6 or 7 of those in the first game where they had a zone drop on their head in Energy Bank. maybe they need another bit of luck with the zone there to help them out and round this series out.
And maybe not present themselves over to Fnatic to be sacrificed for Fnatic to hold such a great position. But it happens there too, because a lot of teams we saw in that game were really banking on hanging out in landslide. That was just game number 5 done and dusted. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got more action. We got more World's Edge coming to you on the other side of this break.
Alienware, the official Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle Beaver, official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Don't forget to use code ALGS on their site at battlebeaver.gg/ALGS for 20% off during the Split 2 Championship weekend. Go directly to battlebeaver.gg/ALGS to automatically apply the 20% off ALGS code. We can display the QR code. It would be amazing here for you guys to really take advantage of, because I personally have myself a Battle Beaver controller that I was able to get after Split 1 playoffs, and it has been absolutely amazing when it comes to really rolling down through for ranked.
You know what else is 20% off, Vicky? The rest of the lobby compared to Fnatic.
That's actually true.
Yeah,
especially
they're pretty far ahead right now. Doing pretty well. 2 dubs in the bag, 60 points already. That's like 3/5 of the way to qualifying for winners bracket, and well on their way to continuing their #1 seed. Actually, sorry, what are they? Number 2 in this group. Anyway, close to it. As we go into the next stage of the tournament. And as we were mentioning before, it is quite important, right? Maintaining your spot in that POI draft as we move forward will impact these teams' performance, especially if you're like Fnatic and you've got a more tailored play style. I think there's some teams who, go back and forth, but if you're a Fnatic, a Shopify Rebellion, and you want to be on edge, you want to be able to have priority so you can pick those edge POIs to play from. And there's one man who does that pretty damn well.
Making sure that they could really come up after trying to change the pace, right, into their approach into that game. Wanted to see, maybe playing that more patient approach, trying to play for end zone would work out for them. Unfortunately, did not in this case. And honestly, looking on the other side of the coin, when you're a team like Fnatic and you really plan out your path and to take your time before rotating into that zone, we were wondering, with them having the 42nd pick for Lava Fisher before transferring over to the north side through Skyhook and getting that KP, if it could work out for them, because also they were one of the few teams that did have that ring console information, that didn't fully put all their cards on the table for just going into landslide or even the outskirts of landslide, where we saw just a plethora of teams fall in that open field.
Yeah, that's insane to think about, isn't it? We were saying, you know, maybe they're tapped out, maybe, you know, they've juiced up from points from round 1 picks and round 2 map picks, but in the round 3 map pick, they do actually grab a win. So that's a huge result for Fnatic and one of the reasons why they're very much on top right now.
Let's hear what Fnatic had to say in that game-winning moment when they were able to obtain another dub within this series.
張り付いて。
ゆっくりゆっくり。
タイムでファイト、右下ゆっくり。
大丈夫、分かってる分かってる。
ウルトで上がれる。
一番上にやって、一番上3枚いるから。
ごめん、できなかった。
いや中段、ゆっくり登って1個。
ゆっくり
左殺して左。2部隊。
火力出したら勝てるよ。頑張れ。
ナイス。
俺強すぎだわ、最後。
Don't let their calm demeanor right now fool you, by the way. I love the cheering at the very end of that listening, because let's not forget that chaos that led into those final moments. At one point, we saw Leica actually get knocked, but no team had a positioning or opportunity to capitalize off of that. Meteor wanted to take advantage while still holding on to height. You have Level A somewhere flying around trying to hold on to like the pylon of the sniper tower. Everyone is looking at every direction while also making sure they know where the teams are by that rock.
Yeah, there was kind of just enough crossfires left happening that no one could really pick down on them. Any move that any team made, you know, their counter was kind of on the other side. As soon as they, you know, wanted to walk past one of their shields, they would be putting themselves at risk, and that really just did allow Fnatic to survive for long enough to get into that last position with the final 3 teams, and then it just comes down to, again, 2 of the best shotgun players in bubble fights.
They compare and contrast right here with the double domes that we keep seeing too, but also the timing. Remember, we saw that Gibby bombardment slightly too early. Well, that final zone was closing in. Imagine just waiting just a bit. You know, maybe thinking to force the squad off of height, seeing what we could do here, trying to get that positioning. But now it's the combo for the Storm as we dive into our final game of the series.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Like, I mean, I called it right before they put it down, so I do feel like it was a good opportunity to use it. It's just that, yeah, it didn't quite work out. The terrain really played in Fnatic's favor there in terms of where those bombardment strikes hit. But look, almost at the end of our first series now, with A versus B, 1 match left on World's Edge. Will it be Fnatic taking out this group win? Most likely. And there's a couple of teams sitting on 42 just behind them. Shopify Rebellion, TSM, and Source X and Y.
It's still incredibly important for those 3 teams too to try to come out on top. It's all about that advantage that you could have while moving out of the group stage, finding yourself in that winner's bracket advantage, so that way you have a little bit of room to breathe here. Something that Fnatic is now currently seeing as they won those 2 games with double 10 KP both times. And almost the same damage, by the way.
By the way, still only black, white, and orange logos.
Hold on.
We're almost there. We're almost... Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna call it now. Well, actually, no, there's quite a few, isn't there? I'm just having a look at it.
Technically, Exos are like
we could have an X and Y win. I think we could have an EXO win. Maybe like a TSM there, pure white. Shadow, Oblivion. Yeah, that's it. Only those teams can win this map.
It's like the color buff out here too. Scriptwriter is having to work a little bit of overtime, but Fnatic's not gonna have anybody take that spot from them as we get this beautiful flyby of World's Edge, our final game within our group series here. It's been a great start for groups A and B, and now we get to wrap it up here on World's Edge. Fnatic feeling incredibly confident, especially after hearing the emotions from this squad at the end of that game-winning moment.
The ring console, perfect. They've got an Evo very easily accessible from Lava Fissure here. Even in this final game, things going Fnatic's way. As soon as this dropship gets a move on and we see where it pulls, it's going down to Thermal Station. That's not too bad for Fnatic either. As long as TSM gets a wriggle on, Fnatic will be able to follow down behind them. And let's see. Will they go straight towards that sort of northern, northwestern thermal choke, or do they stick around and maybe try and pick a fight with a Dragons, knowing that they've got teams like Shopify Rebellion on their backside?
Remember when there were like 0 crumbs of thermal station end zones for so long? Now we get to see them obviously again here. 100 Thieves having that advantage, going to be able to get that information, splitting up a little bit not only to get that Evil Harvester, but the survey beacon, and being able to see where that next zone is going to be pulling to. So they'll have that information right away, and so are other squads as they're making their rotation. VK Gaming already on the move, exiting out of Harvester. FaZe as well, coming out of staging with EXO right on their tail.
NRG taking their sweet time. Of course, they got the ring console as well at Climatizer, and they say, dang. It's literally the furthest it could be away from us, so no point cutting our loot, no point not opening every bin on our way here, because we're going to be pretty much the last to get to the circle, and Fnatic picks the absolute worst time to get on that zip and fall straight into the lava. You can't even crawl to your friends. You're taken out before you even make it back to land.
And with the R301 too, and they were about to do the mail in the coffin in case they needed to rip out that Sheila. They were ready for it too. EXO, AP that they needed while the fighting hasn't stopped. Dragons inside of the Gibby Dome too on this north side choke. This is versus TSM, by the way, where they had earlier on called it an evac. They're not going to use it just yet because they see this as an opportunity with Dragons now moving up.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow to get in there past TSM. EXO takes out FaZe, clearly on their way to victory in Game 6, as we said.
It's happening. You called it.
But yeah, this is going to be a great little choke here for TSM to be able to play out. As you can see, it won't be in forever. It's not going to end here. But, some potential for kills in the first couple of zones before they have to make their way further south. Fnatic, as we said, will they be swinging around too long? Yes, they are going to be going for maximum evos around the map.
And that's kind of their game plan too. And actually highlighting back to the TSM point, the team that goes over to Mirage, TSM in this case here, and having to rotate out of Mirage, they have a survey beacon but no ring console, so they don't have that information. That's why they're kind of treading on the edge, maybe trying to hold that choke, because if they can catch a team like Dragons trying to take advantage of the Evil Harvester, that's some extra KP for them. But now seeing that nobody had taken up that building over to the south side compound, now they were able to move up for free here. Fnatic, again, on their own journey here through that tunnel side, they know that they're in the lead. They know that they have the advantage. If they can cut off any other rotate from other squads, such as Shopify who are coming out of Skyhook, even better for Fnatic to work into the way that this type of playstyle has worked for them.
It's been fantastic for them all throughout this series, really. Banger game, banger series from Fnatic. That said, we did mention if they tarry too long, it will be Shopify Rebellion on the backside of the Ninjas. Looking for some KP to round out this, or they will definitely be making their way to the elimination bracket. Nice little spot here.
Good little peek though, Nasty having to back away, just that way he could get a shield up to date. But having to hold different angles too.
NRG, the ones below them here, we said they were taking their time, but if they've run into Ninjas in this sort of position, it might be a little too late. Do not peek a door when the other guy's holding a shield up.
Yeah, this is your building now. It's all good. Not going to be able to poke my head in there. That's the scary part with the shield. You know, with that gun ramped up, you're in for a show. And Guild is here to create that space, put down that pressure. NRG knocked with beautiful Nemesis shots in the distance now as NRG are looking to try to capitalize off of this.
Oh, they find the Newcastle out in the open. Ampy completely exposed.
This is a big benefit here, but it's a trade-off, losing out on fun. Knocked with these massive shots here, doing just enough. Whereas Knocked in the distance, though, giving some space so that way he can take a different off angle on the Nemesis.
Okay, do they trade reses now? Guild on top of fun. Nocturnal doesn't seem to be here for the reset. Jiggles around and actually finds the angle. Oh, wow. Why did Nock exit early there? It felt... I mean, it was a 2v2. They got the first knock. How did NRG bungle that?
Honestly, a really good question, too, because eventually, right, when you see that it's a 2v2 opportunity, we have one teammate inside the building, you're still at a number disadvantage, and Nock didn't really close in that space. And now, calling it quits, just backing away instead.
I mean, I can't imagine it was a meds issue. I mean, it's Zone 1. They've been looting for the whole Zone 1 close. Yeah, interesting that Noc makes that decision to play his life there, but maybe it'll work out in the end.
Well, we get to see VK Gaming, though. Trying to see if they can get the Newcastle reset, but no can do behind those bins. VK Gaming get taken out. And this is always so scary when a zone like this closes up here in Thermal Station, because you have so much space behind these bins, but also the nades you have to worry about.
Yeah, VKG, they were a surprise package at Mannheim. The crypto meta really played into their strengths. And the question was, is this an outsized performance for a team who's much more comfortable playing in this meta and this composition than the rest of the lobby? I think that question will be answered here in Sapporo, and we will get to see whether VKG, the complete package, or if they were perhaps a crypto one-trick team.
Difficult here when you have to work around so many of these shields too. And there's barriers from these Newcastles rotating through with the new hop-up integrated in a lot of these weapons. DSG, I did see in the feed earlier that player K was able to get some knocks. You see the charge rifle in the distance. That's also Complexity, by the way, that have been able to find some real estate across the lava over to that southwestern compound of Thermal.
Yeah, if there's one team you don't want to be on the other side of that charge rifle, it's Complexity, and it's Monsoon holding.
I was so happy here. Now Shopify Rebellion, though, on their rotate are starting to approach that choke that we earlier saw Dragons versus TSM. Now it's not TSM, it's going to be Dragons that were able to come back here. Shopify looking at the Sheila right through their ear. Koiko also has a Sheila to try to match that, but do they want to commit to this rotate when you only have 40 seconds before the zone closes?
Yeah, we see NRG does get the double respawn. But with TSM moving down to the village, they have left this open for Dragons to play their position. So, we were talking about TSM potentially get some of those gatekeeping kills before now. That duty falls to the Dragons, who, it seemed, have actually been able to push back Shopify Rebellion. If they come through the other choke, it'll be less heavily defended, but there will be other eyes on them. There's a lot more angles that you can get shot in if you go through the middle choke down to Thermal.
Exactly. A lot of open space where we know that teams have no issue shooting a Sheila from miles away, while Meteor, off of their landing here, still seeing Little Ace being on this Valk. He's got the charge rifle in hand, but the rate of fire on that charge, I'm just never over it here. But not trying to overcommit to, trying to see if they can cut off and rotate through the bridge, and also expanding on the Gibio. That was all for the res, by the way, but let's not forget NRG with just knocked alive was able to get this res, so they're trying to capitalize off of this opportunity.
Yeah, and it was Nocturnal that stayed up. It maybe would have been a little bit better if you had been your Rampart who stays up, because then they can drop a weapon to the teammate, use the Sheila, and then you're kind of spreading out the resources a little bit better on your team there. Either way, Ninjas in Pyjamas actually trying to come in off the back of this, but it's a little... it's happening a little too late in the zone close, and they know they've got a while to go all the way through Harvester. They back off and leave this to be a 3v3 between NRG and Meteor.
Aim for effort here on the attempt on the third party. Meanwhile, Fnatic have been able to find themselves in this building. It's not in that Nick zone per se, but still trying to block off Source X.
I mean, that was an exceedingly early wall by Source X and Y. I mean, of course, you always want to be the last one to wall, and now they've walled so early. Fnatic could potentially just come out here and slam.
Again, gonna be able to clean up even more KP after an amazing...
Oh my...
Oh, so the way he just flicked, you talk about Yuka with the PK, you're talking about the PK. Gonna get to see that all over again. Yuka is actually insane with this weapon, jumping around though, off to the side of the roof, trying to claim even more heads, loses out on two though. Fnatic with Yuka last one alive, they try to block him out, he was pinned, there is not much you can do. Virtus.pro wanted to take advantage.
Oh, you saw he was trying to juggle two fights at the same time. Flicking the 180s just to try and scare both teams off, and yeah, sure, they do win the fight against Source X and Y, which is going to be a disappointment from them, obviously, on the 42 points and pushing up towards the top of this lobby.
Oh, no. Slightly too late on that Gibby bubble, though, has cost Tenacity to get knocked. Putting on the Newcastle VP are out for blood. They had timed that third party beautifully to take care of Fnatic, and now they're going to be able to take advantage, trying to find ninjas. Legacy is also in the feed.
And that's a big win. That's a big win. That's the mythic bin for Virtus.pro. All 3 of them on purple. That means they get they secure the triple red straight away now. And the remaining member of Ninjas is going to have to make their way well out of the circle. It's actually going to be a tough respawn, or maybe even just a ratting race for them. Okay, here we see the Valkyrie in action. Libel Ace puts his team into the sky, but they're taking quite a bit of zone damage already. You got to remember, with Shielders on the field, you can be very vulnerable in the air during the Skyward Dive, and taking that much zone damage makes it that much easier to take you down. But they do make it into the choke just for now. They're safe, but not for long.
Or they're going to have to be forced out, maybe through that choke, over to that north side of Thermal, which, by the way, that zone is pulling over to the south side of the Survey Beacon building. By those 3 pills that you sometimes see that's out in the open that you could get shot at from the high ground of Thermal Station. A lot of KP also being shown in that kill feed. We saw 100 Thieves. Looks like Timmy was able to get some knocks there too. TSM had felt the pressure, but TSM uncontested, still in that building with the poking pressure before they eventually will also have to move. Also being able to see Legacy with this Kraber has been able to find a lot of these shots. Misses out on that one, almost jinxed here too, but trying to see if he can try to catch them, and there you go. And it's also a follow-up with the Sheila that has been beautiful.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, we've seen Phony actually been topping out some of the stats leaderboards here for Gil, because of course he's got access to the Rampart ultimate.
So much space, but maybe too much now with NRG also creeping up right behind them, while Guild is looking at Shadow, trying to take advantage of these knocks. Guild also have to worry about NRG. You can hear the charge rifle here too. Spended some of that mobile shield here too to get around.
Teams are getting better and better with their utility and how it plays out in this meta. You see there, the mobile shield is the less useful tactical. So if you can find a space to hide from the ult in that, you want to do it instead of using the Gibby bubble.
Naked Mozam is all they need here. Legacy now, gonna try to get some help, gonna get that res. Desk is going to be able to use this passive though while he's trying to recover alone in the distance, so they're also getting pinged. The actual res was able to get pulled up, but now they have to worry about, in the distance, the third party, the shots from other squads.
Oh dear. All right, NRG also finding Meteor here. They do find a little gap in between the amped cover here, and they will finish off. That was Shadow. Oh, no, it was Meteor, but I guess the rest of his team is elsewhere. Looks like we've got a single member of Meteor still riding it out somewhere a little bit more to the south. Okay, there is the final zone here, and it's, yeah, look, no one's currently there because there's not a lot of cover there south of the Donut building. Obviously, Newcastle and Gibbies especially, and the amped cover is going to come into play here. Teams are going to need to find a spot here in this final zone, and they're not going to want to take it early because the Shielders will be tearing those walls down. The earlier you try and sit in that position, you find balance.
Point blank with the Sheila, Fun didn't even have time to do a 180. He just got absolutely melted, and Guild are fighting their way, inching forward with the Newcastle mobile shield. They were able to find some space right underneath the sniper tower. We know that Guild have to look though on every angle because a lot of these squads have actually dispersed to move over to the south side and maybe try to take a roundabout rotate out of the other teams, like 100 Thieves have been sitting in that building across the zip line, waiting for the squad to be in their line.
Okay, Meteor gone. Fnatic did go down as well, by the way, so the other team's trying to catch up, but they've still got a good ways to go. That means Guild is currently the points leader, still left alive in this lobby. That's it. They're on the other side of Thermal Station right now, with a couple of teams playing very close positions here. Nocturnal.
How does he do it?
Perhaps even going for a ratting spot here, hoping that TSM walks past and he can just even them in the back. They hear it! They hear the pull!
This is actually looking a great opportunity if Noctem trying to take advantage here. The double Gibby Dome, the NRG cannot capitalize. Noctem's taken out, but that takes away from TSM's opportunity to get some KP. Zap slides in, reps his one, Versatile is down, but that's fine. They're able to finish off Dragons. An isolated fight for now, but also drawing attention to other squads in the vicinity.
Good defense from TSM. They hold their ground and hold an extra couple of points as a result of it. Green STERGO, like playing from the high ground, seems they've managed to find a couple of spots where they can look down on their competition so far. If they can hold that until right as this zone closes, maybe they'll be okay with a late slam on the edge of the zone and be able to set up the walls behind it. Of course, you need to have that bubble ready to go though, right? It's having the bubble out there that lets you erect the Sheila walls, the rampart walls without anyone else being able to take them down too quickly. They're vulnerable in that first second or two while they're deploying.
And with so much attention being split too in the lobby, you don't have to worry too much unless you get that focus fire down. But Shopify in some trouble, playing off that second floor of the open building, playing around the Gibby Dome, falling incredibly low. Zyno, look at his HP. He's trying to dance, he's trying to get away. He can't get on top of the AC, and only Koifel with a sliver playing on the edge of the zone. The bombardment that he has to matrix around, not much for him to do here, other than just get out of the line of sight, avoid the bombardment, just left right in front of him. But unfortunately, there is not much you can do in that case. Shopify get taken out in 9th, and C9 still alive. EXO now sliding in to try to take that fight.
Yep, the last tick of it does remove Shopify Rebellion from the lobby, as does it with Ninjas and Guild as well. Complexity, they moved up from the south, and they're the team that's kind of looking okay right now with 5 left in the lobby. The rest all up on the north side. You can see them down there behind those blue boxes, I believe. And BP, I mean, they've got barely anything to work with, staring daggers straight at EXO, who are trying to get the res right now.
Can they pull it off? Oh no, they're not gonna let them. They're gonna move forward here. They're gonna utilize the cover from the Gibby Dome, not gonna let EXO get that reset. Meanwhile, Shubi on top of his own castle, all the way on the high ground, looking at everything play out from underneath him, saying, all right, this is none of my business. But eventually he will have to drop, maybe with some distraction between 100 Thieves, Complexity, and BP from underneath them.
Okay, so we get some good vision there of Complexity and their position. They've got the rock, and they're going to have to leverage that for as long as they can. Save all of those rampart walls, the next Newcastle wall, if they have that up, for as long as possible. Nice little spot up there by Shubi. Unfortunately, he's only a solo, so he probably doesn't want to draw too much attention to himself. 100 Thieves, however, maybe they're looking to pick up their second as they move in from the opposite side to Complexity. It very much feels like it's going to come down to these two. VP struggling now as their wall gets shot out.
Meanwhile, Shubi was able to use the Newcastle wall to reposition directly smack dab in the middle of this zone. Complexity moving up though while trying to actually collapse on 100 Thieves. BP out of the fray while looking at all these teams play Ring Around the Rosie around the bull. Beautiful shots from Design here with the Sentinel. We've been seeing him get mad picks here on the kill feed too with the Senti. While VP slowly, as Slayer and Lu are incredibly low but may not have the time to reset.
Yeah, you can see Lu just trying to pop a syringe. Does he have time to get in there? Well, they have to sit tight. The ult's coming down upon them. The single, the solo of Shubi now going down.
Now finally being able to take that spot here too. I did see there that VP still had that Newcastle wall that they could utilize and manage to try to take height, but they can't try to overextend or else they're going to be forced to play for third.
Usually you're worried about who has to drop first. In this game, it's the opposite. Who will have to climb onto this rock here as all 3 of the teams are currently hiding below it. A big slam up onto it. Virtus.pro move first.
And the counter pick from Design, so he is able to use his slam on the Newcastle second. That is what gives you the advantage in these fights with this Newcastle meta, and 100 Thieves are still king of the high ground for now.
But is second better or is third? Complexity presumably still have their wall in, but will they even get a chance to use it? Timmy scares them off with the Sheila. So much damage coming out in such a short time.
Look at the stare down. Look at the weight. Nobody wants to commit first between these Newcastle mobile barriers. 100 Thieves are cleaning up before being the champions of their 6th game in the series.
That's it. Make some noise there for Timmy, who rounds out the series with 12 kills. They only picked up a couple in that last game. Damn. damn. I mean, Gen Vert was just absolutely raking in the damage. Almost 2,400 in that final one, as 100 Thieves managed to put themselves in second spot after a stellar 6 game. I mean, wow, the way they played that out, they're almost like body blocking other teams out of the zone. They've placed their utility in such a fantastic spot that they couldn't really climb without taking damage. They didn't really have a chance to put their own down. The pressure exerted on the other two teams at the same time by 100 Thieves in that final circle. Mwah! Wonderful.
Chef's kiss.
Indeed.
The story watching this team, by the way, listening to their comms while practicing in scrims and seeing the synergy be built up with how talented each individual player is on this squad has just been marvelous. Also being able to see what they could do in holding their ground, design with those Sentinel kills. He said he was feeling himself going into this game, going into this lobby, and this is the only other team aside from Fnatic that was able to get 2 dubs in their pocket. Not only taking the dub, but getting 6 KP on top of it.
Wow. All right, so a nice 18 points to finish off here in the 100 Thieves. And yeah, as we mentioned, that really shoots them up the leaderboards. A couple of other teams unfortunately finished off with donuts. Source X and Y had a chance to really get off to this series with a bang, but unfortunately it's a donut for them in the final game. They still end up in 7th, certainly above the pace that they need to be if they want to make it into that top 20. But look, the story here in this series was Fnatic.
When you have it any other way, that's how you start an opening here. When you're in support, when you got the home crowd rallying right behind you. 65 total points, not too far off. Is 100 Thieves there with 51 points, still being able to wrap up and get that second place. TSM, too, we're slowly clawing their way up. But I also want to highlight, it's not just TSM. Guild, BP, Shopify. When I went into this event, Genome, I knew that we have the heaviest hitters going into these lobbies, that it was so difficult to predict which of these squads were going to come out on top. Just look how close that overall leaderboard is within these first 2 groups alone.
Yeah, it is quite heavy up the top there, and some interesting situations towards the bottom and the middle there. I mean, Complexity, only a few kill points, really having to rely on their placement points. So they're getting into good spots. Monsoon is navigating them well, but then they're failing on the execution. And it was the flip side with Oblivion, who really, managed to get quite a few kills in the early games, but then seem to be stumbling when they have to get into Zone 3, Zone 4.
Yeah, we see that consistently, right? Because Complexity had approached that final zone over by Thermal, rotating away from launch site, managing to find some space on the other side of the lava, and utilizing that charge rifle that we see Monsoon really take advantage of. It's been a fantastic look at our first 2 groups. I want to hear more from the desk. Rainday, take it away.
Thank you so much, Vicky, Katie, and Gino back on the mic. It's great to hear everyone in action in our Daiwa house here. The crowd is alive, electric, and so are the players. And I think the theme, as we welcome you back to the desk, Rainday, Clear Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jamerson, is that these teams are starting to create the narratives for us. We come in here with our questions, but they've certainly answered them. And on your screen right there, 100 Thieves, how many questions did these guys have, Lauren? Now, certainly silencing the doubters, certainly giving hope to the fandom, and I think Design at this point will get recognized by Nadeshot if he ever sees him in a lobby.
That's the ultimate goal, right? No, really though. Phenomenal way to close out that series, too. That was an opportunity for them to have a strong finish there based off of their drop, and they played it exactly how it needed to be played. And we saw the chaos at the end. They bided a time yet again behind all of those walls and just cleaned it up.
And really, you can't ignore the fact that, Jamerson, I'm going to go this to you, Fnatic showed up in a major way. This is kind of the ideal opening. You're in front of your home crowd, and you have a performance like this, double wins as well. They're certainly looking like a top contender to take this whole thing.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how things, how history kind of echoed here, right? Yeah. Fnatic take game 1, 100 Thieves take game 2, Fnatic take game 5, and then 100 Thieves answer back. But the important part here for me, especially in that last game for 100 Thieves, was being able to see them play hard zone, right?
Yeah.
We know that they want to be able to get into fight. They want to get aggressive early on. But when you get a pull like that into Thermal Station, they had to play that exactly correctly. And I think they were able to kind of temper more of their aggressive style and play a style that really doesn't fit them quite often. And that comes from experience, right? Designful dropped out at Thermal Station for so long, and he knows the ins and outs of Thermal Station and Thermal Station zones. And I feel like that for them to be able to come together like this and utilize that experience really is what paid off here in game number 6.
That's a great point. Let's look at the final circles here to wrap up our final 3 games that just occurred in our first series of the day. Got 2 more coming up for you as well. Game 4, Snipe. This is where NRG got that win, got on the board.
Yeah, this is one of those games where it's kind of one of those things where it's like the first person to make the move. Sometimes it's the right thing, but NRG just sat back. They had both Fnatic and TSM on them in their building. Fnatic went right, TSM went left, and NRG just said, all right, well, we'll just take all the space in front of us, let all those teams push up the hill to each other. They ended up all getting into fights. They played this rock, played back. You can see it happening right here. They're just literally letting all these teams kill each other. We saw how many people were on that wall. And then they're able to just pick them off. The Sheila gameplay has been so much fun to watch this tournament already. Just the way it makes the Gibraltar kind of like shuffle around, doing a little shimmy or something. But yeah, this is just great execution and great just patience out of NRG as a whole to come out with this win. And then they just played the bubbles, barely pushed up, let the other teams knock each other. And we just get to see the final little win there with the Sheila.
I think high ground is always the answer, but a lot of low ground wins. Guild earlier in our set, and then now obviously you see that with NRG. Lauren, game 5, it would turn back to familiar faces.
Yeah, and once again, we also saw Meteor up there in the discussion for a long time, sitting on that sniper tower for a decent chunk of it and able to clear these squads up below. Fnatic, though, swung into exactly where that final ring was going to be pulling, and they were able to hold that low ground when Meteor did drop down, started doing damage, and once again, it's the chaos of the Rampart walls. It's all of the Gibby bubbles, trying to find the right time in to push, get those shotgun shots in, but Fnatic has just been so successful with their aggression. They are always moving as a unit and once again find success.
And they were so sneaky to get that Sheila behind everyone. I don't think they saw it coming, Jamerson, but you do hear it, that's for sure, when it starts ringing. 100 Thieves, we just saw this game of Jamerson, one away for them to close out their first set of the day and their only set of today.
Yeah, typically when you see this like thermal station pull down for the first ring, a lot of teams from thermal will default as like playing that center zone, playing the center tower, right?
Yes.
But instead they decided to play pipeline all the way on the western edge of the map. And in that way, they were able to conserve a lot of their economy, and they had a safer rotate in once the zone pulled away from them. Luckily for them, it didn't pull too far away. They were able to creep up. There was almost no resistance in it. And this really showed off how important it is to be able to really just sit on your hands, right? When it comes to a game like Apex where you want to get involved in a lot of these fights and you want to be in a position where you can get a lot of KP, it can be a bit of a distraction. But for them, they realized, hey, this is an easy win for us. Let's play the safer position on the western houses and then rotate in once the zone pulls away from us. And luckily for them, the lobby really did cooperate in that regard. We had a lot of fights to the north of the northern choke points, and of course in the northeast side with the team scrambling in, and then they were able to ultimately close it out.
I love that phrase, sitting on your hands. You're noticing this Newcastle mind game of who's going to ult first. It's the same thing with Gibraltar, but it's just a queue. And also, you're looking at Rampart playing these open zones. You have 3 characters that have incredible shielding. We haven't really had metas where we've had this much shielding in these kind of LAN environments. So these areas are now more likely to be played. You're not necessarily going to have to sit under the cover that's already there, Snipe, because you can access these areas that, yeah, it wouldn't really make sense if you didn't have a Newcastle, Gibby, and a Rampart.
Yeah, I mean, the Rampart alone gives you can set up 3 walls by the time the bubble goes down. So it's just one of those metas right now where a lot of spots that you weren't able to play, you're able to take space, you're able to hold it, and with the way that all these other teams are working and moving around, the ability to hold these spots and other teams move in, people are going to get distracted. There's too much happening around you. They can't just focus on breaking all your walls, your Newcastle wall, your Rampart walls, all of that. Like burning the Sheila is one way to do it. But overall, it's a meta that patience is going to pay off, and it's one of those you can't just capitalize on every pick that you get. You have to wait. You have to make sure that it's your time to move in. And I think, this is going to stand out on who actually is the most disciplined of the teams.
It's a great way to kick this off. What a series start we've just had. And of course, Fnatic, hometown heroes, well, they are the hometown favorites and now the winners of our first series. Let's go ahead with Ryan Hart, who is standing by with none other than Yuka.
I'm here, yes, Fnatic dominant in that first sequence of matches. Yuka standing next to me, and he is victorious with his teammates, of course, not only in Sapporo, Japan, but the first ever ALGS match with Japan coming out on top. Yuka, 今までもいくつかの試合をもう勝ってはいるんですけれども、初めての日本で行った ALGS 試合で勝利し、自分にとってどんな意味をお持ちますか？
どんな意味を、とりあえず嬉しいものは嬉しいですね。ただグループステージなんでやっぱり慢心せず今のこの日本で開催された大会でグループステージですけど1を取った嬉しさをかみしめつつ慢心せずにこれからも頑張りたいと思います。
Right. So he says that, of course, he's happy about the win, but, you know, it is just the group stages. There's not a time to get too confident or arrogant or anything like that. He's just going to play it cool and do his best with his teammates. Very smart decision indeed. で、次の試合に向けて、チームとしての調子はいかがでしょうか？
そうですね、その長期間のスクリム期間を経て、ちょっとまだ未完成な部分があったんですけど、やっぱりその試合の中でいろいろ修正していって、そうですね、次もまだ修正ですかね。
これからですよね。
はい、ファイナルに向けてどんどん調整して仕上げていきたいと思います。
So they've reduced their scrim time and had a lot of things actually come out. They had a few issues that they were concerned with, but during the actual matches, things have been going well for them, as you saw. And yeah, they're very focused on the finals and getting as far as they can and doing as well as they possibly can. So I guess that's going to be it from me here on the ground. And I'm going to hand over to Lace, who is standing by with Guild.
And I am here with Phony from Guild. It's so great to be here. I mean, you guys were a little bit shaky in the start, but you managed to pull it together with absolute grace. How has your transition been joining Guild?
It's been very good, transitioning with the boys, Jesco, Legacy, and Winnie. Of course, it wasn't as smooth as I thought it would be, considering I had to go to Thailand. But once we, cleaned up the bad habits, our team chemistry was built up really well.
Well, welcome to the Aussies, that's what I have to say. How is your strategy going into today's matches?
It was mainly just to play and bounce off of each other's thoughts. The boys, when it comes to game sets like this, it's very hard to bring up the energy very early game. So my main premise was to just get the energy up there throughout the games, even if it took, a one deficit game of 0. I'd rather do that and get the game's energy up for the next set.
Well, that's exactly right. You're kind of the glue that holds this together, Everyone needs that sort of stuff, and that's you, Phony. If there's one thing that you could change about your performance today, what would it be?
I would say probably slow it down, give us time, or give myself time to think about transitions. Either create an opening before I do a transition, or wait for an opening to even happen before I just, early commit.
Yeah, it's a bit tough because you also have that knowledge as well as the skill set here. But guys, I am here with Phony from Guild, an absolutely amazing job. So thank you so much and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys at the desk.
So Yuka, Laika, and Meltsera, and of course Phony, Jesco, and Legacy, 2 teams within our top 5 in terms of performances, and certainly top 5 in terms of our hearts. So I'll have to get a little sweet one there. We do appreciate all of our players, but some sweet, sweet guys answering those questions. And I like the way that Yuka poised his response to Ryan's question. What are you making of this? Nothing really. It's group stages, and we do have another series coming up. So wrapping up our thoughts here for the first series, Laurel, I'll kind of start ending with you. What was your takeaway seeing Fnatic jump out to a performance that certainly has got to give them a lot of confidence?
I think Yuka is viewing it the same way that a lot of us do when we talk about groups. We know that it's important for the reasons of, one, getting those points on the board, because then you get a better chance of getting a good POI draft position, right, when it comes to the next stage of the competition. But you are always taking groups with a grain of salt. You can't get lazy. We are 1 series in. You still have to get through the whole group stage, then the whole bracket stage, and make it to match point finals. But starting off that hot is never a bad thing, and momentum is always useful.
Especially for disciplined teams like that. Snipe, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for these teams right here, it really just comes down to being as prepared as possible. Just putting every single thing that you put into the practice, into these games, and just really developing the plan and sticking to it. A lot of these teams, you can get out to a hot start, and then you decide like, oh, we made it, we're good. And you kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit. And that is just the beginning to your downfall, because the moment you do that, complacency sets in.
Right.
No one needs to do that like they did in past group stages. There's too much on the line with the POI draft system and all of that. So I want to see them carry the consistency. It would be great to see them top 5 the rest of the groups to carry that into the finals. You have one bad stage that could sit in the back of your head and be like, oh, hopefully this doesn't continue with one bad game, 2 bad game, 3 bad game type thing.
It's a great point. Jamerson, we've seen Virtus.pro, we've seen Shopify Rebellion, we've seen Guild, obviously Fnatic and TSM. So many teams had, I think, really strong starts today. But where is your attention as we head into our next series coming up?
Yeah, right now I am definitely looking towards Fnatic. I think having this hot start helps them out immensely because they were a little bit slower on the uptake from a lot of people, in scrim bucks and such. So I think being able to actually get this early lead, typically we see our group stage cut off around 90, 100 points to make it into the winner's bracket. And so now that gives them 12 more games here to really refine their style and really be able to get a good read on the lobby. I think that's the most important part, really being able to try and read what the other teams are going to do around you, especially with their specific style. So getting this early lead means that they can experiment a little bit more and then make a few mistakes and learn from that, and then be able to really hone down when it comes to the group, when it comes to the winners bracket.
One interesting thing about this as we start looking at the schedule coming up is that Fnatic get to play again, and teams like 100 Thieves or teams in Group A basically, they're going to have to sit and wait and play all their games tomorrow. There's two kind of sides of that coin. I think one side is that you get this momentum, and if you're hitting like Fnatic, it's kind of hard to stop you because not a lot of time to adjust game plans, and you're playing a new scene, so you get basically your qualification points. They have another 50-pointer, 65-pointer, they're basically in. But a team like 100 Thieves, if they've done well, they sit down, people look at them, they know how we got to approach this, it can lead to people preparing for you. So all of those things are to be considered as we head into the second part of 3 of our first day here at Championships. So let's show you the schedule of what is to come. It is, of course, our next group showing up, C versus D. We'll see B versus D later on. That's that Fnatic going up yet again that I mentioned, but it's now C and D's turn to take center stage in Sapporo. In just a little bit, we will be sending a whole new crew of 20 teams into battle with 6 more matches across E-District and World's Edge and Storm Point. And of course, it's going to lead us into setting the stage for what is to come. If you want to make sure you are keeping up all to date with everything we've offered, make sure to check out twitch.tv/PlayApex and Play Apex Esports on YouTube and on X so that you know exactly when the games are happening, you catch highlights, and you stay tuned with everything we're doing here at Daiwa House. Hopefully you guys enjoy this time. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we've got C versus D, more ALGS Championships coming right at you.
ALGS チャンピオンシップのホストライアンハーツと申します。A dream is going to become a reality. Every player here
Full force, we leave it speechless. Our plan always come together. My team is so cohesive. We win in all the time. Hit the fans in the bleachers. We win in all the time. Hit the fans in the bleachers.
Very little resistance in front of them as Fnatic set up the third party, watch it happen, and come in, taking the very first win in Japan!
Feel the force of my team, even if you ain't strong. Big dog, you feel the force of the mighty King Kong. I got that old style, you got that slow roll. The bank don't work well, your Wells Fargo. I got the heat to the green heater to your speaker. No end of regulation, we beat the buzzer beater. Sucking under no man, just styles pass through. I throw that hit up in the
Shopify Rebellion going down in the nick of time as 100 Thieves come up from below to sneak the win away from them.
Well, I think we need to be on roof now, no?
They fall so far into wall as Virtus.pro take the win.
Notorious referee. Notorious referee. You hear the fans in the bleachers. In the bleachers. Fans in the bleachers. Fans in the bleachers.
one of them. I believe in a Yuka supremacy.
Down in just a few moments' time, and here comes Hackius. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit? Yes, it will. The bubble goes down. 5 moves in.
最後にもう介入した時にドームが使える一番敵がいないところにドームを焚いてそうですよね。さあ後から来る王者の社長出勤は T1。
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down, the ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off. And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do?
They still have about 5 yards of breathing room before all hell is going to break loose. Really nice rotate from Killapos on the Gibraltar, and in comes the action. Reject getting caught out now. It looks like Pricing's the last to remain. He goes down. NLN in the middle of the circle is still doing massive damage and holding it true. Tom Young Kung may well let 2 teams fight as they rotate from the northern side. SQL goes down. Can NLN do this? Tom Young Kung, they drop directly on them. Where are the remaining members for NLN? It's not doable. Tom Young Kung play it perfectly.
Third Impact would also win a fight for Jazaz. He's stuck in a thermite, and it's going to be Endeavor moving in now. Bryn with the Prowler. All of a sudden, this lobby is kicking off.
Gambit is the team that has the bubble last one remaining. They're the last one to use their bubble, so they're going to get pushed in this bubble by taking down Rogue here. And oh my goodness, Artico trying his best to survive. He survives. Alliance going down. Hawk is going down. Legit Lolly also going down. This is Gambit's game to win here. He's pushing with the EVA 8. He's looking in the bubble. He takes down one. Can he take down the last one remaining? Yes, he can. Gambit Esports is the champion for our game number 3. That was insane.
But it's going to be ESA red right in front of them. Rakanishu, Prajace, Joy Blackout looking to end TSM's run here, but they have no idea it's TSM.
Oh man, and they shouldn't, because this Valkyrie team, I mean, who are you? We're trying to get TSM out of the lobby, and now the kill feed's starting to expose the truth. Oh no, that was them!
さあただ入り込んでいく。さあこれうまく囲んでフォーカス。あっという間に距離を残しました。こうなれば有利はクレイジーラクーン2人目、そして3人目。なんというキルタイム。
That's right, here comes the push, and another shot's gonna come through! Zach Major's on fire with the Kraber right now, and next for 2, and that opens the door. Result to knocked. I don't know if they're gonna get the revive off. C9 wants to push it. They've already gotten so many kills in this game, and they're not done yet. I've been so impressed by C9 so far.
Man, G2, they gotta be going down. 2 Kraber shots, that's it! It's C9 and Sentinels. Valkyrie. Sinox, what can he do? A missile strike right now would be beautiful. We're following along with Presto, and the damage is already ticking. Can the Kraber change it up? Oh, it certainly can! Cross, he gets hit. He's out of the fight as well. We'll see not be able to pull this one off. From down in the depths up to the top, it is Cloud9 in the clouds. What a win!
さあそしてフェンネルもそろそろチャンピオン取りたい、そんなポイントになっています。フェンネルは20ポイントでマッチポイント到達です。 さあドモヘッド中に入っていく。絶妙な2枚のドームの使い分け素晴らしい。やはりファイト強いフェンネル。これで残り5部隊12人。
Yeah, this great high ground position for ESA Black has proven to be so fruitful for them. Here comes the drop. ESA Black versus Space Station in the 3v3. Pander's connected for some good shots, but Space Station holds on for now. Metro with the Peacekeeper. That's what you want in the game fight. 1v1 for the Red. Can Metro do it in the 1v? PK and SSG will come out on top.
さあ S はそれを見守る格好ですが、そこに介入されてくる。シーフが落ちている。ここはうまく落としていきました。ここでもうドームを使わざるを得ないので、最後にもう介入した時にドームが える一番敵がいないところにどうも大抵そうですよね。さあ後から来る王者の社長出勤は T1。キルリーダーしっかり最後に出したプロテクトドームで身を守りながら好きなタイミングで出て取っていくだけになりました。
One player left for EXO, one player left for a Theme, and it's inside the ring and
This is
Wolfpack
gonna be
Arctic with
it.
EXO left. You go for it.
Inside the ring versus Wolfpack Arctic, we are going to have a champion of APAC South right here. They go into the final bubble fight. Arctic lose Pooh inside the ring. It seems almost certain now Zaratas is by himself. He is going to let the circle close around him unless he can win the rape heal off here. And Emil is actually low. Wolfpack Arctic, Zaratas with his use of Into the Void there is actually going to win the APAC South Championships.
フェンネルを潰しに行く動き。さあリングギアとともに落としに行きます。フェンネル対決はピノで落ちる。さあフェンネルこれで落ちる。さあフェンネルコリアはこれで1対1まで来た。そしてこのドームファイトを決めきることができるか。マッチポイント先行しているフェンネルコリア。ただ LFT が先に取っている。残ったのはドグマですが2対1フェンネルコリアが返し切りました。
Scars has no idea where they are. I don't even know if they know who is alive, but they're going to go for a kidnap here. They're going to find them and use the portal to try and at least get some visibility. Doing a good job playing their angles and playing this slow. Recognizing they have the high ground, they have an advantage, and they can close this out here, girl.
Oh my goodness, and RPR comes in the back with the wingman. Perfect shots on Sunset. It's a 3 versus 1. They cannot lose
Brilliant
this.
plays.
And they are going in.
Scars are your champions.
Chance to do something special. 2 of them to win it all down and 1 of them to play spoiler.
Oh, nice cracks there coming from the grenades. Big grenades from bottom 20. This is where you need to clutch up as an individual. This is where you need to hit your shots if you want to call yourself a champion, if you want to lift a trophy above your head. Renegades being slightly focused here, but they've done so much damage. Can they spoil the party?
Oh, and it looks like they might. I tell you, SSG, they lose 1, but here comes bottom 20. They're coming in on the third party right now. Sorcerer has to bring out the Eva 8. Space Station were not taken down, and at the moment, it's a game of peekaboo, and it looks like the move has been made now for Renegades to move in. They will be able to reset here, but no! Here comes bottom 20! What a story it would be! It's all down to Pow Pow! Can he get it done for Renegades? Bottom 20 will be the champions!
Team Liquid finds themselves in a fight. Gilderson's with the car. He's gonna get a triple kill.
Oh, he said knock knock Fallout. Don't worry, I got the car ready for you here. Gilderson's creating some of that space. Realizing EMP early like we've seen before. TSM will knocking them left to right. Dogma getting taken down.
Oh, Hal enters the fight and takes out 2, and he's the kill leader with 3 now. 9 squads remain. Reps in Hal.
Certainly involved in that kind of area and what will be suckling down in just a few moments' time. And here comes Hackius. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit? Yes, it will. The bomber goes down. Vipes moves in. And the air bomber called Vipes. Then Hackius and Alliance strike first.
From the skies, striking fear into the eyes of everyone around them.
I can drop you anything.
If we get walked up on.
Look under now, look under. Gimme. Shoot the same guys. Knock one. Gimme crack. Nice. Focus in. Shoot the gimme now. He's cracked again. Dead. In the knock now. They're fighting on the team, the other building. Kill the knock down low. Get these kills. Nice.
DreamFire wanted some of the action, and that's a shred. And DreamFire get the entry.
Duplex will fall. Optic down to 2, but 2 still alive. Tail now just shredding through the skies. And shredding on the ground as well. The car is singing.
DreamFire in Dreamland, they're on top of the world right now. Optic down to 2. What can they do in this fight?
Optic, this is looking like a tough game to win for DreamFire. It's looking like, how many KP can we rack up? There's your answer, DreamFire.
It's right side, this way, right side.
Yeah, beam me. Oh, blue's off. Oh my god, Flicks across that open little bit of water, and now it's going to be a bubble fight in time to get a little bit free to the bubble, and now Braletta hits a 99. Oh my goodness!
They're jumping on each other. Come on, knock him in here. Down 100.
Caustic, got well cracked! Stop! Let's go! But now Zeta, they don't know they're there, and they're just gonna absolutely shred. They come out of nowhere like ghosts from the woodwork.
Taskmaster, this is what he loves. People in front of him! But something the turn!
100 Thieves trying to capitalize on a little bit of high ground, and they're looking to get aggressive. You've got to be careful though, it doesn't come down. And now you need to see teammates make damage.
Vaxelon trying to do what he can. He has to escape. Omnu has the shields. Maybe he can be the one to clean things up. Mozambique here. Mozambique might be able to pick up a few kills. He has to scarf around the corner. A spray and a pray, but no prayers answered. As Vaxelon has to be the savior now for 100 Thieves. It's chip damage, but it might not be enough. The knockdown shield is a problem, but so is Vaxelon. Oh!
Get the dog in the air! Nice shot! Get the rest of the kills! Get it, wide!
Stand
Get it down! Hi!
Last kill, I'm reloading.
I can't see either. Crack him! One!
Good job!
But there was enough time for Optic to fully get themselves reset, but the shield crack comes out with the frag. This is a perfect opportunity for E to make the push. Both bubbles are down, and Optic is trying to get a little bit of height here so they can clean this up. The PK shots are hitting Wolves, and this is what we're looking for out of skill case, but it's still a 1v2. Will he be able to close this one out?
No, he ain't taking the final game of the night.
140 out of Mandy!
Get him, Mandy!
And they get knocked! They got Oh! Stars! Mandy! What's that? Ambulance! But not for Stars! All the ambulance for Singularity! Mandy with some great shots! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Oh, I love the play from Hal. He gets high ground. Hal finds a way to play. Uses the knockout shield to survive. 4 spots remain. Hal gets one. Hal turns. Looks for a second. He gets 2. Hal in a 1v1 for the bread.
Overholds is right there now. Oh, here though. He got to get the mid-fire on the fly. TSM win game number 1 to continue on their domination from day 1.
Maybe he's going to be in the vicinity, but maybe there is. Here comes Dark Zero, and here comes Jen Burton.
Dark Zero trying to do what they can, trying to see if they can pick up any people. Just Jen Burton on his own. Dark Zero down to but Fnatic get ripped through.
Is that a lifeline that we are seeing right now?
We have a lifeline on display for the first time I've ever seen in the ALGS. Meltera on lifeline and not missing. He's melting.
That's not lifeline, that's lifeline out here. We got the kill leader. Having to split some of that attention, you gotta give some backup to stay naughty here. The dome's coming out. On your back, you gotta keep your some of that back here. Jack Mazer with the flat line, cleaning things up.
I'm holding on.
Hold it.
Holding it.
Behind, please.
Holding it.
Just hold your knock.
They're fighting. Holding it.
I got one. 2v1. Next week. I got one to knock. Let's go.
And look at that. Mercy's actually getting some good shots going. Mercy goes down here. And oh my god, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow. How are they doing it? It's going to be one alive. It's going to be golden in 1v2. Can he survive this? Oh my god. Good knock. Oh my god, another win that shot. Can he do it? Oh my god. Golden with the 1v. Now you do! NRG, Cloud9, you see Sweet right now with the Volt in his hand. He connects for 80, but he's down to 1 HP. He gets knocked. Cloud9's performing, but Rambo is alive. Rambo is going to queue his way up and find a way to survive. And Rambo wins! Rambo is a monster!
Now we've got all teams on a similar level, but Volin is going to be able to use those Valkyrie jets, but he's going to be able to rejoin the fight in time. Yes, he is! Oh my god, he's shredding them!
But I go really wide. Play the dome. I'm nading them. Slow down, guys. We need to watch our back. Crack one. Watch the deal. I'm marking up a little bit here. Gosh, take the heady and we win. It's on us. Let's go, fight. Look. Right there. Slow down, Mac. We're good. Let's go, take one for it. No, not one. I queued it. Bow crack. Go down, guys. Don't die here. Give me one. One shot, give me. Last guy. Oh, we go here. Let's go, boys. Let's go. One game. We're alive.
STERGO in some trouble as Haji gets taken down. Money trying to take control of the little crevice right here. Got so much to do. The stick with the arc star. Make it two. Y'all see me right now. Now the Falcons to fly up. He gets two cracks at the same time. Gonna get a quick shield swap really quick right now as he becomes the kill leader.
Avoid any of the projectiles that are coming through. It's gonna be Hockey taken to the air. He's flying in like Michael Jordan out here. He's getting a double knock. He's looking for the win. He's taken down, and that's 100 Thieves going out. Frank is coming through for the second place, and Alliance taking game number 4.
Early split 2. He wanted to pick him up. What a pickup it was. And NRG takes out C9.
Robin Hood. Shot after shot. You have to worry about those Watson also.
Love that Watson fence on the box, but Yuki swings wide left. Alliance is gonna do it. 2 members of 100 Thieves down and out as Alliance and Hockey's are gonna win it. Are you kidding me? There's one left. There's a rat somewhere. IG's out, but 100 Thieves is running right now with their tail between their legs as Alliance hunts them down and wins this one.
Get them over. You can play against the wall on me. You can play against the wall on me. I got coming behind us. Yeah, wait. They're coming behind us, though.
Chip cover. Currently see them. You see Zero Tricky picking off the black hole. He's about to get it. Everybody's in it. Get ready.
Panthers on controller. He's connecting with the PK. Pop. Scarfo need one more point. RPR has to stay alive. Has to try and get it. Doesn't get it. Scar's 1 point away. Alliance, they need this win.
Scars eliminated. Alliance leave it late, but Alliance march towards match point. Alliance win it.
Yes. There. I keep them. They're gonna get. Fight him back, guys. He's alone. Let them fight each other. Okay, no, give me. I'm full. But they're fighting. No, chill. I'm chilling. Cut the cut down, fighting. Falcon. One more. Wait, Bubble.
And now, Sergio is going to be your champion of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Regroup and find a way to dissect this engagement.
They are just sitting back, looking to find any amount of KB. Insane from a mile away with the R9 black hole going out, trying to capitalize on this. LCDF has fallen in. Gone for it. Might be next. Now we turn our attention to the final squad, Area 310, but this is all Zane, baby.
Let's go, Zane!
Here, plenty of ammunition left, plenty of high ground. Won't have as much of his cover during the next ring. Dojo go down, LG go down. DreamFire are pushing for the win, but they haven't done enough. Even a crack. Can they play this perfectly?
TSM intense. They have put themselves into contention for advanced starting points. And DreamFire full sending down. Roy balls, 3 MC balls, and TSM. They are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket.
The zone is a problem. The longer this fight gets delayed, the more difficult this is going to be. But popping a medkit at just the right time might be able to get Timmy into the fight, feeling full HP. TSM having to retreat, and then DigiTread's going to pick up Al. First knock goes to the dojo.
But this could open things up for the likes of Alliance and Black. Anyway, taking a look, but enemy through the catwall. Now with 30-30 in their back pocket, rips that out as well. As Timmy and enemy are working hand in hand, and TSM go down. Dojo survives.
Alliance now finding a check to work with as well, and Alliance and Hackis, well, they're having a little bit of fun right here. Lots of damage coming in from the care package weapon. DreamFire gone, Moist gone, and I tell you what, they might all be going down to Hackis in a few seconds.
Sentinels push on in towards LGT Max. Oh, but look at Hackis! Hackis takes down Hal! And those arrows are piercing skin, piercing armor, piercing shields at the moment.
They're not going to be able to do it. TSM can win this one out there.
Yeah, but they threw up the wall to hide themselves and let those two fight. Now coming over on the grab flip, Hal is going crazy. Hal is showing why he has shown up to that with back-to-back wins.
Damage. Oh, this is going to cook. I'll tell you what. 90 bomb. Where's the second one though? Doesn't get the damage. It's of the Hackis, but look at the movement from Hackis. Forget about your Hackis, but now he's getting challenged on the high ground. Nathan goes down. Hackis. That doorbell. Noctem trying to push from the north. Singularity also taking a lot of damage, but Elysium doing well to go on his own. Oh, he's back! But unfortunately, another team arrived.
Meanwhile, everyone that had moved in the locker room.
We got an oops, start a fight. Esports dropping immediately down onto LCDF, trying to knock through the piercing spikes. It doesn't matter, they were prepping for maybe a Horizon grappling approach, but not necessarily an aimbot going down. And Lusky taking heavy damage, but Jinx is falling. Sleep is likely going to have to
That was a rough call for Certified to make it. They had to go in at some point. There was a team below them. Let's see if the Frost was there, and they've been holding that position for a while. They're now down to one, though. They go out.
Drops down. Maybe he can try to access that box, but it looks like he went down to 30-30. This is all he can work with. Rex, incredibly low, gets stuck. I'll get the trade at TSM.
Now it really comes down to Black Hand and LG.
Wanted to steal that one real quick. More for F-Chan, though, and Black Hand engaging on this fight versus NRG, who were able to reset rather quickly. We haven't let the shield go just yet because they got the crash over Black Hand, and it looks like squad after squad they fall. And Nathan going crazy with the flatline.
And now here comes the call for FaZe. Here's the fight for FaZe. They want to take down E6, and I mentioned that Snipe down has the Prowler.
Season is already empty. It's going to give the top shield back right now at the catwalk walking to the right.
Does look like it's a 2v2 at this point. Gets the headshot with the Kramer, and they'll push straight through the smoke to try and get this final wipe onto XN here.
Oh, they're isolating Dojo. They're isolating Dojo. They know that Ascent's on the high ground here. Design takes an evac tower right in front of them. Where are they going to land? They're going to be played by the tree. They lose out an enemy. They got pinched. They got moved by both teams here. Here comes the EMP ringing through. The Motherload controlling some space. Ascent get eliminated in third. Dojo in this 2v1. You play through a knockdown, and they come through. Dojo takes a dub. Alliance. They gave up that POI, and now we're getting to see KCP, the other 50-50 that we saw happen between KCP and I believe it was Realize. And KCP did come out on top of this one, but that was Daisy, the last one alive. Let's see if that's going to be the same case.
Harvester has been such a point of contention for many teams here. And once again, we're seeing players fight over this key central rotational POI. Realize once again will fall.
Hey, we got the same results after what we had seen from game number one. Sure, you can try this out now when it's early in the lobby. This is match point format. All right, Nasky. All right, Nasky. I got to talk to him a little bit yesterday. He said, it's all about the mind game. Sometimes I'm going to tell all the IGLs something different.
Optic Gaimin might be about to break records. 2 squads remaining. It's NRG versus Optic. Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue. Prowler for Nathan. Could that be the difference maker? Sweet has to retreat. Does he have a shield swap? No, he doesn't. Sweet goes down. Not gets the first kill for Optic. Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall. NRG clutch. You've got almost no idea who you're shooting at. It doesn't matter which team they're from. You've just got to find a target and click.
It's a chance from the crowd giving TSM the energy they need. From the chat as well, the supporters, to give TSM the dub as FaZe find themselves in another top 5.
TSM though, they're all by themselves at the moment. There's a fracas behind the wall, but they will strike at the last moment.
FaZe against TSM. There's only one alive. The name from Burrows. FaZe get eliminated, and TSM are your Game 6 champions. This may be it for Black Hand, and it is. Optic Gaming are still alive for how long? TSM from the high ground. 30 teams left, and the circle is looking like a skittle.
No one knows who anyone is in Optic. Once again, they can't manage it. It's going to be Dojo versus TSM as the circle closes, and TSM!
The zone cut in half. Pressure on Verhulst as the catalyst to make a play. Starfight could play pine poopers here, and TSM are going to have to wait.
These Wanton Vectors could be massive.
Apex Folklore once again repeating itself as how, once again from the heavens, gets the opening knock. The CEO with a hostile takeover. TSM are your champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, where we are in day one of our competition, the groups stage of our competition, one series down, and now we head into the second of the day with two new groups who have yet to sit on our stage. Things already heated up in that first series. Fnatic coming out on top with a stellar performance, 2 wins in the series, and now it's time to see what the rest of our teams can bring to the table. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here for this series, and we've got an amazing desk joining us here to talk about all things Apex Legends, and we've got Zephyr back with us, and of course, Snipedown and Jamerson as well. But Zephyr, you're joining us here. First time of the day, first time for the week. How are you feeling? What's it like being in Japan?
It may be the first time for me at the desk, but I've been watching all day long when it comes to the caliber of play that we're finally getting the opportunity to see after such a long time here in what is competitive Apex. And for so many of these teams, they're showing us a caliber that we haven't gotten to see in a way that is completely different.
I think everybody knew they had to bring something a little special to the table. We talked about it a lot. Fnatic was your team to watch in that first series, Eric. So now that we've got that series down, what have your impressions been so far?
Yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. I had Fnatic. I thought they were going to take the group, switch it to TSM last minute, and I should have just stuck with my gut. It's like picking the first answer, you switch it, all that. So, I mean, honestly, I think this whole weekend is just going to be the build-up each day. Every day is going to get more and more important, and I think it's just all about finding the right teams that are going to build the momentum, and I don't think it's going to be as much of a surprise as last event was with the champion. I think we're going to really see who's going to take it, and if let's say, you know how Lions had such a good group stage last time, I think if we see a team consistently perform that well in groups, they will continue to bring it to the finals.
And Jamerson, we got to get through our first 2 groups. Now we're heading into groups C and D as well, and some heavy hitters in those groups as well. Talk to me a little bit about what you're hoping we can see in the second series.
Yeah, like we saw in Group A and B, we got to see a lot of teams really be able to flex their identity and really hone that one down. So here in CD, that's a very similar story that I want to see. Fnatic did a great job doing their negative rotates all throughout the entire series and succeeded extremely well with it. And so they're playing to their comfort zone and they're doing extremely well so far in the group stage. Now here in CD, I want to see the same things coming out from all of our squads. Alliance, you know they can play flexible, they can play whatever, but now it's the big question for Alliance. Hey, what is Hawkins' read on the lobby? How well is he going to be able to predict everything? We don't have to question their playstyle. We just have to question their reads. And so I want to see him be able to hold that in this first match.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about when we say there are so many different storylines we're going to be following all week long, because so many teams have gotten just below the great success of being crowned champion, and we have repeat champions here in the lobby, people that were able to claim that title just this past year, and it's only going to get even more difficult as we get further through the competition. But if you guys at home are just joining us here for the first time and you're wondering where we're at in the stage of competition, don't worry, it's still day one. You only missed the first 6 matches. Groups A and B went head to head. That is now done, and like we've said, we're moving towards groups C and D for a second series here on the day. And then to close it out, we still have one more at the end of the day between groups B and D. And like we mentioned, Fnatic is one of those squads who will be coming back for a second series here after their very strong performance at the beginning of the day. So lots of stuff in store, and it's only Wednesday, so hopefully you guys are ready to get through and see who's going to be our globally crowned champion at the end of it all. But we keep talking about it. Let's show everybody at home what happened, okay? We keep mentioning these series. Let's give them a visual option. Talk to me about these matches. Zephyr, you got to sit through everything in the back and watch how it went down. Fnatic out the gate real hot.
Absolutely. It's a great chance to be here in Japan, but it's even better when the hometown heroes get to represent and display a fantastic win right off the bat. But as we've talked about, it isn't just that first match, and of course the end goal that we got to see. Inevitably, so many of these other teams began to show up, and this final climb out from 100 Thieves was a great representation of how anybody is always lurking and waiting.
Absolutely, and both of those teams were ones that ended up with double wins, but then we head into match number 3, switch it over to Stormpoint Snipedown, and once again, another strong performance, this time out of EP.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is actually one of the most interesting teams, I think, to watch this weekend because they switch it up. They played Catalyst and they played Caustic. These are 2 characters that we really haven't seen in the meta so far when it comes to what everyone's running. It's usually 3 defense legends. I hope we see a Mirage. I've been waiting this whole time. I have been talking about it nonstop. I want to see some Select Fire Prowlers and some Mirage gameplay.
If it was ever going to be a meta, right?
Yeah.
we got so many like little teasers of it throughout scrims, and then now no one's picked it so far. But hey, we still have 4 more days, and we still have 2/3 of today.
We do. We got that energy win there in the middle, and then of course the bookends at the end, the second wins for both Fnatic there in match number 5, and then 100 Thieves here in their thermal zone there at the end. And you did a really good job of breaking that down for everybody, Jamerson, at the end as to how they were able to kind of change their play style to make it work for that specific hard zone play.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're looking at champions, we have to be able to see teams that are flexible in their playstyle, right? You can't just be one identity for the best teams overall. When we look at teams like Gaimin Gladiators, who have had a huge upward trajectory, are playing in this series, they have been able to play flexible. If they have to play edge, they can play edge. If they have to play center zone, they can play center zone. And it's going to be the teams, I think, here for this specific champs that can really be able to flex and on that experience that will succeed at the end of the week.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that breakdown, guys. It was fantastic, but we keep saying we've got 2 more groups of teams, 20 teams that are trying to mark their name in the history books of ALGS. So first, let's take a look at Group C.
To come in, Sharky's return to the finals starts with a win.
Eternal, who death balls super effectively. Falcons swoop in. Falcons should be taking game 3. Massive recovery.
Two dead. One. Down. Right, Newcastle res though, and now you just gotta back up.
GG will go back to back.
Just get one.
Oh my God!
Bro, fucking
And they have done it.
One who has just been playing out of his mind.
Like we mentioned, an incredibly stacked group here in Group C with all of these teams across the board, and lots of squads I know everyone at home is going to be excited to see getting into the action here, specifically Team Falcons, a team that I think is always on everybody's minds when you are talking about Apex Legends and the competitive scene. And we talk about their players a lot as well, specifically Zero, and I think all year long we were looking for big things out of Team Falcons, and it's been a little bit of a quieter year for them here so far. But now, on the largest stage all year long, the biggest global competition that we will see for this year, is it the moment for the King to pick up his crown and dust it off?
Pressure? I mean, of course there's pressure, but he's gonna show up. All he cares about is winning. It doesn't matter how bad it sounds or how brutal it is, that's what it takes. When you've accomplished what he's accomplished, anything less than first place is not good enough.
All the outside noise, the opinions, it doesn't faze him.
2022 saw a return to the international stage. And with it, the NA Giants were expected to reclaim the title of the best team in the world.
I didn't think any of the regions honestly knew what was going to happen until we got to Sweden.
When we were coming up, no one really believed in us. Nobody saw it coming.
Wide left flank, and then just like that, REIGNITE is gonna do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins. Dome Shield is placed, and now Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series. Back to back.
They're taking damage, but no! Here comes Zero!
Zero, the captain, the IGL to send it back down under. Match point specialists.
2024, the dynasties have finally fallen.
And DC have this entire side to the circle to themselves.
They've actually got that. Zero goes down to Coinfall.
It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero. We are going on.
It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North.
In response, Zero and Imperial Hal teamed up to form what many called the Super Team. But their attempt at stopping the bleeding fell short. The world had caught up.
But Team Falcons, a team that's slightly been struggling now.
It looks like Falcons will be eliminated, and indeed they are. Another dud game for them.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the super team.
Zero's just gone down. Zero's gone down. Trying to do what he can, but Falcons' bad day continues. But SSG will become your champions here in Germany. The team that was dubbed the second super team when it came together.
Split 1, they narrowly lost. Split 2 was a complete collapse.
Another failure at Champs, and Year 4 may be the first in which Zero does not lift a trophy. The pressure is mounting.
I think he does feel pressure. I think he puts most of it on himself, though.
He feels pressure, but it doesn't really affect his performance.
I think the reason that he kind of seems like he doesn't feel it is because of how hard he works.
Yeah, he's ruthless.
Everyone can say what they want, you know, everyone can think what they want, but at the end of the day, I know I'm going to be the one lifting that trophy. You'll see.
Absolute chills listening to that entire story. Talk to me a little bit about Team Falcons here, Zephyr. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on that team.
There's a lot of pressure, but as you heard, it's about how hard they work. We talk about overall scrim statistics for a team like Falcons. They are the top brass when it comes to the overall international competition. First in kills, first in damage, first in overall statistical placement. When we talk about how far ahead they are compared to any other roster in this lobby, they are a statistical anomaly here. They are in a standard deviation of 3 compared to the next closest of 1.8 here for them. That is over 1.6 times better than teams like T-Law or potentially anyone else who are in the same category.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. The results outside of this last year don't lie. They are a team that is more than capable of, at the end of this, hoisting that trophy above their heads. But in order for them to do that, they're going to have to go through those last 10 teams that I mentioned that are currently chomping at the bit. So let's check out Group D.
Liquid Alienware trying to put respect on their name.
Oh, aimbot! Picks up. Oh!
Shot designed those dogs. And the weak ones, they are just enough.
And Stallions come out on top.
Will the both that big shots? Healed Esports cannot hold. DreamFire will close it out.
Gets another Cravers to Honkies. 3 for 3.
It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
The teams in our Group D will be no slouches either. Once again, time has proven that you will get some sort of a former champion to talk about in these groups. So Jameson, talk to me a little bit about the squads in Group D.
Yeah, Group D is absolutely stacked. We're talking about Alliance, Crazy Raccoon, Envy, T-Law, and it's becoming a little bit of an Apex Legends civil war here. Brothers versus brothers, right? Having Envy swapping around characters, or excuse me, having Yanya stepping in onto the Envy squad. Now he has to go up against his old squad mates in Team Liquid Alienware in this matchup for the first time on the big stage. And so it's going to be a tough battle, and we'll see if the moves actually pay off for them.
And I want to talk to you about this group as well, Snipe Down, and get your thoughts specifically on one of the teams, because I think it's a team that time and time again at these lands we have very high expectations of.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other team to talk about here than Alliance. They're the top seed in this Group D. And I kind of want to point out what you said, Zephyr, with Falcons being so far ahead in all the scrim scores. They were there last event, too. The one thing that I want to point out is how consistent Alliance has been in the past 3 lands that they've been to. So they got first place at EWC, they got 3rd place in Mannheim, and then they got 2nd place in the BLGS. The one before that, I think they got 14th at Split 1, but they've made a lot of changes. I'm not sure if one of their players is even there. I think they had a sub for that event. So it's exciting. I think Hawkes is just the best IGL when it comes to consistency. He rallies the troops. He has 2 incredible Slayers in Infect and Unlucky, and all they have to do is just shoot their gun straight, listen to their IGL. This man knows how to be a general, a drill sergeant, and everything, and their players just listen, they follow the leader, and their consistency has been clutch. The one thing I do want to point out based on the stats, though, is all of the maps that they're used to playing, they're great. They dropped down to 28th in overall average when it comes to E-District, though. They're only averaging right around 5, a little less than 5 points a game, which I've talked about a lot. I think E-District is going to be the biggest outlier of these teams here in the preparation going into it. So we'll see if it's just stats or whatnot, but I would think Alliance is absolutely going to be in that finals lobby pushing for that trophy.
I mean, and that's something that we talk about a lot, right? As well as the ability for our pros to adapt to whatever new situation it is that we're throwing at them. Last time it was, now you don't get to have your contests anymore. We're going to put you into a POI draft. This time it's you've got X amount of time on a brand new map in comparison to the half a decade you've had on some of the, some of these other ones. For that side of things, talk to me a little bit about your perspective on Alliance as well, Zephyr. I know you are the EMEA, lover, so I want to hear what you think they can do in this competition.
We discussed pressure earlier, and I think for a team like Alliance, maybe some of that has dissuaded a little bit now that they do have an official international win on their belt. For this roster, the question of them being group stage frauds has officially now been broken within our Year 4 timeline. The question now is, can they deliver on an official ALGS world stage? I feel like with that kind of momentum behind them, that would be a perfect opportunity for them to shine.
All right, well, one of the last pieces of this puzzle is, of course, our talent predictions. We've got a new series of matches, which means new ideas from everyone here on the desk, and of course, everyone in our green room as well. Let's see what you guys picked. Which teams did you choose to win these next 6 matches? We're seeing a little bit of an agreement here across the board. Team Falcons, not surprisingly, we've got people picking them, but Gaimin Gladiators out of Rain love that, and T-Law out of Dia. Moving on to this page, though, Jamerson, tell me about the Alliance pick.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance were able to absolutely feast on this POI draft. They got everything that they wanted, and they were able to focus a little bit more on E-District for their second pick. Like Snipe said, they needed a little bit more there, so the fact that they were able to bully their way into a free, I believe, Trident pick on their third pick, no one contesting them there, allowed them to get that E-District picked in a little bit earlier, which should offset some of the struggles that they've been facing.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the map picks and the map selects are a lot different now that we added E-District into the rotation, so people are going to prioritize the new map and get their most favorited POIs, and then you look at World's Edge, which has been around for so long, there's no reason to pick as much because the rotations, everything's kind of planned out in front of you. It's been around for a long time, and I think it's really important for them to pick that E-District first.
Well, if all of you at home are trying to follow just as many storylines as we're trying to follow here live in Japan, we have a very easy way for you to do that. All you have to do is head on over to Face It Watch. You can choose as many POVs, up to 4 of your favorite squads if you want to be listening to their comms, see their specific rotations, or if you want to be keeping up with the map feed and see what everyone is doing. You have all of those options at your disposal. The best way to watch the ALGS your way. And all you have to do is head on over to faceit.com/watch to make sure you are on top of all of that. I didn't get a chance to ask you about your prediction here, because you did just give me a little bit of love for Alliance, but then you ended up picking Liquid. So I want to hear your thoughts on Liquid as well, Zephyr.
Personally, I've been really impressed with Kurev on this roster, filling in that place for Yanya like you were discussing earlier. And at least for them, if Falcons are the #1 powerhouse in this lobby, Liquid has shown, at least in recent scrims, especially after the update here, that they are the close second. And when it comes to group, being able to put up a high level of points leads me to believe that they could potentially come out and work their way into a first-place finish.
All right, and I also want to get one quick thought from you, actually, on Gaimin Gladiators, a team that did really well in Split 2 playoffs here, Eric. And we saw Rain pick them in the predictions as well. How do you think they could potentially do in this series?
I mean, I think that last event gave them every little bit of confidence that they needed to come into this event and think that they could come out and win it. They saw all the way that they worked through the group stages, all the way into the finals at the last event. They were one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting team and storyline to follow along at the entire event. So to bring that here, I know their only way for them to feel satisfied is with a better placement than they got.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy series of matches for these teams either. This entire competition is not going to be easy. Before we get into our matches here, Jamerson, how do you think this is going to play out? Are we going to see what we saw in series #1? Will there be a dominant performance like we saw at Fnatic, or is this going to be a little bit more even?
I think this one has a lot more parity. I think overall in Apex Legends, the level of talent that we've been able to foster over the last few years has been immense, and we're getting these super teams left and right now. Amongst 7 teams, you have some of the best players in all their roles, all combined in those squads. And so now, with this level of parity, it's so difficult to call who's going to come out on top. We have had stumbles from some teams, and other teams really trying to figure out their identity here. And so for this group in particular, the fact that we have Alliance, that we have Falcons, that we have Gaimin Gladiators, it is so difficult to call here. But I think it is going to be a return to form for some teams. That's why, of course, I went with Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, too many good options is never a bad thing for everybody here on the desk. There's just too many good teams, and that's just how far Apex Legends has come as a competitive scene. So it's going to be an exciting series, to say the least. 2 more people I want to get the thoughts of, though, on this particular series is, of course, our fantastic casting duo, because we have Ansa and Gaskian standing by to get us into all of the action.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And I've got to say, Dan, it feels pretty good to be here in Japan at Sapporo, doesn't it? We've been looking forward to this event for quite some time, and now we finally get back on the mic. It feels so good to be back.
It really does. I mean, a little bit chilly outside, but it's starting to heat up here, of course, with the games. Amazing action in A and B, but now C and D, this is where we're really starting to see some of the heavy hitters. We heard the desk talk about it, just some incredible teams here in these groups.
It certainly is. We were discussing some of the teams that we're going to see here, and the kind of common theme was accolades, right? We were looking through some of these teams, and everyone that popped up, we were like, well, they've won this. Well, they've done well here. And to give you a little bit of an example of what we're trying to talk about here, and the desk did a great job in setting this up, you've just got to look at recent competitions this year. On Crazy Raccoon, you have 2 players who won Split 1. Then you look ahead to the BLGS, you look at the EMEA region winners, you've got Aurora in this lobby. You look at the North American winners, you have Team Liquid Alienware in this lobby. So many recent accolades have been picked up, and of course you've got to talk about Falcons as well. Probably the one team that has always been discussed as the team you expect to go on to win a trophy, but they're the ones who are still chasing that win.
Maybe the one team, who hasn't been able to pick up that trophy. Alliance, who were just on our screens, of course, they had LAN victory as well. Crazy Raccoon not only getting that victory previously, but also won their BLGS regional finals as well. There is just so much to talk about with these teams, and it's really hard to try and separate who is actually going to step up here today, who is going to have that excellent performance to begin their tournament, because if you do start low and you don't really have that success, how is that going to bode for the rest of the tournament? Are you going to be down on yourselves? Because we've seen that happen to a few of these teams before, where you really want to see you get out of those gates hot and be able to have one of those top performances.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to talk about, actually, isn't it, as we wait for these games to get underway. We will be starting on E-District as well for a couple of games, and as we're about to head into it, it's a lot of talk about the mental fatigue maybe that these tournaments have that we've seen in Split 1 and Split 2, as there is your map rotation here for the group stage between C and D. This is a 5-day event now. This isn't 4 days of action. If you want to go on to be crowned the ALGS Championship champion, you have to fight through the adversity, the highs, the lows, all of the trials and tribulations that 5 days of action here in Sapporo is going to bring to you.
I love what we heard from Fnatic earlier. They say, yep, it's just group stages. Like, we performed well, but it is not done yet. This is a look at the POI draft. Who is going to be dropping where? One thing I really want to point out here, a lot of teams didn't prioritize E-District in this initial POI draft. I think that's going to change as the tournament goes on. One team who did, though, Crazy Raccoon, dropping at the Lotus. They picked it 3rd in this POI draft. So I want to keep an eye on them, because they really have been focusing E-District.
Well, here we go then. We're almost ready to get underway. You can see the dropship is ready. You can see the players are already heading down to their chosen POIs as we get the action back underway here in Japan, in Sapporo. And I've got to be honest, Dan, I've been waiting for this for quite some months now. It feels like I've been waiting in the wings, just ready to get back on that plane, get in front of these beautiful people and call these games as we start off with the EMEA powerhouse that is Alliance.
Chomping at the bit, not only to get back onto LAN, but also to see E-District on LAN. We got to see a little bit of it earlier with A versus B, but now with C versus D, as I mentioned, some of the teams did try and prioritize it with their draft, Crazy Raccoon being one of them. Now just taking a look around to see who kind of has a ring console to work with here. GHS Professional over at Boardwalk have a real opportunity to maybe rotate fast once they see this ring information.
Yeah, speaking of Crazy Raccoon as well, you're looking at potential ring pools here on E-District, and they're going to be able to find out where that zone is going because they have the beacon as well. But it is looking, I mean, it's a crazy thing for me to say, Dan, and I'm going to put myself out on a limb early on in game number 1, but it's looked like we could be going Energy Bank. What are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, Energy Bank is one of the most fun end zones for me
in this map and on this map, but it's a very difficult one to navigate. If you arrive late, it's going to be difficult to get inside of Energy Bank. Maybe that can be a benefit of trying to go over rather than through, because otherwise you get caught in one of those choke points as well. And I'm just looking across the compositions, like do we have a Valkyrie, for example? We've seen a couple of those pop up here and there, but it doesn't look like we do. The only real difference I'm seeing is Aurora running a Mirage, which is definitely going to be a factor throughout this game. And one of the key benefits, and something that a lot of these teams will not be able to have, is they can scan that survey beacon once you're able to upgrade Mirage. So they will get information of where people are rather than just ring console.
Yeah, really interested to see how Aurora are going to kind of lean on the Mirage that they've been testing out in scrims. And they obviously like what he's going to bring to the fore. They know that, you know, Mirage is going to give you so much information. And of course, that ultimate inside those bubble fights can be a real problem to deal with, I will say, not just for the other team, but sometimes for your teammates as well, because those clones can be a little bit deceiving.
And do have a couple of Valkyries as well. Furia and E36 are going to be running Valkyries, so keep an eye on them of how they try and transition towards that zone. Do they go very early? Do they arrive a little bit late because they have the benefit of doing so? That'll be something I'll be looking on.
Something just to highlight as well, Team Burger, who did drop at Energy Bank, do have ring console as well. So they're going to be moving down to the south side of where they believe this zone is going to be going. And speaking of which, you can see Team Burger on your screen right now. This is where they believe that the end game is going to be played. Now, let's talk a little bit of E-District here, right? Let's talk about some of the theories we've been kind of talking about and did a little bit of research and a couple of conversations with my good friend Hodzik as well about E-District and his and NRG's thoughts on this. One thing to note is Evo interactions on the map in comparison to Storm Point and World's Edge, not as many. And when you look at the Evo harvesters that are dusted around the map as well, some of those are very difficult to actually access, as are the consoles, due to them being on maybe the second level of a building, which could be being watched by someone else. And with multiple teams usually stacking up in and around end zones, sometimes you've got to kind of rethink your pathing if you think we can grab that nice and quickly. But a couple of shots come in. Speaking of which, by the way, Furia try and take to the skies early with a Valcon, but Madness has gone down, so they're going to have to rotate out towards the southern side of the map and try, towards Resort, and they're going to look for a respawn here.
Yeah, and they should be able to get a respawn. Of course, you know all the changes by now, anyone watching, but being able to get your teammate back up is very easy nowadays with the support benefits, and of course, being able to get one of those beacons as you do so. Now we have a little bit of confrontation here, as both teams probably just going to posture up against one another here on the southwest, not so far away from where Liquid Alienware are as well.
Orgless and Hungry versus Stallions is going to be the two teams who are kind of posturing up against each other. And Stallions, I've got to say, been pretty impressive in scrims recently. They've had some really, really good performances. Certainly caught my eye for sure. And Orgless and Hungry, we know all about this lineup. We know that finally in Mannheim for the EMEA region and for themselves personally, they put in a performance to be a little bit more proud of, and they'll be looking to go one more step here in Japan as well to maybe just solidify themselves as a team that could be talked about as a potential finalist. Still a lot of work for them to do, of course, to maybe earn that right to be called that kind of team. But elsewhere, you can see Team Liquid Alienware. Kurev down on the bottom of the building here. They could be chilling for now. They're kind of maybe overlooking Orgless and Hungry and Stallions, who are having that fight at the moment. Opportunity maybe to third party for them as well as they come back into the map.
And we have to give credit where it's due. Team Liquid Alienware, of course, one of the first teams to really put that Rampart on the map, and you could argue pioneered this meta that we currently see, as everyone realized how good Rampart was going to be as an addition to your squad, and now everyone seems to have followed suit. So credit to them. They've created this meta, so if you don't like it, blame them. That's what I'm saying.
Created a monster. No, this is, I will say, I feel like it's very interesting if you've been keeping an eye on the international scrims in the couple of weeks building up to champs, because we've been watching them religiously, understandably so, and we were kind of like, wait, we're seeing things change. Even though legend composition isn't changing a huge amount, the way that certain legends are being played, and Newcastle is going to be something that we talk about extensively as we go through this tournament, really has caught our eye, because Newcastle was somewhat of a one-dimensional character pre-patch. Defensive, that was what it was all about, being able to help you cross and play some of those little nooks and crannies with the castle wall. But now we're seeing it become something a little bit different. We're seeing aggressive, fight-winning plays, fight-instigating plays coming from the Newcastle players, and it has been the difference maker. When you're comfortable being aggressive on Newcastle, you're the player who usually leads your team to win those team fights.
Yeah, you can compare it to the Gibraltar kind of history that we've had. Like, do you have the bubble? Does the other team bubble first? Do you bubble second? Being able to have that counter slam available for Newcastle is going to be a huge thing throughout this tournament, but also just keeping an eye on who is able to keep that ultimate available to them, because sure, you don't want to put it down first, But if your opponent doesn't even have a wall, what are you waiting for? It's going to be very difficult for these teams. You've got to really keep an eye on what's happening around you, because if you notice a castle wall has gone down only mere moments ago, they're not going to have one ready straight away. Now, don't get me wrong, with the accelerator available on the Nemesis, available on the Scout, you are going to be getting it back a lot faster than previous, but certainly is not going to be a factor straight away.
That's tough, eh? Maybe looking to be a little bit sneaky here, seeing if Stallions are going to try and engage and maybe rotate to where they find themselves, or maybe just looking for information on where they are. For now, though, this fight will, well, I say fight, let's just say consistent engagement, maybe through the visuals of the eyes more than anything, is going to continue. Stallions actually trying to rotate away from this one for now, as it's going to be Furia, who of course had to respawn Madness a little bit earlier, who are going to be taking a little bit of damage. Now, on board with Crazy Raccoon, Sangyun and Obli, of course, split one winners, but weren't able, and it's just crazy to say out loud still, to defend their crown at Split 2. Did not qualify for Mannheim, but they're back here at Champs, thanks to that trophy that they managed to win right at the start of the year in LA. And now they have the chance here in APAC North, here in Japan, here in Sapporo, to maybe repeat that dosage.
That is how Apex ebbs and flows sometimes, right? You can fall out of a meta, things change, legends that you are so good at playing maybe aren't going to be a part of that meta, but then changes happen yet again, a new patch arrives, and it might just be the perfect fit for you. And I'm sure Crazy Raccoon would love to replicate that success that we've already seen so far in this year. Now, they are going to be below a team here, but they are looking a little bit antsy.
Just in the meantime, by the way, Madness has gone down again. So he was respawned, brought back in, he's gone down again. Fury having a real struggle at the start of this game just to get on the map, but here's our first bubble fight. Here's the first Rampart walls down, and this is looking extremely one-sided as the shots are going to come in from Obli. He finds one, he's looking to try and find the second as well, as GHS will take that first down.
Trying to let the Spitfire sing a little bit. It's going to be a 3 versus 2, but Crazy Raccoon have taken a lot of damage, have to back off, have to start healing, and GHS really want to try and push on the damage they've done, but they're also being forced away here, and I think they're just going to try and run.
Tyder kind of decides to let the teammates go. Say, I will stay here, I will delay, I will take the punishment, get ready to res me in a little bit of time when you get to that beacon. Elsewhere,
Furia back.
Furia are back. How long will Madness last? Only time will give us that answer. But for now, he gets to play Apex Legends. And boy, that must feel good.
So we were talking about this final zone a lot earlier when we saw it was going to be heading this way. Now you can notice a lot, if not the majority of teams have arrived. But for those who are not here, are going to have to try and force their way through one of these chokes. Now you can see they're not being held aggressively. A lot of the teams have gone very central just to try and make sure that if this zone does continue to pull where they think it's going to, they are not going to be one of the teams that gets caught out on their rotation from building to building.
One thing that's interesting to highlight as well is Team Burger, we mentioned, they dropped Central Map, they dropped Energy Mech, and they had Ring Console as well. They're one of the only teams in the building that they chose and had first priority to actually be outside of where that zone is going to be pulling. And that's kind of synonymous, I would say, with how E-District zones are working a little bit. We've seen a lot of teams recently go, we have to play for third and fourth beacon because we are finding these zones extremely unpredictable as where what side they're going to pull to.
I don't hate it. In group stages as well, sometimes you can pick up a lot of kills playing in these kind of areas where people are going to be rotating through, but if they can get that information, it could be so significant to get in a better position for that final circle a little bit later. Just because still, even with all the practice, all the scrims that everyone's been playing, E-District is still the most unknown map for all of these teams in terms of where these circles are going to go. It is not the years that we've had on World's Edge and Stormpoint in comparison.
We're on board with Team Envy, and the reason that we're on board with them right now is not just because they have been extremely impressive and certainly one of the dark horses to take this tournament overall if you're looking at recent performances and consistency, but they are on the mythic bin, so they're going to get those Evos leveled up, they're going to find some extra goodies to play with, as Orgless and Hungry are trying to force their way into zone. But this is what you were talking about, Dan. This is what E-District can do sometimes. If you have to force your way in late, and everyone is already inside of this zone, forcing your way through one of these chokes is so difficult to do.
And sadly for Orgless and Hungry, they've been on the back foot for the entire game. It feels like they've been griefed from a distance over and over, and they are just desperately trying to force their way in. But by Liquid holding them out here, they also need to find a path through. And when they do arrive to zone, they could be experiencing the exact same thing they've just been doing to Orgless and Hungry. And it looks like actually Stallions might be the closest team to them. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen there. So when Liquid and Alienware do arrive, it might be a scrap with Stallions.
Well, Orgless and Hungry have found a staircase which is safe for now, but it's not going to be safe for long, because they're going to have to pop some med kits here inside of zone to try and get healthy. They're going to have to send it on to someone, and if they don't, the Falcons will not need to be asked twice. How from above with that Mastiff, gets the first knock onto Kinda, and I mean, you're looking at things at the moment, and you have to say Orgless and Hungry, they're looking in somewhat of a shambles at the moment.
Was there a moment you almost said Howl from the heavens? It felt like that was about to come out of your mouth.
I'm not going to lie, it was close, but I'm better than that.
You refused. Once, never again. But yeah, Falcons should be able to at least get one confirmed knock here and try and convert that into some KP. But still, 20 squads remain. Even though OAH are losing people left, right, and center, they are still alive and still have a chance in this game at the moment with the last remaining player escaping.
Now we're starting to see the action pick up as everyone's trying to force their way in towards zone. GHS Professional taking on E36 this time, and one Tappy is going to have to do more than that if he wants to survive here. But then, of course, 36 look like they're going to be able to easily clean up these downs, and certainly will feel comfortable that they have won this fight. But they still have to move. This is on the north side of the zone, outside of where that zone is going to be closing. And Energy Bank is very, very busy right in that center of the POI at the moment. With the zone pulling away from that down as well, the lobby is going to go from, where are we right now, 19, as we actually see GHS Professional be our first team eliminated, down to 10? I mean, the lobby halved.
A lot of these teams don't know where their zone's going to be pulling. We have the advantage of being able to see it through the observer feed. Team Burger, one of those teams who is going to be looking for the late ring that you were talking about as well. Maybe they'll be able to get some sort of access a little bit later, but the zone is pulling away from the middle of Energy Bank, which all of these teams have banked on. Aurora, LG, Alliance, Furia, and Team Burger are going to be the 5 teams on that south side. And it's going to continue to pull south, by the way, as Falcons will clean up the rest of Orgless and Hungry. So now 18 teams are left. And there's that KP that Falcons were searching for. But you can see it on your screen. We are pulling down south, and that is going to be bad news bears for all of these squads.
Falcons at the moment are right on the western tip of this zone. They're going to have to do some traversing. They're going to have the likes of Stallions, Liquid Alienware, E36 all behind them, with Aurora and Crazy Raccoon in front of them. And also, somehow, by the way, Furia in a great position right next to that zone, having had an awful start to this game.
Again, one of the benefits of being Valkyrie, or having a Valkyrie on your team and in your composition, as Alliance now looking to try and build a base. This looks very hunkered down. This is a fantastic position to play in, have the Newcastle wall available to you. Alliance should be able to sit here comfortably for the remainder of this game until we get to that final circle, unless someone gets very brave with their push. Speaking of brave, team taking a fight here against Falcons. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon. Both bubbles being used here, though. So once these bubbles go down, big decision to make. How aggressive are you going to get?
Crazy Raccoon are safe inside a zone as well, so Falcons are going to be gate kept by them, and the longer that this fight goes on, I mentioned that there's a couple of teams who might be thinking about mirroring the team on our screen right now, Team Falcons, and one of those is Liquid Alienware. So Falcons have to have their heads on a swivel here. This is where the IGL really has to make the big calls.
You can see Zero is trying to find a path. He's trying to lead the charge,
got the bubble
but
down just in time.
You are going to struggle. You are going to be an easy target, but now Waltzy with a second to fall. Yes, Zero's going to get back up, gets picked up by Hal, but Waltzy gets finished. So Falcons need to try and find a way as a 2 to stay alive.
That was like a nanosecond away from Falcons being eliminated. And yes, things aren't looking great for them, but at least Zero and Hal are still alive. Waltzy, unfortunately, will be the first casualty for them. But if, I mean, you talk about time. If that bubble doesn't go down, Falcons dead. It's as simple as that.
However, they were able to have a moment of respite. And if any 2 can do it, Zero and Hal, maybe the 2 together, but now Zero has fallen yet again here. Also GG in the feed as Falcons will fall in 18th place. So it is not going to be one of those hot starts for Team Falcons, as this is the fight we see in the kill feed. GG, they're going at it.
GG, who are probably looking back on Split 2 playoffs as an opportunity missed. They were on match point for what felt like an eternity, but weren't able to quite close things out. GoNext will be eliminated as the ult is doing all sorts of damage as Light turns around 180s with that Mastiff and starts just dealing damage. GoNext got Reignite gone as well. We're down to 50.
Light lighting up the lobby at the moment, and they desperately want to try and finish off these kills, but Bubbles will go down just to protect you from that Gibby ult. Lufka's going to take a lot of damage here and is going to fall, but GG maybe can get back on his feet. Maybe not.
Looking down, Blast and Light now left on their own, and I think for a lot of teams it's like, let's see if we can get any points out of this situation. Liquid Alienware will be eliminated. 14 squads now remaining. Light, by the way, who's leading the lobby in KP at the moment, 3 to his name. Now has to work alongside Blast inside of this bubble just to try and survive and maybe pick up a couple of placements.
I will say more teams survived than I thought. I thought this was going to be far quicker in shredding through these teams. It's now Zero, Tenacity are going to be alive, are going to be able to take this fight, and should be able to comfortably win this one, you'd imagine, and they just about do so. But are they going to be pressured by anyone else here?
EU on EU action, EMEA on EMEA action.
Crazy
Noctem
Raccoon.
Esports will be taken down, but here comes the third party opportunity. Crazy Raccoon move in. 0 Tenacity, 0 players alive. It is the easiest of cleanups here for Crazy Raccoon on the north side of this zone. It will be more KP for them. Envy also just been eliminated.
All the meanwhile, by the way, Alliance still sitting comfortably on the south side of the zone. Aurora found somewhere to call home. LG still alive, and Furia that we mentioned with the Valkyrie. Look where Aurora currently sit, by the way, in this map. They just really hope that no one's going to be throwing nades in here, and that's the benefit of having the Newcastle wall on the one side.
Well, Aurora, uncomfortable, but they do their best work when things look uncomfortable. They are safe, they have a position to play, and they've, of course, got the benefit of having the Newcastle wall as well. Supernova will go down, and we are now almost into single digits of teams left remaining in our first game here. 10 squads remain, as Crazy Raccoon have essentially up the pace a little bit here. Lots of kills being picked up. DreamFire will go down in the feed as well, as Crazy Raccoon are looking for more.
Crazy Raccoon are the third-party champions right now. They are fighting every fight, fighting all these teams that have taken damage, and they are finishing them off comfortably. If they can win this northern battle, if they can win the north side of this map, they'll have a good rotation in, but Team Burger also are there. Stallions go down, GG go down, 7 squads remain.
Sangyu and Obli, of course, they won split 1, but managed screw now Yuzna on the Newcastle. Managed to pick up 4 KP to his name alongside 3 assists, so a lot of work being done, but it is Obli who's leading the way there with 6 KP. This could be a monster game for Crazy Raccoon if they can continue at this pace.
Great bird's eye view as well. This zone is going to be pulling almost dead center of what you can see on your screen, so even though Crazy Raccoon were desperately fighting on that northern side, they don't have to continue to push all the way south. So Alliance, who we saw earlier, Aurora on your screen right now, there still needs to be movement here, just slightly to the northeast, as Aurora should be able to get back up to a full 3.
I mean, Aurora just trying to survive at the moment. The bubble go down, but the damage means that we're going to see more EMEA on each other potential action as Alliance. They tried a third party, but I think they recognized that the timing window wasn't quite there. They are safe. They can play this one a little bit slower. The KP did not come to them, so they did not try and force it.
I think that's good from Alliance, because I think they're recognizing that this game is winnable from their position. They were the only team on the south. All the other teams have to look at each other. Alliance need to avoid conflict as best as they can.
See unlucky and effective moment like Rabbit Dogs. They're like, let me in. Hackers has got them both on the leash at the moment, not letting them go in. LG trying to overextend as well to try and pick up some of those KP, and they will lose sweep because of it. Sykes now has to watch the push coming in. Difficult fight for him here on the rampart versus the arm shielded Gibraltar. And instead of getting those KP, it's LG now looking to survive.
Sykes has got the jawline now, but has he got the PK shots? That's the real question. As E36, Crazy Raccoon, everyone is trying to scrap to find to the center of this zone. Newcastle walls will go down. Counter slam comes through.
There's the counter slam. The wall went down first from CR, but now they have to play on the back of no wall themselves as the counter slam came in. Alliance up on the high here. Hackers is going to be able to pick up a bit of damage with that PK, and they will send Crazy Raccoon back into the lobby. Alliance starting strong here, and this is a team we'll talk about more when this game is done, as NFORCE 36 enter this final moment.
And here's the Mirage. Here's where you've got to try and get your eyes trained. It's like following a ball in a cup from a magic trick. Which is the real one? Will you be able to hit your shots? Alliance the kill feeder gets to Aurora yet again. Alliance get the initial 2 kills.
And it's Furia still alive. They are the cockroaches of this lobby, considering that they have gone down multiple times, had to reset twice. They are involved in this endgame. Aurora gone, Alliance gone, Team Burger, who dropped here right in the center of the map, are maybe about to close out this first game.
NFORCE 36 are on the north, but LG now pushing in on Team Burger. They try and avoid. The bubbles have gone down, but LG are ripping them to shreds.
And Sweet's back in the game. Sweet was gone a few moments ago, but now he's back on his feet, outputting damage inside, around this bubble. Will finally fall. Team Burger go down as we're in our final 2 teams. E36 come in, and E36 will win it.
Much to the delight of the crowd as well. I heard that roar. Enter Force 36. They swoop in unexpectedly. You look at the position of some of the other teams, maybe there was an opportunity for someone else to take away that victory, but it was all about avoiding the fight at the right time, avoiding that initial damage. The bubbles came out perfectly. And for E36, with the Valkyrie, may I add, were able to find themselves in a position where they could play that bubble at the right time. And they do, quite literally, swoop on in with Valk and find the first victory of this series.
And it's not just a win, there's 8 KP alongside it as well. So for E36, boy, what a start it's been. Boy, what a start it's been for the region, right? So many big performances coming in. They will take your match number 1 here, but I've got to say, a fantastic game number 1 between these these two groups, C and D. So many teams alive. I think we had 19 teams alive in zone 3 or 4 there. That's just ridiculous. By the way, Furia, shout out to you. Somehow managing to get 6 points out of that situation and 4th place overall. I would have put money on the fact that they were going to be out first.
I think that Valkyrie is going to be very important for group stages. I don't know how I feel about it going into the last stages of the tournament, but again, we'll see how that plays out. But I think in group stages, the positions you can find yourself in and the escape that is available for you as a Valkyrie could be key to picking up a good amount of points consistently throughout groups.
Well, here's your head-to-head of your first and second place team there. We saw them going at it in that final fight to decide, who is going to take home the first game here in the group. And you're looking at damage pretty similar across the two teams. The one big standout, though, of course, is the amount of KP that was picked up on one side in comparison to the other. Now, LG, of course, they played that, I would say, endgame spot a little bit earlier. It was E36 who had to fight their way all the way from that northern side, but having done so, you can see a smile on the face, understandably so, because they managed to close out that final moment.
Yeah, we mentioned, teams really wanting to start hot here, come out of the blocks early and get that momentum behind you. That's going to be the case for E36, but we've got to talk about the other teams who are not going to have that hot start. I mean, the expectation of a team like Falcons, for example, I know we always mention them, but in scrims, they were levels above everyone else when you look at the numbers, when you look at the consistency across the board, but not able to find anything in game 1. Will that change in game 2? We'll have
I mean, you know me, whenever we talk about scrims, I'm like, scrims, asterisks, has to go next to it, because a lot can change when we get into the live arena. No ping to worry about for any of these teams, and it is going to be E36 who are your winner in game number 1. We'll be back in a few moments with game 2.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out the real character.
The Apex Legends Global Series is a proud partner of the city of Sapporo, the capital of the North.
위에서 야 아래 없다 아래 없다 야 아래 내려 아래 없어 아래 없어 아래 내려 확인 야 내 문대 싸고 있어 세 문대 하자고 이제 치면 돼 이제 치면 돼 나 큐 안 쓸 거야 큐 안 쓸 거야 큐 안 쓸 거야 길로 봐 하나 더 내가 후방 봐줄게 뒤에 가자 와봐 하나 걸크래 왼쪽 집으로 지신 걸크래 집자 라스 나이스
Welcome back to the ALGS Championship, the event that everybody has been waiting for. The anticipation has been building. We have to say the games certainly have not disappointed, even this early into a tournament. Onset and Gaskin here on the mics to talk you through matches 1 to 3 here on our beautiful, beautiful blue stage. And speaking of beautiful, Dan, beautiful people. A lot of people turning out to watch these games, and E36 certainly not disappointing some of those fans.
An insane amount of people turning up on a Wednesday, may I add. And I know I always joke about it, whether we're in America, whether we're in Europe, I'm always like, does no one work? I'm glad that people are here on a Wednesday, and to see this amount of people fill, like, there is so many seats here. Like, I really want to try and picture it for everyone, it's an insane space. This is huge, one of the biggest buildings I feel like I've ever been in, and we are somehow filling those seats, and it is just going to get more full as we go on here this week.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many photos that have gone out of the venue, but it really doesn't do justice. Like,
Really
no
doesn't.
one can do justice to how massive this place is. It's like, it's huge. It's huge. That's all I got to say about it. But let's talk about the games, because E36, the first game on E-District that we've managed to get in under our wings when it comes to casting on LAN as well. What a performance it was. Just watching back that final moment as well, you can see the difference in playstyles and how it can play out in a final battle, right? E36 had to fight their way from the northern side of that zone all the way to the south side. They enter that final battle with Red Arms. You look at LG, played the zone a little bit earlier, didn't manage to get back up to Reds. They were playing on purples, did get the initial damage, and then you're looking at a HP differential between the two teams, and E36, they worked for that damage differential, that health differential that helps them win that 3v3 in those final moments.
I loved how calm their comms were as well when we looked at that winning moment. The silence that occurred in that final 3v3, you could never. But these boys, they focused up and they locked in and they were just confident they were going to hit their shots. And it was only celebration that you heard at the very end of it. And sometimes you need that focus. Sometimes the screaming of, he's one shot, one shot, one shot. It doesn't actually help some of these squads. It does help some teams. Don't get me wrong.
I feel like this is being directed at
It's very much targeted at Mark. He does like yell in my ear.
Everyone's been targeting me, by the way, when it comes to rank. I've heard some wild accusations.
Have you?
About, I think I'm a pleasure and a privilege to play with.
I think you're a fantastic teammate. You just some players.
You just all need to get on my level. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Zero. We did see a brilliant feature that was put together, by the way, on the man on your screen right now. Falcons is game number 1. It wasn't the best game in the world for them, but let's talk about how much maybe pressure is on their shoulders coming into this event. And
on those big shoulders.
On those shoulders, by the way, this man is freakishly strong. I got really excited once when I started like dumbbell lifting a certain amount, and I was like, this is amazing. This is very like niche, by the way, and I realized that I'm going on a tangent. Then I saw like a couple of days later, Waltzy just started shoulder pressing it, and I just
wow,
there's no point. Like, what am I doing? Some people are just like genetic freaks. He's one of those.
It's built different, but there is a lot of pressure on those ginormous shoulders of his that he was pressing your bench press weight. But you look at the history of Team Falcons, right? You look at Zero, you look at how, when it goes wrong, the third teammate seems to get the blame. Waltzy will know that. Waltzy knows the amount of pressure. If things go wrong, Waltzy probably knows he may not survive on this team. However, if things go right, there is a very successful career lining up.
I thought you were going to say, and if they go right, Waltzy still
good.
That's a joke, by the way.
Joke.
We love Waltzy. He's an awesome guy. Let's take a look at another team, though. The newly signed, and I would say resurrected organization out of nowhere. Like I was going to say a young Undertaker, but he did it his whole career. Sitting up when you least expect it. It's, of course, Team Envy, formerly known as the Lone Sharks, now known as Team Envy. Very excited to see Envy back in the scene. Of course, shout out to Astro for resurrecting the brand and really investing the time and everything that is required into this team, because I think everyone was looking at this team for so long going, how are they not signed to a top org? Because their consistency, their performance, they've never been like outside of the conversation of winning scrim blocks, performing extremely well when it comes to the BLGS. There's just been this consistency. And that man on the left-hand side of your screen, there's a conversation going around about, like, you always hear it, like, who's your top 5 IGLs? You know, everyone has great opinions. Everyone has terrible opinions. It's the beauty of opinions, right? He's one of the best IGLs in the world who hasn't got the title yet, the LAN Championship. And you can maybe start to talk about players like MT being one of those as well, who, of course, now has the pressure of maybe trying to fill the phony shoes, which is another story we can talk about a little bit later in the tournament. But how close he's been. I don't think there's been any player who could have tasted the glory of winning a championship, but had it stolen away, then that man on your screen dropped. Take yourself back, NRG versus Optic. Optic match point, nobody else on it. A 3v3 to win a championship, you've got to wonder how many times that situation has played back in that man's head. And you know, if that situation arises again, that he will want to rewrite those history books.
Some sleepless nights, I'm sure, but someone who can comfort
I can relate to that.
Is the man behind him. Raven, what an addition and what a coach to be picking up. Of course, the accolades, you spoke about accolades earlier in this lobby. You've got Raven, TSM coach, the LAN champion, world champion. And
Arsenal
if you can
fan.
Arsenal, all the accolades.
Yeah, it's the only reason we're really talking about him.
He really does put in the work, and I think this team is very lucky to have him as a coach. But we'll see how that fares as we are starting to load into match 2 here And again, we're going to be looking at some of those teams that, for me, I feel like prioritized E-District a little bit more than others. GoNext didn't really show much, dropping at City Hall. Gaimin Gladiators dropping over towards Heights. They chose that 21st, which doesn't sound that soon, but actually was the 3rd E-District pick out of all of this. But I really think it's going to change. As the tournament goes on, we really need to keep an eye on this map rotation. I know we used to joke about the map rotation, like, well, you know, yeah, we've got Stormpoint, we've got World's Edge. That map rotation is going to change as this tournament goes on. The position of those maps will change, and that will mean the POI draft could be very important, because when these become 8-match series, we might see some of those maps more than just twice. For example, we will see them 3 times. So then suddenly your POI draft has to include and has to focus on that map that you see more on the occasion.
Well, let's see what happens in match number 2. A reminder, if you're just joining us, firstly, disappointed, where have you been, whatever your excuses, not good enough. I saw PlayApex put out the thing to send to your boss if you needed to take the time off. If you haven't used it, that's on you. Anyway, welcome, wherever you are in the world watching right now. If it's here with us, of course, in Sapporo, or at home, nice and comfy, whatever time zone you're in. This is your winner of game number 1. Enter Force 36. Keeping what has been a fantastic morning for APAC North, kind of those vibes high.
Fantastic morning for Valkyrie fans as well. And for anyone who is running Valkyrie or wants to run Valkyrie this tournament, maybe starting to see what can be done. Because even when we were watching scrims yesterday, team scrimming, we saw Meteor running Valkyrie as well. Great success to be able to get into those final circles. Speaking of circles, we're going to be heading down to the southeast, down to Humbert Labs. Now, we saw this earlier on in Group A versus B, and you were even saying yourself, Mark, I love Humbert Labs finishes because of how they are played and how some of the zones you can actually try and find. And because of Newcastle and Rampart, you can kind of make a home wherever.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that is very interesting about this map. You're never out of it if you arrive late, because you can find, if you find a right angle of walls, you can make that somewhere to play with the Newcastle wall. Now, it's not as strong as it was pre-patch, of course, but now it still works for a little bit of time, and a micro-rotate might open, a third-party opportunity might open for you to take. But one thing I love about this zone in particular, and it's going to be interesting to see where that zone actually shifts, is the dynamic element of the Humbert zones. Because if it pulls towards the 3 buildings, and anyone who's played a lot of E-District will understand where I'm going with this, you have that huge rotating wall right at the back that could completely change how a zone is played for the next 30, 40 seconds, depending on if you have a line of sight or if it's completely going to be cut off by that dynamic wall that rotates.
It can really be tricky to try and navigate it as well, and you really have to time it successfully, and it just adds an extra element that these IGLs need to be aware of. Stallions, they had the ability to get that ring console scan, and they are moving very fast, and they are going deep south. Almost close to Old Town, actually, with how far they're going to be moving. And then to Force 36, our previous winners. Will they be able to find success in the first fight here?
It's a standoff. You see the wall go down, everyone just looks at each other. And I think maybe people are waiting for the walls to go down, but instead it's going to be E36. No surprise here to see them being aggressive.
And it was LG.
It's Chapter 2. LG, once again, have the fight, and it's the same kind of looking result.
Well, E36 has been able to get 2, make it 3. So LG from 2nd place to 20th place. And as for Force 36, they can survive to try and go back-to-back here. Very early to call that, though, but they have found themselves in one of the prime positions. They are on top of the labs, and they will be able to get a big vantage point here, potentially to pick up a lot of KP or get a lot of damage on those teams that are going to be arriving.
Well, for Luminosity Gaimin, there's one thing that is a very simple lesson that they've been taught, which is we need to stop fighting E36 because it's not looking close at the moment. Reignite, though, they're going to get that first knock here, and it's going to be Remix Powers who goes down on the side of Noctem Esports, and they'll be able to finish that off as well. The other 2 players just trying to escape elsewhere. Also, I think GoNext Esports were having a little scrap there. Just caught that in the kill feed.
Speaking of accolades as well, again, another team that has had great success in LAN. Of course, 2 of Pulverex, a lot of history they've had, and REIGNITE has won a LAN. The organization, but of course a very different team now as Alliance. They've heard this conflict and they are looking to get involved.
So Jacko from GoNext, who takes down F-Chan, and Alliance just looking to third party. If they see the opportunity, Newcastle is going to decide to get out of there. Uses the ultimate. This time, we've talked about offensively, defensively. This is known as no offense in Lee. It just decides that I don't want to be part of this fight. Using the ultimate just to escape for a little bit of time. Alliance will be able, with some beautiful shots coming in from Effect, to take down Sudatakin, and now they have a KP for themselves.
Effect and beautiful shots. I've never heard that one before. He just seems to always hit them. He's already on red as well, thanks to the ability of the Catalyst. Now the real question is, are Alliance going to chase after GoNext, who have already left Energy Bank now and starting to move down on that south side, but I think they're going to be more than happy to just wait. They've got the kills that they wanted. They will be able to get the loot that they would have wanted to achieve as well. REIGNITE were able to survive though. They've been able to run away as a solo, so perhaps they'll get back up to a full 3 a little bit later. But we've had so many early movers here. Everyone is down by Humbert Labs. We've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
I was going to say, good luck with what you're about to do.
6 teams, maybe? But like...
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I thought you were about to count all the teams inside the zone. With all overlapping
much easier to count those who are not in the zone.
Very brave for you on a second game of the day.
Just count the colours and hope for the best. But it's very congested already in the southeast of this map, as we focus in on Liquid Alienware, who are a team who are moving very quickly on the southwest side, and maybe they're going to try and go for an approach here of a southern rotate down through Shipyard Arcade and might arrive on that southern tip. It could be perfect, but it could be very difficult to do.
Well, GHS Professional at the minute chasing down the final remaining members of Aurora, because Aurora initially were the team that were having a little bit of a poke and a prod with Liquid Alienware and decided to disengage. And Aurora, even though a knock did come in, they have managed to reset here. So no harm, no foul, essentially for all of the teams that got kind of caught in the choke around what looks like an Evo Harvester that was just kind of outside the street market between draft point. Again, we talked about the Evos and how there's a lack of opportunity. There's no, prowlers about. There's no birds to be shot down. There's no spiders like you have on Storm Point. So you have to make an effort to move towards that Evo that's available. REIGNITE, in the meantime, will be eliminated. The final member, Shami, will be taken down.
Good news for Aurora. With the Mirage, the only Mirage in the lobby, I believe, they can move through draft point. They can hit Ring Console and Survey Beacon. They can get both. Not only is that going to be good for Evo, but also great for information here, because they're going to get Ring Console information, but also then they will learn where everyone is and if there's somewhere to play. Now, Orgless and Hungry, down to just 2. Matafe and Kinda are desperately trying to escape this one.
Yeah, not looking good for them.
It really isn't.
Not looking good for them, and it's a pretty similar situation to what they were in the last time, which is arriving a little bit late to where that zone is going to be going, and off the back of it, finding a lot of teams looking out at where they're trying to get in. So, Orgless and Hungry, maybe the timing's a little bit off, maybe the zones are tough for them to get to, but not looking great.
This is the southern tip I was talking about, where Liquid Alienware might try and make the rotation through, by the way, through Shipyard Arcade, and actually they might come across Orgless and Hungry during their rotation, so it might have been out of the frying pan and into the fire for Orgless and Hungry if they are not careful. As we'll look at the team that's behind and shadowing Liquid Alienware is GHS Professional. And I think they did have eyes on Liquid, so perhaps they won't go for that same rotation. They might try and instead move on that western side of the zone. But again, that is going to be so tough. This is going to be disgusting for a lot of these teams. If you don't have that ability to kind of file your way into something and hope for the best, if you don't have a redeploy, if you don't have a Valkyrie, then you might be stuck with just gunpowder.
Interesting to look at where the zone is at the moment. I'm just looking to see if there's any ring consoles available inside of that next zone that teams could look for next zone information. Doesn't really look like there is that opportunity for them. Orgless and Hungry are moving down to, obviously try and get a teammate back into the game. Liquid Alienware are wrapping around that south side and into a very similar position that Orgless and Hungry just left. We'll have to see if they'll be more successful than they were at kind of threading the needle into a playable spot. And it looks like they will be. And yes, indeed, they hit the beacon over at Shipyard Arcade. So they are going to have the info on where this zone is going. So this is why they're making this play right now. As you can see at the top of your screen, Orgless and Hungry do get henchmen back in, but I mean, we saw how difficult it was for them to arrive 30 seconds ago. You got to feel like in a minute and a half, it's going to be more difficult.
Like ships in the night at Shipyard, Liquid Alienware and Orgless and Hungry do pass one another. Alliance, by the way, have taken a lot of damage. Effect, though, is going to get caught out here, and it is going to be a trade, though.
Trade comes in. Lucky's going to get the wall down and try and stick the res here onto Effect, and should be able to. Interesting, the aggression that was shown. I think it was Hyaka on the Newcastle who went in so hard with that Newcastle wall to try and capitalize on the damage. The Renok comes in, and now, if you make a mistake against Alliance and you don't make them pay, then they certainly will look to answer back. Alliance will take down GoNext. That was a turnaround of quite some proportions, as the worry for them now is that Noctem Esports are just around the corner looking to clean up these pieces. Can they get the reset?
Can Alliance hold on to this, though? Because you look at Noctem, you look at the shields, 2 blues, definitely doable here for Alliance, but the Gibby ult, as the bubble is about to run out, this could be so tough for them to try and escape this one.
Timing on this bubble is everything.
There it goes.
I think they're safe. I think they might have got a Newcastle queue down that's just, yes they did indeed, which just allows them to get healthy. And now Noctem probably thinking we've poked the bear. Are we about to feel the claws? That's the real question here. Alliance all on purple, remember, so they have the HP advantage. And they certainly will have some momentum playing off the back of the fight they just won as well.
But when you have a third-party opportunity, who's going to be there? Crazy Raccoon. They are very much in the area, waiting like sharks in the water for this one. Gaming Gladiators also are going to be right nearby. So even if Alliance do survive this, it's going to be like Gladiators, quite literally. They're going to have to go through yet another team, but this is a great hold from Alliance. And the good news is, the zone isn't forcing them in just yet. They've got time, and they're going to force Noctem back out here and say, all right, well, you tried, but see you later. We'll have a good old fight later on.
I mean, that's the respect that Alliance just command, essentially, isn't it? It's like they don't get the knock, they can't get the damage they wanted done, and because of that, Alliance forced Noctem Esports to completely wrap around zone, take that damage to try and work out a different rotate. Crazy Raccoon don't get the chance to overextend, and now Crazy Raccoon are thinking, do we want to take the 3v3 here with so many teams alive, or do we try and concentrate on our next rotation? It looks like they are going to move away, as you can see on your map over here, on the eastern side of this zone, and Alliance now will be able to work their way towards zone. Now let's talk about zone. In the middle of it at the moment, Team Falcons, 0 Tenacity, GG. And I mentioned that rotating wall and how it can be a problem. We might be seeing that in effect.
Well, Aurora having a look at GHS, or is it the other way around? Are GHS having a look at them? It seems like a little bit of both at the moment. They are both within the zone, so they don't have to be too aggressive with this fight. They've just got to be careful they don't make too much noise, because there are a couple of teams that can perhaps move up to them. Orgless and Hungry back up to a full 3 again, by the way. I think that's the third res they've actually had so far this game, and they'll have another attempt at trying to force their way into that southern zone. But there's not only just one team, there are two teams there holding them out right now. But I think Aurora and GHS, they're probably not going to be pushing one another right now. They're going to be both more than happy with where they currently hold.
I respect the tenacity of Orgless and Hungry here. Third time's a charm. Tried it twice, it's failed. Third time, there's no way that this certainly could go wrong. And I'll tell you what, they're actually managing to avoid both Stallions and Liquid Alienware down on that southern side. Furia on your screen right now. They're on the kind of northwestern side of this zone at the moment, a long way away from where that next zone is going to be pulling. And with so many teams, 17 teams still alive, this is why we love E-District. There are so many high-quality games, so many teams left alive as we get towards these final zones. I mean, with Zone 3 closing in 20 seconds, most of these teams are still going to survive here, Dan.
Yeah, everyone is within this next zone. No one is going to be forced in by the rings. We're probably not going to see any fights straight away, but they're all waiting for that information of Ring 4, of where are we going? How far do we have to go east here, or is it going to pull back towards us? Of course, there are some teams that do already have that information and have already found themselves in some of the priority positions, but it's starting to get a little bit dicey down on the south side.
Ooh, GG. In more than one way. For Gaming Gladiators.
It's also great news for Alliance as well. When you do see that zone, you can see it on your screen. Liquid Alienware have now got that information of where it's going initially, but we can see it's going even further east after that initial zone pull. Liquid Alienware, their big old rotation down through the south has really worked out here. They've avoided Stallions. They've been able to kind of surpass Orgless and Hungry with their position as well, but eventually they are going to have to take a fight.
When you look at the teams who have got a lot of work to do here who aren't inside of the zone, looking at Furia, GHS Professional, Noctem Esports, who we mentioned tried to wrap up Alliance a little bit earlier. Liquid Alienware and Aurora down on that south side, all of them with a lot of work to do. Stallions, who are on your screen right now, their job is essentially to stop Liquid Alienware, Aurora, and Orgless and Hungry getting past them into the zone. If they can do that, not only is their KP available for them, but, and they've actually just made this move as I say it, there's a building free next to them that is going to be safe inside of that next zone. They do make that rotate. They can essentially still keep the same game plan. There is some KP available for Stallions here if they watch their south side.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one to watch.
The evac with ramparts around.
Double evac, just in case anyone was feeling a little bit frisky and wanted to shoot him down, but Aurora are going to head into the zone. And I don't even think this is going to get them far enough to the next zone, by the way. They're just going to have to play somewhere on the western side, you'd imagine, and they are going to be dropping into absolute carnage. Really will be a question of whether they can find somewhere safe. Liquid Alienware are still working this southern side, by the way. Gaming Gladiators are now their closest team that they can just see ahead of them, and GG are arguably in one of the more desirable positions right now.
GG, Envy, Team Falcons, I think, still alive as well.
Yep.
Just inside of that zone. A lot of teams in very close vicinity, but the team who's taking the most space inside of the zone at the moment is going to be Gaming Gladiators. Furia now relying on the redeploy from Valkyrie to try and find somewhere to play. It's, well, what I would say is a portable cabin for them to play, but I'll tell you what, if you've ever been on holiday in a little portable cabin, not too bad.
Could be really nice,
Underrated.
especially if there's a lake out the back as well.
Lovely.
Well, they were just waiting. They were hesitating on that Newcastle wall as well. They didn't want to do it straight away. Maybe they will try and find somewhere to call home in a little bit. Team Burger, speaking of need to find somewhere to call home, they are very much being tickled by this ring, but they just about survive and maybe might be able to just find somewhere to build a base.
Oh, that Q went down just in time. The mobile shield from the Newcastle will allow Team Burger just to reset here. When you were looking at the inventory, you saw that, I believe it was Sharky, he had a Havoc in his pocket, so he could do a lot of damage when it comes to those close range fights, and even over some distance as well, with the 2-4 that comes attached to the gun out of either the Mythic Bin or the care package. But our map overhead at the moment, you are going to see very similar to what we saw in that first game. A lot of teams who will have to force their way into zone by taking fights. Crazy Raccoon, one of those teams who did it so well in the previous game, are looking to do it again here.
Lions just took down Noctem as well elsewhere as Burger are having this scrap, and it is going to be Apex South versus Apex South. They take down Supernova and completely obliterate them, and will be able to hold that position, but they still need to move further southeast here. We're down to 15 squads, but this mini-map is giving me anxiety, I'm going to be honest, because it doesn't matter where you look, there is someone holding a position at the moment.
Well, Team Burger won that fight. Noctem Esports also went down in the meantime while we were keeping our eyes on that Team Burger fight. End of Force 36 taking on DreamFire here. And we saw E36 winning that first game. We saw him right at the start of this game, winning the fight against LG. Well, maybe they're about to put some more points on the board here as they manage to pick up some more kills. I Hate the World will go down. And you have to get the feeling that DreamFire might be the next team to be eliminated.
Well, good luck with this one, Mark, because the zone's going to be moving in now. 40 seconds until this closes, and this kill feed is about to alight in front of us. Imperial Howl gets a knock onto E36 as well. They've lost one of them. This is going to be potentially a 3v3 with a little bit of inclusion from elsewhere. There's a couple of squads looking at it.
Zone is closing behind them as well. Team Burger off the top rope, down to the mat. As Crazy Raccoon will be eliminated. E36, no choice here but to send it. As you see the rest trying to be stuck, but Aimbot is behind that knockdown shield. Stallions will be eliminated, and they will survive to fight another day here.
Orgless and Hungry also just got taken out. Team Burger have been able to find themselves inside the zone, as well as E36. It's actually Falcons and GHS on this northwest, still trying to fight into the zone. E36 to eventually get taken down. 11 squads now left.
Way left of the last alive here for Team Burger, but their road was a little bit too rocky towards that end game, so they won't be able to just squeak those extra placement points out. As finally, it feels like just a moment of calm here will descend upon the map. Oh my God. As everybody, I would say, has found a place to play, but let me tell you, you wouldn't be able to make this for your forever home. I think this is a transitional neighborhood, we'll call it.
Maybe you'll keep it and you'll rent out a little bit later, but at the moment, you need to start thinking about escaping. Now, teams who have escaped have found a position. Gaimin, Gladiators, Liquid Alienware, and Aurora. 3 teams who are not involved in this absolute mess on the northern side. But Bubble's now coming down. GG, having a look at this one. They're above Aurora. And GG, who have had this center zone for quite some time, looking to try and command space. 2 of them are up on the height. 1 of them is holding the southern side. And if they can kind of force these teams away and force Aurora back towards the northern side, then it really helps the chances of GG winning this.
Here's Falcons. They're going to wrap zone here. Bubble goes down, so this was the plan. If they can survive on this head glitch, you have to imagine that everyone in front of them inside of these buildings that we saw will have to fight, or certainly will be keeping an eye on each other, which allows another little micro-rotation to occur. Point A to point B is the plan here for Falcons. If we can progress step by step, toe by toe towards that zone, it's going to be beneficial for our chances of winning this game. 8 squads remain, as that zone still has a lot of time before it closes.
You don't want to be the first to move, but you don't want to be the last to move as well. DreamFire were also eliminated in 9th position, but now this zone is going to force these squads on the north all together. By the way, Liquid Alienware still alive on the southwest. Remember that big rotation we saw from southwest to south? They surpassed other teams, they took down Stallions, and now they hold a very commanding position here.
Furia, by the way, alive, kicking, and on top of the building with 0 tenacity and Envy underneath them. Now, they will have to leave this height at some point, and when you leave from height, unless they have the Valkyrie ult available, and I don't think they're going to have time to get it off anyway with the zone closing behind them, they're going to have that second where they will be stunned. Now, can they throw a bubble out to try and land it away from all of this carnage? Gibby ult's down, Bubble's down, everyone is trying to stall.
Yeah, a lot of these bubbles have been used, and now Sheila is going to start to sing here, maybe, for Gaimin
warming those vocal cords up.
Blast is just waiting for his moment.
Blast now, the bubbles go down, and for GG, it's time to shred. For Blast, this must feel fantastic. For everybody else in the lobby who is inside of those bubbles about to Watch them fall in front of them. The Sheila up on high could be absolutely devastating. He is picking up so many damage points for his team here as now they move in to pick up some kills.
They have to send, they still have the height though, and still hitting damage with this Mastiff. Zero Tenacity, Falcons and Envy eliminated. Down to 5 is Bubble still alive here.
Hack is still alive somehow here as well. Liquid Alienware trying to stick a res in all of the carnage that's going down. Kurev might get this player to his feet. Can he get the armor swap? Yes, he can indeed. Alliance are gone, Furia gone, but it's GG, who commanded so much space, who deal with Liquid Alienware, who deal with the final team and will become your champions here in Game 2. The Split 2 playoffs was a breakout tournament for this trio. The question is, with that win, will they be looking to go one more here in Japan?
A little shrug of the shoulders. Easy win, easy dubs. But I have to give them the credit. They were commanding so much space ever since they arrived in that position. They took high ground, but only with 2 of them. They left 1 player on the southern side just to ensure that Team Liquid Alienware couldn't walk up on them. They had angles on them. And they were just so aggressive at the right time. And then when you have that high ground with Sheila, it was like duck hunt, if I'm honest. It was just pick and choose, shoot your targets that arrive, but then they chose the perfect amount of aggression again. They didn't just stay on height because they knew they'd be vulnerable because people were angles on them. Instead, they joined the bubble fight, but have a little ledge to work from and are still raining down hell from above. GG will be delighted with that one, and they put a huge amount of points up to take first position now in these groups.
Yeah, interesting to see how many KP they picked up as well, as we see a little bit of love being shared by the GG boys, understandably so. And like I mentioned, there's been a couple of stories we kind of just reminded people from this season. You know, we talk about the successes, but it's the disappointments, the near success that is the one that always hurts the most. And for GG, the near success that they had in Mannheim, Germany in the Split 2 playoffs, I mentioned how it's going to weigh on them, but getting wins early on in a lobby where we mentioned so many accolades have been picked up just reminds you that we're pretty damn good at this game. We're going to have something to say, hopefully, when it comes to the end of this tournament as well.
I think what's very exciting about this tournament is, yes, there are favorites. Yes, there are teams that have the accolades that have done it before, but there is still that sense of the unknown, of what is going to happen. Who is going to be good enough to be consistent across these days to find a victory and lift that trophy? And there is a wealth of teams that could win this tournament, and I think that's why it is going to be a must-watch tournament from start to finish. Speaking of start to finish, Gaimin Gladiators dropping over at Heights. They got the information. They moved very quickly down to that southeast.
Oh, wow.
And look at the amount of points they were able to pick up. Not only the placements, of course, of first place, but 11 kills alongside.
23. I mean, E36 had a good first game. I think they had 20 points, if my memory serves me, and never, ever trust that. Go and look on a more reputable place to find that information. But Dan's now, by the way, logging in to just make sure that my math is either correct or wrong. Hopefully, he's hoping it will be wrong, so he can tell me. 23 points on the board for Gaimin Gladiators in that game number 1. Aurora with 13 points as well. You saw them right in the center of that zone towards the end. Liquid Alienware with a decent game. Furia, again, kind of jokingly called them the cockroaches of the lobby. Well, they managed to work their way in towards those final moments again and some more consistent points once more.
These are the heavy hitters as well. Being able to take 2 of the 4 always means you've had a very good performance in that game. Light, I just loved how calm he was after the victory.
The Wingman Warlord.
The Wingman Warlord could be something that sticks. Or the Warlord Wingman. I mean, whichever way you want to put it. It works.
Not my words.
WW.
The words of the graphics operator.
The worldwide Light. Gaimin Gladiators now in first position, 29 points. Enter Force 36. Just behind them on 26 as well. Alliance still being consistent with 21. But down on the other side, some teams who are just starting to slip away. Now, it is not unachievable. You could be 20 plus points behind, and all you need is that one victory, that one game, as you've just seen from Gaimin Gladiators, putting the 20 plus points up. And you can catch up, but you don't want to leave it too long.
Yeah, just looking at the bottom half of the table, obviously some notable names there. We won't, like quite rightly say, we won't talk about it too much. We'll let a few more games go past until maybe we start to raise a few uncomfortable questions, but like we mentioned, GG, very good performance from them, and it's good to kind of weave this performance in with what has been, in my opinion, one of the best seasons of the Apex Legends Global Series for the global representation when it comes to winners, right? Game number 1, APAC North, E36, fantastic. Game number 2, EMEA. You look across the winners of some of the trophies, some of the lands, some of the BLGSs. You've had pretty much every region picking up a win. It's been very impressive to see. GG, they will be the winners of game number 2 here. When we get back, game number 3 is just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Chilling. Let's throw on me, 100, 1, can you play? Come to me. Wilson, look at Wilson. Give me one. Okay, nice. Just look right. One. Dead. Last team. 100. Nice, boys.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Championships here in the beautiful Sapporo in Japan. And after game number 2, we have 2 different regions who are stepping up to claim their games. Game number 1, of course, E36. Game number 2, GG for GGs, as it will be EMEA and APAC North who get those first wins on the board. Now, looking at the other side of the table, NA a bit quiet, Dan. Gotta say, where's the noise, NA?
I'm sure the noise will be brought if those teams are able to find some success. One of the teams who has yet to find success was on your screen, and that was Team Falcons. Again, we know what Falcons are capable of, and I think they will show up at some point, if not this series, maybe the next, but, you know, it will come. We'll wait. I'm not going to start to put it out there just yet, but I will say
you're doing exactly that.
I did
just so you know.
By the way,
you're doing exactly that.
I did predict them, and I am cursed.
So it's your fault.
It
okay, that's fine.
might be my fault. I'm sorry, Team Falcons fans.
That's a very dangerous fan base to go against.
Well, I'm not going against them. I'm with them, but just
saying, you knew what you were doing. Anyway, let's talk about what we've got coming up, because we've seen E-District. We've seen 2 maps played on E-District, which means we get a little bit of a change of scenery now, as we will be going over to Storm Point for our game number 3. Maybe a map that these 3 gentlemen on your screen feel a little bit more comfortable on. I will say for Falcons, though, they had a really good spot in that last game, and it was somewhat surprising to see them not convert from those positions. We've kind of been doing we call it the nerd work. That works, doesn't it? When it comes to conversion rates, when it comes to top 5, top 10s, and Falcons have always been one of those teams who have one of the best when you get to the top 10, to the top 5. So for them to get into a great spot and not put a significant amount of points on the board, not something that they're synonymous with. But we're not going to get, again, not getting too carried away with things. 2 games. After game 6, they could be first place. So let's keep that going.
They had 4th pick in the POI draft, and they went for Storm Point. They went for Lightning Rod. Now, a team is going to be very happy to be moving over to Storm Point as well. Gaimin Gladiators, they just found a victory, and they did have the 1st pick in the POI draft, and they chose the Mill on Storm Point. So this is going to be perfect for them now to try and replicate their success and actually find a solid amount of points, because they arguably, in their eyes, have their best possible POI that they would want on this map, and maybe there could be a lot of points to be picked up here.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case now that it feels like the POIs start to matter a little bit more. And the reason that I say that, E-District, I think universally between the pros, is agreed that wherever you're dropping, you're going to get loot. Yeah. So you haven't got to worry about that too much. You know, a bigger map, the POIs, much more loot has been dispersed between them. So it's more about what are your options on rotate and what your access to Evo beacons, all that kind of stuff plays into. Whereas if you go over to somewhere like Storm Point, and of course, you know, traditionally World's Edge, the difference between a Sky West and a Landslide on World's Edge is, it's pretty obvious what one you're going to want.
Well, look at the cosplayers as well. We're seeing on the Japanese desk as they wave their goodbyes. I think I saw a Crypto there. It looked insane. It's always amazing what the community is able to do, and I'm sure we'll see more of the cosplayers as this tournament goes on. But great work from everyone involved, being able to dress up as whatever legend they might seem fit.
What legend would you cosplay?
If
you had to.
If I had to, I would go as Horizon.
What if you wanted to, maybe I should say, because it sounds like I'm threatening you.
Do I get the abilities of the legends as well?
No, you just dress as them. What do you mean?
I'm just trying to create hypotheticals here.
I have not, that Octane has not run across here at 50 miles an hour.
It might do. Revenant.
Revenant.
Yeah, I think I'd like to be kind of dark and scary, because I'm very much, it's not me, is it? Like, just an alter ego. I'm very nice and, you know, gentle.
On camera.
Lovely.
Yeah.
But then Revenant, turn into a different beast.
Not sure about that. Map rotation, let's look at the schedule. Match number 3 is coming up. Storm Point is where our next 2 maps are going to be taking place. Then we head over to World's Edge to close out the old favourite, traditional way to close things out after the new V-Districts early on. Let's talk about Storm Point. Let's talk about the drops down.
Yeah, I mentioned a couple of them earlier. Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators, they got very prioritized picks. Lightning Rod for Falcons and Mill for Gaimin Gladiators. Alliance did not opt to take their pick. They went for World's Edge, they went for Skyhook West. So they are actually going to be over towards Trident, which they don't really mind, because that is what Alliance have been working with for the longest of time. So I think they can trust to have that POI a little bit later. They don't have to worry about some of the early picks. Other teams that went for their kind of designated POIs that we've seen so much, Liquid Alienware at Barometer, and they're synonymous. They are those 2 teams and POIs, they are always together. as Game 3 is now underway.
And of course, Team Falcons over at Elrod. You know, Zero is the IGL these days, but Hal used to lead TSM from Lightning Rod on Storm Point as well, so he will know those rotates extremely well. But when we get into this next map, we can see where that zone's going, by the way. Interesting to see that the picks might have paid off, let's put it that way.
Yes, indeed, and we won't spoil it just yet. No spoilers, we'll let you see the map for yourself when we do get there. But Gaimin Gladiators, they did win map number 2, and they did have first pick in this POI draft. They find themselves over towards the mill, and they do have a ring console to work with, I believe, as well. So they're going to be in a really good spot to be able to move and to rotate quickly. Furia will be a team that's behind them. Down Beast, they also have a ring console, so they're going to be pretty happy with that one. And then below them, down south, over towards Cenote Cave, is going to be Aurora. And the zone is very much going towards Gaimin Gladiators.
I'm glad that made sense, because if it was towards Ceto Station after you were talking about, you know, how GG picked this early and think it's a great POI, what I would have said would have made little to no sense, which isn't that off-brand, but it's a great circle, right? You put your faith in a certain POI, and when it pulls to you early on, especially after you've just had a performance like we did in the last game. Now, we know that Mill is such a strong POI to play from for numerous reasons. You have the Trident. If you have to make a far rotate, you've got access to the dogs down to the south of you as well, where you can take down those Prowlers and get the Evo. They've also got an Evo cache right next to them as well, which is something that maybe isn't talked enough about when you have the zone coming towards you. If you can grab that Evo cache early on, and that Evo Harvester, excuse me, it means that you're just going to be almost guaranteed purples towards the end game.
So interesting, I thought GG had ring console. Excuse me, they don't. They had a survey beacon, not going to help them, and they are now moving away from the mill.
I think they're going God Rock. I think they're going to be good.
Do you think they have the info?
I think they can read this zone.
They can read this one well enough.
Put it this way, if I can read it, anyone can read it.
Yeah, if they're going up to God Rock, then they very much have an idea. And they will wait for that information to come through, and they'll be delighted, I'm sure. DreamFire are not going to be too far behind over towards Mill. You know, now you mentioned Falcons and their rotation and how much they like to move from Lightning Rod. Well, they're going to be moving very fast. They have a nice, quick escape route here, as they should be able to surpass Stallions and start to work on that eastern side. Gaimin Gladiators are still moving, by the way. Gaimin Gladiators are going down towards Barometer. Now, another team has gone down. Noctem have lost one.
GoNext looking to pick up some people. Whoa, Zidane, careful, buddy. Let's not make this any more difficult than it needs to be. 20 squads still remaining, but that's going to turn into 19 pretty quick, you would imagine, as GoNext look to hunt down that final player. Hold on. Iaka, you better finish this, because otherwise GoNext Esports, you're going to have some serious conversations about throwing this one.
Not sure he's going to get the chance to finish it. Honestly, Noctem do get eliminated. Someone else will do the job. As GoNext, they recognize that there is another team in the area, and they're just going to get out of dodge here. Zero Tenacity. Did Sheila do the job? No, not quite.
Well, that was almost a very, very scary moment for them. And to be honest with you, I say it was almost a very scary situation. It was a scary situation for them. Elsewhere, Furia, who have managed to work their way into those top placements in our previous games from difficult positions, are now looking to have good prio to where this zone is going to be going. They're trying to play for this secondary building. They managed to get past REIGNITE here inside of the building in front of them, and they will be very happy to find themselves at home. So they're up to blues at the moment, not the perfect armors that you would want, but if you're in a center zone position, and maybe they're thinking about stealing the Trident just to bring it back as a little bit of extra cover, and they certainly can play there and fire out for a little bit longer, but it looks like Fury actually are going to move away and potentially play for the console over at Down Beast, because they have left that position completely.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams want as much ring console information as possible, and I mean, we were talking about it. Let's focus on GG just for a second. They did leave the mill, they did hover around Godrock, but then they went down to Barometer. They got ring console information. Liquid Alienware then took arguably one of the strongest positions from Barometer after getting ring console, and now Gaimin Gladiators are second to that spot.
Well, one thing that's interesting about Furia's play here, right? You're kind of looking at things, you're looking at what the play could be and why they've left that position. Well, they're on the Trident at the moment. They're over at North Pad. Now, remember, they're playing Valkyrie.
Yep.
So what they can do is go pick up a little bit of Evo. They can hit the next beacon. They can play away from all of this zone-heavy teams, the zone-heavy playstyle that we have seen in recent times, and then towards the end of the game, they can hit that Valkyrie from the Down B side and find a third-party opportunity or a place to play that becomes available with so many teams who are stacked up on each other. It's more than likely there's going to be something for them to pick. So I'm not sure if that is the play, or maybe the play call from Furia. We can only speculate, but if that is maybe the game plan, they certainly have the tools in place to make that work.
Yeah, it's really going to be a difficult one to try and force your way in, but I mean, maybe if you can try and take some high ground with the Valkyrie ultimate, then there is definitely something to be said about what Fury have been able to achieve here, because I was wondering whether maybe you'd be switching off Valkyrie on some of these maps, but all the Valkyrie teams are sticking with Valkyrie across the board. We are not going to see changes. We're not going to see someone maybe switching to try and get ring consoles. Instead, for example, you are just going to stay on Valkyrie, get those survey beacons, and just gain the information from people's positions.
Well, Aurora are doing what Aurora do, which is staying right outside of the zone over at Cenote Cave at the moment. They've made, considering that where their drop-in has pretty good prio to a middle zone, absolutely no interest whatsoever by the looks of things of going towards that zone for now. JHS Professional, they're going to be outside of Ceto Station, more central in the map at the moment. There's a lot of bodies starting to stack up, and a lot of teams starting to stack up here as well. As if you needed a reminder that there's some ramparts in the lobby, there's an example of it. One Tappy going to say, anything you can do, I can do better. My gun is just as big as yours.
It's funny, really, because they bubbled up, and I was like, oh, it's an interesting bubble. Is there someone nearby? And then as soon as they leave that bubble, absolutely obliterated. But they are going to be able to stay alive, stay healthy for now. They can lock down that building for quite some time here. There's only really 6-7 squads outside of this next zone, as the zone will continue to pull towards Mill. Gaimin Gladiators will now be outside of that zone, by the way. I think they'll kick themselves a little bit when they realize, but that's what can happen sometimes. If you don't get a ring console, you just have to go and play for it. I know you said that you had the read, but had they tried to make that read and it had been wrong, I think they would have kicked themselves even harder. So it's just trying to gain that information so you can play as best as you can.
Well, they of course, when I make the ring call, I have the advantage if it goes wrong. Going, I'm not a pro player, so, whereas GG, if they get it wrong, we're like, how did you read it wrong? They've got to play for big... I was going to say, I play my percentages. Aurora's looking to do the same here, as they were taking a little bit of damage as Orgless and Hungry were trying to move through that tunnel towards Cenote, maybe thinking about playing for the next beacon. 7th place overall, just the 18 points on the board for them, but it's a pretty good point. You take that, I think you wouldn't be too disappointed with that after the first 2 games of the tournament.
It's quite hazy down there, wasn't it? A bit foggy down at Cenote. Sharky's taking a lot of damage here, by the way. Just on this northwest tip, so it's Alliance that are going to be ahead of them, and Alliance have got the ability to really ruin Team Burger's chances of trying to get into this zone, but they don't have to force it just yet. They are going to have time. Yes, okay, Ring 2 is going to be closing, but they're within the zone at the moment. The teams who aren't, GoNext, Furia that we mentioned earlier, Enter Force 36, Game 1 winners, Crazy Raccoon and Aurora. They're the 5 teams that have to try and find their way in at some point, and they're all kind of just doing what you'd expect. They are going around, they're hitting survey beacons if they can, they're hitting ring consoles if they can, get extra evo, get extra loot, get prepared, and then wait for maybe a little bit of extra information in that late game. Because there is a big old gap, a big old area where you can arrive late, and if you can maybe have a rock to play with, you could try and create a base within Newcastle Wall. It's not going to be easy, though.
Just the thing, the GG situation right now, we kind of say they haven't got ring console, maybe they didn't read the zone properly. I think also they played up on the God Rock early, and I think because there was a lack of teams who kind of arrived pretty early on as well, they probably started second guessing themselves.
Yeah.
Like, wait, is it pulling here? Because we're not seeing a lot of traffic arrive. If you see teams, a couple of Tridents flying past, teams trying to get into the backside of the mill and trying to find a place to play, then it gives you a little bit more indication of where the zone is going. But it seemed like there wasn't that kind of flood of teams coming in, so you can understand maybe why GG kind of bit the bait, so to speak.
Some long old move on this eastern side from Enter Force 36 as well. And again, it is to the next survey beacon. Valkyrie will be able to hit that, and it's a couple. It seems like it's just the majority of our Valkyrie teams that are still hovering on the outside. So now E36 will get extra information. They'll be able to see the majority of teams over towards Mill.
Oh, this is risky. This is really risky. The 10 down on the bottom side of this building. Here is Tenacity trying to build the base. Shex is taking damage, but this isn't quite what it was. Remember the little patch that came in and some of the changes to the Legends means that Newcastle Wall, even though it can still be destroyed, that mobile shield is the one that really has been the difference maker that used to bail you out when the wall was getting destroyed. Well, that can be broken as well. Envy are going to have to deal with them at some point here. I mean, REIGNITE are doing a great job for Envy here. You have to say across, just LOSing Z10 down on that low ground. But Envy are going to be very aware of their position. And if the zone does pull down towards the bins that you can see, well, we've seen historically some of these mill zones end, then Envy will have to at some point leave that building as Team Falcons, by the way. 2 reds, 1 purple. They knew they had a long way to go on this zone, and they have taken the opportunity to pick up as much Evo as possible to make their fights as easy as possible.
I mean, that is just what Team Falcons have always done.
They're getting a Mythic as well.
Ever since we saw those changes to Evo shields back in the day, it was Zero and his squad being able to find reds and being able to move from whichever part of the map they found themselves on, whether it was up towards Trials, whether it's Lightning Rod, it doesn't matter. This is what they love. This is what they can achieve. It's just an insane amount of loot, get up to reds, and then they become a real threat when they arrive later on. My question is, will they get a sniff of where Furia are? Because with these reds, with now all this weaponry you've just found in the Mythic pin as well, you might fancy just taking a little fight here, but again, Falcons, they are very calculated. Now, elsewhere, Stallions, we saw them griefing a little bit earlier, doing damage with that Sheila, but now they are being forced away.
GHS trying to take this position away from them, just out to the north side of B. 19th place overall, a little bit of a slow start here for GHS Professional, but they will force Stallions away. Some shots coming in from Arufa, but not quite connecting for now. 2 times not the best when it comes to the scout. Usually you want the 2 to 4 or a 3 if you can. You're lucky enough to find that on your path, but the 2 times still certainly doing some, and certainly become more valuable as you get the zone gets a little bit closer and the teams get closer. But I think now that we're into game number 3 down, the nerves probably are starting to settle for some of these teams as well. First 2 games on the main stage, sometimes you just take a little bit of time to find your feet.
Or nerves start to kick in for some teams if you've not found any points
That's
yet.
fair, yeah.
It can be one of those things that goes one of 2 ways. As speaking of going 2 ways, Falcons go right between the 2 teams and head center zone here. They do have ring control information, and they are full on sending it here. Remember, we saw Zero Tenacity around this area, DreamFire in this area as well over towards Mill, and Falcons trying to take control.
Yeah, no surprise to see them send this as well. As soon as they got that entry damage, they saw the blue shields, they were like, there's no reason for us to not send this, right? If we get into this position, any team who's been here early, they are not going to have red armor. You would imagine the percentages don't add up. Whereas Falcons, having all of the red, having all of the weaponry they have, are more than happy to take this fight, to take this spot away. And now they will be inside of zone, ready for this endgame, and they're looking for more KP inside of the mill.
Multi needs to be careful, but it looks like he's been able to get behind the door, so now Howell just trying to find an angle at the moment.
Slam. There's the slam. There's the knock from Zero, and now you see the Peacekeeper hit as Zero gets those final shots in with the Mastiff. DreamFire eliminated.
Well, Falcons maybe made way for Furia here, because Falcons did arrive at Mill. Furia are arriving just after us. Now, elsewhere, Supernova on this southeast side have to keep going. It's got Gaimin Gladiators ahead of them. Enter Force 36 on the other side. This isn't going to be pretty.
I mentioned how this is a zone that looks like it might pull down towards that fence line and those bins. And Envy would have to be extremely careful. Supernova will be eliminated thanks to GG, who, of course, now definitely know that this is a mill zone. And have managed to find a position to play as well. Envy, Zero Tenacity, the 2 teams who I was previously mentioning on that building, still alive and still safe inside of that next zone as well.
Yeah, remember how risky it was, Zero Tenacity making that move below Envy, but it might pay off because they now hold one of the better positions as long as Envy don't take the fight. In the kill feed though, LG have found Furia and Falcons might join in on this one.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? It's an opportunity for free KP. LG will be eliminated and maybe it's going to be more free KP for them. Another knock comes in here from Zero. Madness will fall, and now Falcons just looking to move forward and finish these pieces off.
There is another team though, GoNext are also here, so Falcons definitely need to be careful. You can see Team Liquid Alienware against E36 elsewhere in the kill feed.
16 squads still remaining, by the way. 16 squads still alive, 15. Who are all going to have to move their way down as E36 will be eliminated. And as you say, it becomes 15 squads very, very quickly. Everyone down on the south side, the likes of Crazy Raccoon, Orgless and Hungry, GG are all going to have to move towards this zone on its close. As Falcons will be safe inside of the next zone now that they've taken those fights and taken that space inside a mill.
Team Liquid Anywhere might see their demise very shortly as well. Stallions have been able to take down Jaguares. Orgless and Hungry on this God Rock with the chance to really do some damage. But have to push in, maybe get aggressive, because otherwise they are going to be getting tickled by that zone. REIGNITE's still alive, by the way. And actually, REIGNITE have moved into quite a commanding position. I believe it's Aurora who are going to be above them. And suddenly, a drive-by happens.
Don't mind me. A big don't mind me moment, but if they can get that Trident down in that corner,
oh wow, okay.
This becomes a most Aurora spot to play that you could possibly imagine.
No Mirage for Aurora over here on Storm Point. It is a switch of composition. They are going to be able to use those rampart walls to start building something, and they are in the zone. As now GG wants to try and achieve something similar as they move in. They are getting absolutely obliterated. And I don't know if they're going to survive, but they just about with a shred of health. No, this is surely going to be the end.
Sheila finishes off the final pieces. GG, unfortunately, a mechanical failure, it felt like, as the Trident came to a stop there. They will go down as back over to the mill buildings with the beautiful thatched roofs. Team Falcons have lost 0. Orgless and Hungry have been eliminated in the meantime as Walty and How now have to clutch up.
Is there a way for Walty to get 0 back up? Probably not at the moment. No, they are just going to have to wait and fight this one as a 2, as there's going to be another player joining this one. Good 45 chunk though. Still 12 squads left here, so Falcons fighting back to back.
Furia, we've been kind of hinted at this fight breaking loose. Well, they're trying to take down Falcons right now, and Falcons are trying to hold, trying to do what they can. And this is looking like it could become interesting. However, it will be finished off. Keon, the only player to go down, and they're trying to stick the res. The Newcastle is still alive, but as I say that, Vaxxon is now the last alive as GoNext will fly up from inside of the mill and take down the final pieces of Furia.
GoNext were just calculating that one. They were waiting for enough damage to be done. They were probably keeping an eye on that kill feed as well. Listening, cups to the wall, hoping that damage had been achieved, and it was. Now they will pick up those kills, and now they will hold the west side and the majority, if not all of the mill. But they still have to move, because the zone is going to be pulling away from the mill now. Again, it's going to be that building where Zero, Tenacity and Envy find themselves in, the spot that Aurora found themselves in as well. Liesel is absolutely trying to destroy them with the Spitfire, but a lack of ammo here, only 60 bullets left.
Lack of ammo, but he's got the gun shield attack.
He's also got shield
as well. Don't worry about it. He's got enough bullets to be doing damage with. He'll certainly take advantage of any targets that do move in front of him. Almost like a little double Gilby build. Gun shield here for Liesel. Gibraltar, of course, has that one built in. Dan's laughing because we nearly got taken out by a Jib.
Hit by the Jib camera.
We're safe for now. Another little bit of a drive-by going down as a bubbled Trident will fly past, and this time it's going to be Aurora who are trying to flush out GoNext from this little corner.
Well, Alliance doing a lot of damage here, and it's going to be GoNext on the receiving end. 10 squads. Alliance hold the northern tip. They can see all these squads trying to force their way in at the same time, and Alliance in a real good position. Now, Team Liquid Alienware. They've been sizing up this fight against Crazy Raccoon for quite some time, but has the initial damage been enough?
Zone is going to do a lot of the work here for Crazy Raccoon. You can see they don't want to overextend here. They don't want to push into this fight unless they have to. But the problem is the shots coming from elsewhere, and it's Aurora who parallel parked their way into a position a little bit earlier, but now they're extending out, and look at Orain. He's smiling, and that only means good things here if he's smiling for Aurora.
Aurora are the only team on the south here, so they can go back to that position. Everyone else is in that same building we were talking about. I mean, look at it. They're all on top of one another. GHS are just outside of it. Stallions up to the north, as are Alliance. So really, Aurora, if they can command this space, if they can create enough kind of fake buildings to work with, they can build that base. They are in a really hot spot to potentially win Game 3 here.
REIGNITE up on the high ground. Still attacking, you can see he's just holding onto that wall. He's waiting for the opportunity to use it. Do they want to walk forward? Does he really want to take the space on top of this roof and re-establish themselves as the team to play the height? That looks like the option they're going to take, as Unlucky, once again, where the rest of Alliance is going to bubble, Trident their way in towards the bottom side of this building.
Important that we saw another bubble from Aurora as well. They avoid that damage from REIGNITE, as now all these teams are being forced together. Everyone getting a little bit antsy. A little bit of damage is done, so you think, should we be jumping on this one? How do we survive? How do we get a little bit further? Hack is still holding the bombardment right now. That could do some serious damage once these bubbles start to disappear.
Stallions are on the other side of this as well. Aurora just round the corner, and this is where the Thermites, if they're well placed behind these shields, can really scupper the opportunities of teams. Albrelletti back on land 2 years ago was the last time that we saw him at one of these live events, and how much has changed in that time. That frag grenade was perfect from FJ.
He just had to stare it down and accept his fate, but maybe he could be picked back up. 8 squads still alive here. Alliance are waiting in the wings though. They pull that Trident, they find a position, they have built a base to work with. It's GoNext and Stallions eliminated. Aurora still hold the south though.
Aurora hold the south to themselves as well. So Aurora, who made their way into this spot with a trident that had that bubble on it. Extended out to clear out this south side. Might just about to be watching all of these teams take care of each other. Aurora, the door is open for you to take this game through.
Aurora should take this game, you'd imagine. The damage now is going to be absolutely shared between all these teams on the north. It's going to be carnage there as Aurora just sits on. They wait and they watch.
Well, Aurora bubbled last as well. Alliance are down, Envy are down, Zero Tenacity down, 3 squads remaining, and Oirain still has the Gibby on as well. He finally gets to expend the ultimate. As GHS and Ring are taking care of each other, all that Aurora need to do here is get healthy before you move in and pick up the win. Surely this is their moment.
Should be their moment, will be their moment, as Aurora put their names on the board for match number 3. A trident perfectly positioned to create their own base, and they held the south, and they give us a dance.
History made as Aurora give us the first ever synchronized team celebration with choreography. That's why we love them. That's why I love Aurora. Always something original.
Love their jerseys as well. Insane jerseys.
I love that card. I don't know what to call it. That is a robe. It's a knitted robe.
Dude loves.
It's awesome. Amazing performance though from Aurora. Great vibes all round as always from the EMEA powerhouse. The winners, of course, of the EMEA BLGS step up here in Sapporo to claim their first game of the tournament. And clearing out that south side was the secret to success.
Well, well, well. EMEA on top. First, second, and fourth. EMEA find themselves in Aurora, Gaming Gladiators, and Alliance. Of course, Enterforce 36, after their initial victory, will be in that top 4 as well. And then Liquid Alienware behind them in 5th place. But some serious points being found by the EMEA region. And as you mentioned, some of the North American teams are a little bit quiet and still struggling. But with 3 games still left to play, there's a lot of points to be picked up. It is definitely not down and out for anyone in that bottom 10.
Certainly got 3 more maps to go, like you say, 1 more install point before we head over to World's Edge as well. But what a fascinating start to the day as we see some of our heavy hitters coming in from match 3. Zero managed to pick up 5 kills for Falcons in that game. The Guardian Angel with 3 revives going to be tied out, and then you've got Oirain doubling up once again, the Wingman Warlord. It seems like if you get one, you get the other.
I also love the tighter picture with the GHS logo in the background. It looks like he's got horns.
Graphics design, you knew what you were doing.
They did it on purpose. Headphones and horns.
Exactly what you were doing.
But an amazing performance from Aurora, but the battle was won early on that southern side. I think once they were able to win that initial fight, it was just a matter of patience.
Well, it's the interesting thing to talk about. Sometimes, you know, Aurora, we mentioned that, you know, the parallel park, and I said it slightly tongue-in-cheek when they went for that fence line play with the Trident. That's great, but if an opportunity ever arises to clear a side of the zone when it starts to close towards the end of the game, you have to take it, because you see how easy it is for Aurora to close the game out once they did that. So many teams that sit in that position, watch those fights going down, and just start to think, oh, we don't want to overextend here, because if we lose it. But when you see the fight go down, when you see Nox, you have to take that chance, because that spot's not going to disappear, and even if it does, those teams still have to move towards you in that final moment.
Well, a team that's never been scared of fighting is Aurora. So if there is ever that opportunity, you know full well they're going to take it. But at the same time, when you got to the late game and all that damage was being done, they also recognized they did not need to initiate the fight straight away.
I will say this, the Aurora jerseys, by the way, the champs jerseys are insane. They are the most creative and beautiful jerseys. By the way, I'm also terrified of Aurora social media, so I'm just only saying positive things.
Just in case they start to create memes about you.
And I know that, yeah.
It's coming. I feel like you've put yourself in the firing line now.
Big Aurora guy, me. Always have been. Always will be.
I heard you bought a jersey and everything, didn't you?
Yeah. Series results coming in. I love you, Aurora, social media manager. Series results coming in for what we've seen so far in those first 3 games. Aurora now on top, like you say, and it is been EMEA who have come out of the gates. And I mentioned how international scrims, you can take maybe something away from them. But remember, the EMEA teams have been playing on North American servers and JP servers. So for them, it's probably somewhat of a surprise to get here to Japan and finding their shots count.
Yeah, a lot of these EMEA teams have just been avoiding bubble fights for the last 3 weeks, but now they can actually finally take them. But I think Aurora now, they need to use this momentum. You want to actually take advantage of the fact that you are in a lobby like this and you are finding points. You don't just want to, you know, finish first with a small amount of points. You want to absolutely dominate this lobby so you can push yourself further throughout group stages and find yourself in that winners bracket.
Well, 3 different winners from 2 different regions in our first 3 games. It was only halfway through this set, of course, between C and D, so we've got a lot more games to come. But from us 2, that's done for now. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to send it over to the desk. So, ladies and gents, take it away.
Thanks so much, Ansa and Gaskin. Could not agree more about the Aurora jerseys and maybe the Aurora social media manager. Great job, Aurora. Everyone on the desk is very proud of how that went. But like they said, 3 different matches, 3 different winners. Right now, a lot of these teams are really showing what they want to bring to the table here at Champs. One of the teams that we talked about, and we were even talking about in the green room, we saw that win out of GG. They're nice, sitting pretty at the top right now. They kept a lot of their strats close to their chest during that scrims. Not as much information as maybe we would have liked as analysts here to really go off of, and now they look incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that, like you're kind of alluding to, had some difficulties over the last few months and within BLGS as well here, but has really come out of the gates extremely strong with the overall macro, finding their way into a fantastic spot in zone, and of course, delivering one of the major wins.
Yeah, we'll take a look back at these final circles. I'll walk everybody through exactly what happened, because in the very first match, a totally different squad, Enerforce 36 Zephyr kicking it off with a win.
Yeah, we talk about coming out of the energy banks here, and the verticality that you don't get to see that happens early is that Enerforce 36 gets such a nice spot to themselves below all of this action that you're currently seeing, and it's timing that allow them to prevail, especially in a meta right now where utility is so huge about when you get that wall down, when you utilize that bubble, coming up to on some of these later fights after being at a deficit here, giving themselves time to recuperate, get themselves into a position where they were allowed to kind of avoid all of this damage and then quickly clean it up as the janitorial crew that they were, allowed them to come out on top dominantly of this game 1 here.
Yeah, and it set themselves up well in the overall standings now for the first half of the series. But then we went into match number 2, our second E-District match here. And like you talked about earlier, Snipedad, it was GG.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those moments where you feel like I'm on main stage screaming with the Sheila out like I'm Rambo up there. And I'm just like, I don't know who to pick from. There's all these bubbles all over the place. But this is one of those examples where patience and discipline come into play. And although GG may not have been doing as well leading up to this, when you get to this live event, you kind of remember those feelings you had at the last LAN that got you to the finals in the first place, and the fact that they came out the way they did, regardless of anything that happened online, it's like, we're down, we're sitting here, let's make sure we bring back that same intensity, and they showed up, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, but not us on the cast, honestly.
And now, we're seeing what we saw in Split 2 playoffs out of Gaimin Gladiators here for this second match, and then, of course, to look towards match number 3, we just got to watch it here. Aurora doing it literally in a stylish fashion here, Jamerson.
Yeah, and here it honestly does go back to being able to play the multiple different styles of Apex Legends. Coming out of Cenote Cave, they needed to slow this game down. They did an excellent job of controlling the south side of the map, keeping a lot of teams basically away from their position. We're able to walk up, basically. Well, not walk up. Everyone had cars. We're able to kind of, cruise up for free. And you saw a lot of teams really prioritizing, trying to get into that center early on, get their vehicle down, get their bubbles down, and it became all-out war. But for Aurora, it was just an absolute shooting gallery. And that's what happens when you just control the map, play your game. We know that Aurora can play aggressive. We need to make sure that they can play slow, and that's what they did here.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really big spread of variety when it came to our first 3 matches, but we got to see what they were able to bring to the table as a squad as far as their game skills go. But I want to know how everyone at home would potentially rate their dance skills. All right, we heard Mark and Dan saying it. They had a choreographed celebration ready to go for this win. Zephyr, I feel like this is something that is right up your alley.
Hey, let's stick it to him there at the end there. A little heart for the fans. As good as it gets. I don't know if the 3 of us can pull it off. We're a little bit off kilter here on that one, but maybe with some practice in the green room.
I don't know, Jamerson, you killed that.
I mean, I've been all over the TikTok. The ban won't stop me. The ban won't stop me. Wait, we're back, right? We are officially back with TikTok anyhow, so yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's the type of vibe we want here at Champs, okay? Everyone's having a good time while absolutely demolishing other people as we get to take a look at a little bit of a head-to-head here. 8 kills apiece. I mean, Snipe Down, these are the performances that you're looking for out of an individual player who's here to frag.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Effect, this doesn't surprise anyone. We're used to seeing him on this screen. There's nothing really too shocking here. I think one of the greatest things was seeing Crazy Raccoon come off to a strong start in this tournament, because they have been, you know, a little bit all over the place when it comes to their placements, a bunch of different rosters. But to see Obli up here, top of the kill leaderboard, pretty good damage. That means he's getting the downs that he is getting. They're getting the kills, which is a lot more difficult in this current meta with the way people are able to res.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get a chance here to take a look back at our series results here so far, as we've been talking about our 3 winners currently at the top in Aurora, Gaimin, Gladiators, and Enterforce 36. But these points are still pretty evenly spread, and this is what you had mentioned before we even headed into the series, Jamerson. It's gonna be a tough battle, and the points are now reflecting that.
Yeah, just all across the board, groups A, B, C, and D. There is so much parity amongst the top of the top, right? Before we had a lot of strength consolidated amongst about 3 or 4 teams. Right now, you do reliably have about 10 teams in the running that could easily take champs.
And I like the shout that you made too about Crazy Raccoon, because we were talking about that in the green room. Game number 1 sniped out 17 points. I mean, that's what you need to do in group stage. At least get those points on the board, set yourself up well to move through the next stage of the competition, because bracket stage does not get any easier.
Yeah, I mean, you look at teams like the 100 Thieves that got 2 wins, and that was basically their only points from the last set of games. So they have a 33.3% win rate, and that's basically all their points. And then you look at Crazy Raccoon, who got 17 in the first game, and they ended with 22 after the next. But it really does just come down to getting that one big game. And Aurora, for example, has 24 placement points out of their total points. So they're averaging essentially a 3rd place in each of these games. I didn't even realize that they were like consistently getting the placement. They weren't getting the kills, but it comes down to you get to the spot and zones, the games are going to open up, you're going to get the kills, you'll have the big one, and they're on top of the leaderboard because of it.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I want to ask you about a team that's on the flip side of that here, Zephyr. We're talking about where you're getting your points right now. Team Falcons at 15. 11 of those points are from kills. Only 4 are from placement points. So they're the polar opposite. And we're moving into Storm Point and then World's Edge. So talk to me a little bit about Team Falcons, and do you think they can pick it up from here, or what are you getting out of their play right now?
I was about to say the biggest sign for them is the fact that most of those kills notably come back from this last game here. That's where they've actually started to pick up the pace, and it's to no surprise, it's a familiar map. Storm Point here, where they're now starting to find that resurgence alongside potentially World's Edge later, where they find a little bit better of a balance, not just them, but also alongside some of their POI choices we've seen from the draft.
Yeah, I think this is where things are really going to start to get interesting, because we have 3 more matches coming up in our series, which means we also have a new set of casters to get us through the rest of it. We have the lovely Vicky and Genome ready to get back into the action.
Thank you so much, Glitter. I always love my girl Glitter and the analyst decks to break down all the action. As she said, 3 more games to go. Already saw the action over by Storm Point, and it's nice to see the adjustments from some of our squads. We even saw a little sneak peek of Aurora trying out the Mirage on E-District, opting to go right back, and I'm very happy they did, because getting that dub was absolutely huge, as we've been seeing the EU teams really pop off within the series.
Yeah, look, Alliance with a pretty hefty end to that game, and Aurora coming in and doing a great job as well. I mean, yeah, look, Alliance, of course, they had Trident over there. They like to pick that over Northpad and then try and muscle other teams out.
And consistently, in 5th place that we've seen within like the last 3 games, when you talk about consistency, that's what I like to see, but we also like to see that dub coming out from a team like Alliance. We know that they can do it. They've done it before in the past. Now just trying to lock in to follow up right behind Aurora and Gaimin Gladiators. The Gaimin Gladiators also had a very explosive second game. Enterforce 36, though, in that game 1, having a nice, not only 8 KP, but in that dub too, so that way they could try to elevate themselves in that overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, Envy were my pick coming into this one, Vicky, and they haven't quite reached that pace that I was hoping they'd get so far. Before that patch came in and we saw Rampart take over the meta a little bit more, Envy were looking unbeatable. Honestly, yeah, like at times I thought they were the best team who were playing in those scrims, but you come to LAN, sometimes you just got to chuck all of that knowledge out, honestly, and say, look, whoever turns up on the day, the pressure's so much different, the lobbies play out differently, and Envy, they need to change up their game if they want to finish off this series strongly.
I mean, looking at this series and the teams and the compositions that they're opting to go for versus our very first group series earlier on, we are seeing a lot more of Valkyrie being utilized, Envy being one of those teams too. I like the crowd. I like what I'm hearing. As we got the next game currently underway, guys. Stormpoint still more action to go. But again, it's about these compositions that I feel like that have allowed these teams to maybe find their elevation point, or is it holding them back? You said something really earlier, you know, that, oh, okay, well. I also really like Aurora's personality and the way that they've handled themselves. We got the little dance earlier on too. But I was gonna say is that in a meta like this, with Rampart, the Sheila, you have to be very careful with the way that you approach from the skies. If you are Valkyrie, you could easily get shot out, but also it kind of takes a lot of utility when you think about maybe having that necessity of the Gibby bubble either upon landing or if you want to reposition on the takeoff.
You see the start of these teams, their looting paths going through Stormpoint, seeing some PvE be done, of course. Not one apart from Trials over in World's Edge is really the only map that has that unique aspect to it. What we also saw just before we switched over in Vision actually was Aurora doing a little bit of car nabbing there. They got two to themselves at the moment. One of the members went to steal the car over at Bean and then drove it to the other car just so we could flex on him.
It's about sending a message right before you get into the thick of it. And also making sure you could deny the accessibility to a Trident. We were seeing some Trident on Trident action where we're seeing some of these teams nab it before them.
So important right now. I mean, we're seeing someone trying to go next there, actually taking some pot shots over at Cito, but it does look like DreamFire get out scot-free, the team that was landing there. But yeah, I mean, Bean, it was 55th pick so far in this draft, right? Tends to be one of the later ones. Sometimes doesn't get picked at all. And one of the only reasons you would pick it is because you can get a car from it. But no, Sonote decided to deny that as well.
And that's huge here too, because if that's why you're opting to have to go for this, as we see Gaimin Gladiators with a drive-by attempt, trying for Trident here as Blast doesn't land those shots, having to back away though. Eva 8 in hand and the purple bolt trying to bait them to go up that zip line, but Liquid Alienware no way better, and they have a plethora of nades to help back them up.
Okay, nades coming in, but plenty of walls to hide behind, but he actually hits it with it. Lufka goes down, and yet Juarez with the double knock. All of a sudden, this is a huge turnaround here, and GG after an awesome 3 games.
That was beautiful.
I can't even put the blame on GG there. That was just some sick moves coming out of Liquid.
And the backdoor too, with the way that they were able to send out that nade and ricochet it off the wall right behind that Newcastle shield too.
Someone's been doing their physics homework. I mean, whew.
Oh, okay. Nice. We got some meta stats out here? Okay. We've had so far 420. From the last time we were casting Genome, it was like, what, 185? We are currently now at 425 Newcastle walls, 3,147 Rampart amped covers, and 30 Skyward dives. Does show the lackluster Valk that we're seeing, either between Eam District and Sky, right here too, with Skyark in general, but man, it's been crazy to see. This is our second series alone.
Yeah, I remember last time we were tracking crypto EMPs, and I think we were hoping that we would get to 1,000 before the end of group stages, and I think we didn't quite get there. It looks like we are actually on track to make 1,000 Newcastle walls by the end of it. And look, obviously, with all the accelerator stocks and all that sort of stuff in, ultimates are more accessible than ever, and I think that kind of stands up.
Makes you wonder how many we're going to have by the end of this whole event.
Yeah.
It'll be a fancy number to take note of. While LG, I believe that's GoNext right in front of him, by the way, over by Cito. Zero Tenacity is actually in the outskirts of this too. It's like a longbow in the distance, having to be careful as Sykes is going to be able to rotate from inside this building, taking a different off position, while LG is just trying to hold enough space.
LG have just made it into the double digits. Still got a long way to go though. Mastiff hasn't even found a bolt for it.
And they do have ring console information. That was the priority when it comes to rotating out of Cito. And knowing where this zone is pulling, it is incredibly important, because we've seen a zone like this similarly where if you want to hold the high hilltop where we saw Liquid Alien before the charge rifle, bringing through, forcing out the bubble, it could be very difficult to traverse through that open ground if you have to forcibly go from low to high ground up that hill where Liquid Alienware is already situated, but equally is very risky and easily third-partyable if you'll rotate there early.
Full-time rotation there from Supernova. If there was any kind of Cinderella story happening in this land, Vicky, it would be them. They have one player who has Pro League experience. Two of them direct from Challenger Circuit to Champs. Soyo played for White Flash in APAC South. The other two, an incredible come-up to manage to push through a lot of strong teams in the LCQ and qualify to Champs. It's, yeah, almost unheard of.
I love hearing a drink like that too, because then you're faring up against pros that have so many years of experience playing on a gigantic stage like this, and having to keep your cool. It's very easy to let these nerves get to you. It is obviously still day number 1 too, so a lot of these pros trying to make sure they feel comfortable in their seats. Crazy Raccoon, pretty comfortable on the high ground right now onto Barometer, but they will eventually have to start moving, and they know that too, as you can see that they also have ring console info.
Yeah, it's that game we were talking about when we were in the casting booth last time, Vicky. Some, you know, that friction between teams that have Ring 2 knowledge versus Ring 3 knowledge. It's just very different. And as we get a look at the next one, you know, scan your eyes around the map, try and see who is sitting on a Ring console right now. Team Burger is. I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to make one, if there is one under that bevy of teams over at Cedo Station. That'd be pretty risky. And you can see a barometer here. DreamFire also looking to do that, but being contested by Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, and they're trying to fully extend out here, knock for knock. Hate the world, though, incredibly low, trying to play on the outskirts of the bubble. They see the opportunity with the Newcastle wall being put down, splitting their attention. 3MZ needs some help, needs some help from I Hate the World with the EVA 8. Doesn't want the reset to happen, and DreamFire get eliminated. Raccoon look fantastic with the way that they've been trying to take these fights.
Gosh, I mean, look, I went and sat in the crowd for game 1, Vicky, and we were just watching the scoreboard. And, you know, we were like 5 minutes into the first game, and they had like 14 kills or something already. These guys have really hit the NOS button here at the start of this series, and looking to do that even more. And look, you know, I Hate the World. He's no easy beat to take down. This is the guy that had to step into Roy's shoes, one of the best players we've seen out of the Chinese region, and did even better, honestly. He came out with just insane stats at the Mannheim LAN. And yeah, look, really just showed that he can be one of the best MK players in the entire world.
Well, looked also at Envy. You also highlighted, you know, expecting bigger heights here from this squad right now, as GoNext trying to actually go ahead and try to cover a lot of space out here, trying to chase down the straggler while also taking up this real estate. This is the area that you can expect that once the circle pulls, it's going to be very difficult if there's no other team to contest a squad that has that high ground hilltop, but there's also angles that same team could take with the meta that we currently have on our hands, between the Newcastle walls, between the ramparts, cycling through the Gibby bubble to not only contest a squad trying to come up on your 6, but also putting in pressure to the teams that are going to be forcibly kept out of Cedo.
Looks like Alliance is one of those teams trying to keep a team out of the zone, and it's Falcons on the other side. Of course, they've only managed to scrounge together 15 points so far. Not going to be happy with that. Of course, we all know the story, 20th in the finals lobby of the last LAN, but at least they had an awesome group stage to get themselves rolling. You have to be worried about them if they don't even have that to get them, you know, really get the engine revving.
At least in a lot better of a position when it comes to the current meta on our hands and not having to play Ring Around the Rosy with the different legends that they may want to pick to play into their strengths. Instead here, just trying to see if they can gather that momentum on Storm Point. Also covering a good amount of space. Yes, they're by this rock. They have another member of Team Falcons that's playing off that slight low ground building closer to Mill that we saw in that last game too. And as we saw, Alliance still were able to maintain that building. Just a sliver of it still in that next zone here. Well, Enter Force 36, full red Evos, by the way. Some KP to their pockets. They were playing objective before coming in here next.
Yeah, they did a really cool interview recently. Someone was nice enough to translate it, and I'll tell you about it later because it looks like Alliance and Falcons are getting into this. They've got the first knock onto Effect. They get him back up, and he's doing massive damage. A revive that really pays off with
these PK shots coming out.
Unlucky is just built different. Barrel shoving this PK into Falcons after Falcons had the initial advantage. Now they're left running for their lives to stay alive in this lobby, so that way they're not the ones to go down in 17th. Unlucky's crazy.
In shambles again, and you kind of can't blame Falcons in one sense in that you knock someone, you see them revived, and you're like, okay, they're one, we should push that player, and we can, you know, regain the advantage very quickly. But he's just turning it around with these insane PK shots.
Insane PK shots, support meta too when you get that res as well. Envy getting eliminated. We were just highlighting what we need to see from this team, from Team Burger now coming through.
I do feel like I've seen an uptick in PK usage.
Yes.
In the scrims, you know, people were saying it's Eva, it's Mastiff up the top. Mastiff, of course, having a higher fire rate than PK, and therefore you can sort of take the shot, and if you're both doing that at the edge of the bubble, it then gives you a slight amount of priority of deciding how you take that next stage of the engagement. Eva was also good at just catching someone off guard and being able to put them down very quickly, especially if it's behind a Gibraltar gun shield. So it's very interesting to see so many players now picking up the PK, which seemed to be reviled just a few weeks ago.
You mentioned Gibby and Shotgun. You also have the perk that allows Gibby to be able to get that auto reload per knock here too, which is beautiful. And when you mentioned the Eva 8 with that gold barrel, getting some extra bullets for you to work with when it comes to shield dancing around the edge of those Gibby bubbles. And this is the zone I had my eyes on. I've seen this zone a few times here in Liquid Alienware. Had called this from the very beginning, but not fully trying to commit in the middle area here too, because you can at least use the rock mass behind you to cover your back, but also trying to pay attention to both spots from both sides.
All right, Falcons back. They're looking for a home. Don't know if there's one up for sale.
Oh no, they're right on the side. They went in blind, hoping, praying that there was some space for them to work off of, and they get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, Hal's sitting behind. He's trying to pop some cells. Fair enough, they're all at about, 80 health or something like that. I don't know how much they actually had left, but just full sending it into that building. It might have been their only option, but it wasn't a good one.
And, the team inside also heard them, and they were trying to escape, too. So just waiting in a corner for them as GHS also trying to see where they can go next. After this dome goes down, they're forced to use the Newcastle. Another fight over to the south.
Okay, Team Burger. Oh, and, just like we were talking about the shotgun meta and how those different ones come in, it's also important to note the shotgun bolt is probably the most important weapon attachment in this meta. As we were talking about, it really amps up how fast you can take those engagements. And going from a no bolt to a purple bolt, it's a world of difference and can make the difference between two teams in a bubble fight.
It's huge, especially when you think about early engagements. In this case, though, that mid-game 13 squads left GoNext. They know and they hear the team right underneath them with the water. They can't show face too hard. We know what happened to that team earlier on. They're going to have to expend the bubble to see if they can close in that gap, try to get some KP here, takes the fight, gets the first crack, but not trying to overextend. Why? Because look, no shotgun bolt 2 on that PK without giving up the building to their backs, while noting that there's still a team on the high ground looking at Liquid.
GoNext prime position here. GHS just below them, and they're pinging over at Luminosity Gaming near the gravity cannon. They can't let their attention slip, though. Furia are creeping up on LG as well.
Just as quickly as that fight started, it ends just as fast. 12 squads left. E36 eliminated as Noctem now move up.
Okay. Noctem here on the very southern side of the zone. They've got Stallions ahead. They look to be trying to find some cover and respite in the market. If Noctem can follow them quickly without taking too many of those shots from Godrog, they might be okay.
Oh, they know that Stallions is in that building right next to them, but they're not looking at them right now. They're going to be able to walk up into this building to share that bottom floor with them.
I mean, there's not going to be room for them to mirror them. They really need to take them out if they want to be able to get up this hill. It's going to be one or the other.
It's going to be insane for the squads. They're going to have to move up from this building, and the amount of teams from both north to even south side that are still not in that next zone, because it's such an open area of a zone.
Yeah, you can play over the lip of the rock a little bit, but here we go. This fight had to happen, and Stallions will get the better of Noctem.
The Cha-Cha slide with the massive right around the corner. They are able to get that res, and they did see some shots from a distance. That is it once again. Liquid now also looking to their south, while Orgless and Hungry are on that trident trying to see where they can go. As we take a look at Alliance, they know there's a team right behind them. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Is the right side team still there?
I don't know.
Put some
There might
cues
be
there.
them, there might be them. They will there.
One of you perma watch right.
Yeah, just put some cues there.
Yeah. They're breaking, so there's one there. I'm 2 bars from 4.
They shouldn't come up.
Dropping one for you. 2 left.
Fighting right side, fighting right side.
You peek it, in space.
Yeah, coming. We don't like inside.
Yeah, wrap up.
Shoot high. 80.
Wrap up 1.
Get back.
Go back.
We're gonna make sure this team doesn't fucking be stop on us.
Yeah.
We just play the rock next.
Selling.
120.
Did they give build?
Left, yeah. No. Left side
Shoot
cannot walk up on us.
Okay.
We gotta care only about right.
We can be less than a rock here, no? Yeah, we can.
One almost gone, Go.
1 HP. 1 HP.
Oh, 1!
The bubble.
No. Keep pushing in.
Fighting right side again, I'm looking.
Okay, let's play together. I'm holding up. You guys play together.
Come back.
We gotta keep left and play here, right?
Yeah.
Back in spot, don't worry.
Give me one dog.
Yeah, I'm looking low run.
Oh, easy.
The wipe.
Fighting it too.
They wiped it, yeah. You don't want to go back.
I'm gonna move the car, okay?
Fighting cross, shoot the cross maybe, shoot the cross.
Yeah, 1 second, I'm moving the car.
Do effect, okay?
Kill my run again.
Okay.
We're in on my corner, we just gotta watch the ramp keep behind us, okay?
Yeah, we just gotta keep low ground.
Okay, this team is maybe off now.
They got a car
Bob's gonna go, Bob gone!
Dead. 1 HP on 2.
Last one. I think.
No, 1 HP, give me.
They bubble car next to me, guys!
Yeah,
leaving.
The bubble's here too, the bubble on the left.
Body.
Yeah, next to you. No, next truck is.
Yeah, watch left side.
Leave you on us.
Yeah, that's it.
Do that, it's all around for the left.
It's only one
close left still.
It's a solo TV, I think.
Can we wipe left, baby? Can we wipe left? There's so many kills on left.
We have literally team next to us, Noga.
I got cripple.
Shit. Oh, they did good.
Watch right.
Yeah. They're trying to play up.
Get to our car.
I'm batting.
We're good. I knocked one on the left.
Okay,
He died.
In the car and the white left side.
Can we left, come.
You get a wallet though,
Yeah, we can. I don't even need to, bro. Come.
Okay. Is it in?
Yes, they're fighting hard.
Okay, go.
Okay, I'm gonna slam it.
Go. The wipe.
Full team.
I'm on right side.
They move the car over. Hackers, a canny move to try and take some extra space inside the zone. A Kraber almost puts the end to their plans. But now, as they move in with only 3 squads left, Alliance in a great spot to beat the 2 remaining Liquid Alienware members and win the game.
And getting the dome, having the Gibby ult just in case, ready to go. Jaguares gets the knock into unlucky, but Hockey's is just built different with this massive Aurora. Now move in, uncontested with 9 impulse with the Sheila to be the nail in the coffin. We saw him lighting up the field with the Kraber too. Back to back, are you kidding me?
Look, shout out to Graceful. We were in the talent room just before this, and he was saying how this lobby felt like it was head-to-head Alliance versus Aurora sometimes, and we literally see it here in the final 3v3. I mean, Alliance honestly did very well to win those last couple of fights and just snowball it enough, but unfortunately, got a little bit too hot there at the end, and Aurora can wait for that bubble to go down. You see the Sheila make mincemeat of Alliance. Nevertheless, both teams picking up a good amount of points from that game. 17 from Aurora, 19 from Alliance, having to punch through so many teams and grab that KP.
And still provide the pressure that they needed to while holding that hillside, right? They were the entire time talking about the team behind them, which was Aurora in that case. The patient play from Aurora had allowed them to win that game when Liquid had decided to fully send it onto Alliance, trying to actually capitalize off of the cat wall to block out some vision. Nonetheless, too, though, Aurora take not only another double with 5 KP, the Alliance right behind them, breaking the 5th place curse, getting 2nd place with 10 KP.
It's such a delicate balance sometimes when you're on the lip of the hill and you have to watch both sides. I mean, it really requires all of your members to have their heads screwed on, know what they're doing, know what they're looking out for, which utility they need to save, and when. And as we look at our heavy hitters, it's Alliance across the board. I mean, Unlucky has been such a great addition to this roster. I mean, he'd be the main fragger in almost any other team, but coming up here with Effect, he can give that, look, damage leader, kill leader goes across to Effect there. and Unlucky is a quote-unquote support player in this roster, right?
The Guardian Angel, literally, to help them out, especially in that engagement versus Falcons that created a really rough game for them there too. So let's not forget, that's what happened earlier on, which allowed them to get that second place, but it was still Aurora that got that.
And you think about those moments, right? These turning, these moments where the game really turns on a dime, and it's, you have to take on this powerhouse team like Falcons. If you don't beat them, maybe they're the ones who end up with the 18 points this game. But Alliance winning those crucial fights, which does mean that in the end, they come out with the most points that game. Not quite the dub, but certainly helping them push their case and up the leaderboard.
In a row with a double back-to-back dub as well. Also concluding Storm Point before we transition onto another map. So far, though, it's been amazing action to see how they've been able to nitpick, even listening to those comms, how important it is to not tunnel vision. If you feel like comms are getting too cluttered in your own games and you want to know what to do differently, go back on that game. See how they're able to filter out priority. What teams to look at? What KP can you pick up? At one point, they left the team underneath them. I think it was Orgless and Hungry very low. There was nothing they could do because they expended the Gibby bubble. And then you saw, I believe it was Furia, use their Gibby bubble to take the KP. Because even if they couldn't get the dub, it's at least the KP if they have to come from low to high ground.
Yeah, you've got all of this utility you have to use, right? And at certain times during those cooldowns, you can be very aggressive or you need to be defensive. And it seemed like Alliance just knew how to walk that tightrope all the way into that second place when unfortunately, Aurora got the Sheila out and kind of cut the tightrope with it. But what are you going to do about that?
Exactly. And that was it, guys, for Storm Point. Don't go anywhere because we got some more action here on the other side of this break.
Battle Beaver, the official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Amazing action after 4 games down. We got 2 more to go. Storm Point allowing Aurora to come out on top with 2 back-to-back dubs. And can we talk about the Herman Miller cheer that's going to go out to the winners of the ALGS Championship? The Cherry Blossoms is the chef's kiss to add to the collection.
That's pretty nice. Wouldn't mind one of them. Don't know if they'll allow a late entrant into the tournament.
I'm gonna quickly scoot away with it, right? See how fast you could roll out with the Herman Miller. It's so nice.
Race? You want to race me?
A race with the Herman Miller. Get to see how fast you could go.
Look, I beat Onset once last time we had a foot race on the stage, but yeah, maybe we need to introduce the chair races and see who comes out on top there.
It evens out the playing field here for Aurora. Sitting on better gamer chairs out here. Nah, it was all about the way that they were able to perform on Storm Point. The patient play here that really worked out for them, but also the way that they were able to play neighboring the likes of even Liquid on the same hilltop, but different angles, still behind Alliance, and timing the way that they were able to actually contest and go in for that fight, whether it be through the catwall or even hanging out behind with 9 Impulse having that Sheila out and ready.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were still taking. I think they were the one who Aurora was hitting with like the 117 headshots on the charge year, right? So look, they had their own problems to deal with, but they did manage to just isolate themselves on that side of the ring until they could come in with the full force of their ultimates.
It's nice to see how they've been able to really take advantage of that too. And back-to-back, nonetheless, I know we've had 2-time winners already within our first series. Seeing Aurora kind of join that club for the first time within our group C and D this time around. We do have a transition, though, as we exit out of Storm Point. Once again, we get to go back home onto World's Edge to see which of these squads will have a much better time, feeling a lot more comfortable here.
CR, Reignite, plenty of Japanese and APAC North teams doing extremely well in this tournament. Enterforce 36 sitting up there with 30 points to their name as well. And, oh yeah, that's right. I got halfway through a story and then, as happens in Apex, a whole bunch of action happened. We saw a lot of cool things. Very relatable. But it was a great interview with Enterforce 36, and they were talking about their decision making in that crucial match point finish in Mannheim. And the theme of it really was that they needed a bit more experience on LAN, and they needed to go through a rough moment like that almost to really solidify in their minds that they have to lock in, that they can't let themselves get into these spots where they're not communicating as much, and that's really what led to them jumping down at the incorrect time during those the very dying moments of the Mannheim LAN. And it was also really cool to hear about scene ups come up through the scene, and yeah, look, I'd encourage you guys to check it out if you can. It was up on the Comp Apex subreddit. Really great to see a well-translated piece of content with one of those APAC North teams, because we don't get as much of that. It's we can't watch their scrims and hear how they're sort of talking to each other and all that sort of stuff. So I just love it whenever we get any kind of insight into how those guys approach the game.
It's the come up too. It's the story where you could really look back into seeing the different approaches from so many players from so many different regions. That's the love about the Apex Legends Global Series. That's what makes it global out here. And it highlights that anyone at home, you feel like you could take up on these pros too. You could try to achieve the same type of pathing that we've already seen from our professional players, even the first timers in a LAN like this.
Yeah, we're feeling the love, right? I mean, we're here. It's day one of the LAN, and we've already got I think, more spectators than we've ever had at a LAN before, if not at least close. When I went up there before, the crowd is very filled out for a day one, and it's only going to get more intense throughout the week.
The cosplayers, too, making an appearance. I got super excited seeing the Watson cosplayer walking around, the cool Valkyrie with the heirloom. Love these Apex fans in the crowd, showing their support to some individuals that maybe were not able to attend previous LANs, now being able to show their support to the teams that they've always wanted to see.
Yeah, the Japanese cosplayers are like next level.
I know. It's so cool. I was honestly fangirling when they were walking past me, and I was like, wow, this is actually crazy to see. And it's always very exciting because it's kind of like the build-up to the biggest tournament that we've ever had within the ALGS, and it's only going to get better. Again, 4 games down within our group C and D, 2 more to go as we make that transition onto World's Edge. It comes to really think, Alliance, they haven't been able to get that dub just yet, but they are ramping up. We saw them get that second place as they land. Where do you know, on World's Edge?
Well, they're going Skyhook West with the second pick. And yeah, as we've seen, that's one of the highest priority POIs across all 3 maps. A little bit of change up from last time we were in World's Edge. This time it's going to be Dome that is picked. Fragment still will not be, but yeah, Skyhook East this time is left by its lonesome. So Alliance not only get Skyhook West, they essentially get the whole city to themselves. That is pretty nuts. But honestly, an interesting pick by Liquid. So they're pick 47, which, as I was thinking back, I said before, it was an average of 47 picks. So I think that might mean it's the only time, if my maths is correct, 47 divided by 1, I think is 47, that Dome was picked. So yeah, interesting to see Liquid go for that one. I'm going to keep my eyes on them, see how it plays out, see how, especially in this meta, whether Dome is a viable POI or it really is that one that people should just shoved to the side.
I was gonna say, like, what is cooking here to be able to go there? We usually see teams avoid dome, like it's the plague, and seeing how some of these zones have been, if we see a lot more of these southern zones, it could actually play into their advantage depending on the type of pathing they want to take in terms of this rotates. But we also know that Liquid's not a team that has any issues settling down in final zone and then being able to clean up the KP from afar there, whether they be creating the space that they need or being able to make sure letting other teams know that you cannot take where we are currently positioned for a final zone.
All right, we've got some highlights to look at from Game 4 as we wait for this next lobby to get set up. Let's have a look at them.
Alright, so for match number 4 here, we got to see Aurora take the dub, but it was opened up nicely with some great nade placements from Liquid Alienware where they were trying to hone down onto GG, the team that won game number 2 on E-District with 11 KP. They were able to clean up that fight very quickly. We also saw the engagement here in the middle barometer between Crazy Raccoon. We're highlighting what a great team fighting team we've seen thus far with Crazy Raccoon. And then the engagement that started everything for Alliance. Falcons that had gotten the initiative, that had gotten the first knock, completely crumbling when they had tried to move up.
Yeah, it was a rough one for Falcons. In fact, it's been a rough 4 games. I mean, where do they sit? 15 points, 13. Yeah, 13th place at the end of game 4. Aurora, however, as you can see, we're mowing down left, people left and right. Doesn't matter if you got the purple knockdown. Obviously, it has been nerfed a little bit over the past season or so since the support changes. And yeah, look, Sheila won't have a problem with that, just like it didn't have a problem finishing off Alliance in the end.
Gino, can you actually like just dance a little bit here? Got to match the Aurora vibes. I mean, like the way that Aurora is just feeling themselves, that's also a very good sign. Because when I like to talk about momentum a lot about these teams, it highlights the way that we're going to see them move on to a different map. First time we get to see 3 maps with an ALGS, but also the way that you have to approach each map being so different. We saw at one point Aurora, I believe, on E-District try out the Mirage before swapping back to what we've been seeing consistently being played between the Gibby, Newcastle, and Rampart. It working out for them, taking the back-to-back dub on Storm Point, and then kind of feeling themselves as they transition onto World's Edge. How that's going to really fare for themselves, because I believe their POI is Survey Camp, so coming in from that north side, they were like the 40th pick, but I'm as cool as that Nessie, by the way.
Snow Nessie.
I love it.
Yeah, shout out to, I think it's Nessie Megs,
yes,
who's been doing all the Nessie crocheting in the world, or at least the vast majority of it.
She's so talented.
Insane production line. There's been a lot of cool ones. I think I followed her after the last event. It's been so cool seeing all the different, does one for the different teams.
I'm not going to win.
I hope you guys are playing along at home here.
Staring right into my soul. I'll lose the contest because I always have to blink first. Love the energy here in the arena as our players currently are getting ready to go. Also like the friendly banter in the chat. Earlier on within our first series, I believe it was Verhos asking, has anybody seen the scoreboard? And somebody, I think it was Koi, I forgot who it was, but somebody in the chat was like, yeah, you're last, by the way. They were like second place. I'm like, all right.
Scurry says, everyone throw their hand warmers at the B stream. Okay.
Dodge?
Rough.
E36.
I'm aiming for Greek.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow, come on, we can't play favorites.
I can't. Greek catching strays for like what reason? Oh, man. I was going to say, E36 also showcasing a great first game. Not really as consistent, though, still within top 5, sitting in 5th place with a total of 30 points. But it shows you that gap, right, between Alliance and even Liquid, with Alliance having 45 points, Liquid with 36.
Yeah.
We're ramping up, though, but it's very similar to that first groups, where it was very close within that top 5. Aurora, though, is starting to build up that gap between themselves and the rest of the
I feel like they're even ahead of the Fnatic pace. I mean, I'm trying to think, did Fnatic win game 4? I think it was game 5, right? Either way, it felt like, I don't think they were on 53 points after game 4. And yeah, look, in that case, Aurora is actually looking to potentially take the lead after all teams have played one series. And here we go, getting a look at the POI draft for World's Edge as we move on to that for the final 2 games. Look, we Mentioned it before, that's a massive area of the map that Alliance have got to themselves up there. Interesting, LG going for number 5 pick onto Climatizer. I mean, they're not the team I think of when I think of, you know, ultra aggro edge teams that can really just bully everyone else. But let's see if they can revise my opinion of them in the next 2 games over at Climber.
Probably going to play objective here. We're going to see how they're going to be able to work into this magic here on World's Edge. I love the flyby. I love the stadium. The way that everything is situated just gives me goosebumps. Seeing the flyby of World's Edge, different POIs that our squad's going to be landing on. And let's get started here, everyone. We got game number 5 on World's Edge. The dropships have left here on the map, and everyone is veering to go.
Aurora sitting on top. And they might be going and trying to steal some of that Skyhook East loot. 2 of them dropped to the tunnel to the left of Survey Camp. It's 9 Impulse essentially by himself right now. And they're thinking, hey, Alliance, yeah, we took last game from you. We're also going to take that Skyhook East loot from you as well. Don't get too greedy. So they're very well spread out right now. And looks like GSH Professional won't give them any trouble landing over at Epi. Because, of course, if you see that, it's not a very far distance to run over there and, you know, perhaps try and isolate that one member who's left alone in Survey Camp.
Especially if you have information off of a survey beacon out here. But by the way, your eyes are not deceiving you. Aurora has gone back to using the Mirage this time around on World's Edge. They're willing to try it out. They got some space here to recover after winning the back-to-back on Storm Point. Talk about space too. They'll also have that server camp like you were mentioning, Genome. They'll have the loot within the tunnel, as well as some crumbs off of Skyhook East here.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted, man.
Just a Mirage.
Just one game in my career, casting Mirage. A professional game of Apex on stage.
Who would have thought?
With Snipe down himself. I mean, Mirage. Yeah, look. Let's see how they do with it. DreamFire, as we can see, getting a circle. How have they? I was about to, yeah, okay, haven't really troubled the scorers so much just yet. 4 points it looks like they've picked up. And they've got the console as well, which means they will be able to stick around and hopefully find a nice spot in the buildings to the middle of Overlook.
You know, before this game or so, I believe Gibby was at like 100% pick rate, and Stallions do not have a Gibby. They have the Newcastle Loba and a Rampart, so putting a dent to those stats just for now, and as we put a pin on it as well, we get to see GHS now trying to engage, and not the only ones too. Another fight happening over here. It's going to be Orgless, who are on top. We're able to find 2 picks here, and they're going to be able to run away with this. With the evac tower right behind them, they're going to be able to get the loot that they need as well. And LG, you mentioned, can this team be aggressive coming out of this POI? And right now they are down 2 members with Funk running for his life.
Yeah, look, they may wish they had that man who's in the camera on their team right now. He's been doing pretty damn well in this lobby, but unfortunately it's just Funk left alive for LG, who's got to try and make a great escape here. But yeah, GSS Professional, a negative rotate to try and take them down. That might be something they didn't see coming. To be fair, GHS do not have the zone information. They didn't get a ring console, so maybe that says it makes sense for them to try and push up at Climatizer. Oh yeah. And giving him the full Gibby experience.
Let's go. That's what I love to see. Of course, Gibby all the way back here, gonna get the finishing blow, the finisher on top of it all too. And you get to see a knock in the feed originally. Some of these squads were fighting by that choke north side of Geyser with Orgless. Looks like Team Burger are now slowly creeping up from that hill, and a lot of these teams have already been able to find themselves rotating over to Overlook, where E36 was able to get the head on this with the ring console being right there too.
DreamFire lost 2 of their members though. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They go from having the zone land straight in their laps. And that's just a crucial opportunity going missing.
Can't catch a break, but you hear the Sheila out in the distance. Can't be caught lacking, utilizing that mobile shield, but also you have to look on the other side. You're not a chameleon, can't look in both directions at once, because while you're trying to protect yourself, you got pinched in between two squads. Not being the bread in this right now has allowed GoNext to kind of walk away now, get right back to the high ground after hearing the action right below them. Giving up some of the space, though, you have to be careful to see if there's any other squads within the vicinity.
Yeah, if someone pulls up on top of you and you come up out of that rope unsuspecting, you're kind of done for.
That's what I was worried about. Oh,
like Force 36!
Yeah, they heard him with the zipline too, and they've actually been able to hold up, put in some pressure. You gave up that space originally to try to see if you could go in for a third party, so GoNext now having to forcibly back down while E36 are taking up so much of the space over by Overlook.
Okay. 30 points, not a bad total after 4 games. Plenty of time for them to still add to that though. Move back into Fragment actually, and it's going to be REIGNITE versus Zero Tenacity here. Oh, nice slide up behind with the 108.
Oh, we got to see REIGNITE fans in the crowd right now and Noctem in trouble with Remix being the last one alive. The hit fire shot to the G7 is going to get the next knock, but with the res right before his eyes, this is the perfect time for the third party. Oh, there's nobody around them.
I think it was the same team. They went down to the bottom of the building and came back up the zip.
Where would he actually come right back around, and this ends up being Zero Tenacity trying to get away out of the line of sight before the last few shots, with the R301, by the way, being the last one here for them to find here for Zero Tenacity as they get taken out. REIGNITE come out on top from this fight. Nowhere in sight for another squad to move in for the timing here too, so they'll be able to get that reset.
Yeah, I mean, R301 at the moment is basically, oh, I didn't find a scout gun.
Yeah, the pea shooter.
I'm using it to hold attachments for my scout, but I unfortunately didn't grab one. You know, we'll swap it over later so I can make use of that Excel stock. So REIGNITE just looting over in Streamer building, and then doesn't look like they have a console to work with, so they're probably just going to have to walk it in after this circle does get revealed. We'll see where it splits off to. Ooh, it actually comes back a bit left.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Will they read that correctly and maybe be able to play like a diner position or something, which they've got priority to right now? That'd be fantastic for them. Meanwhile, someone like Team Burger, who, yeah, they do have all 3 up. They're just stacked on top of each other at the moment. They'll be able to come out straight into Ghost Town and maybe into Fragment as well.
And the team that predicted that final zone inside that truck too was Stallions. And man, would it be nice to have a Gibby in a moment like this. You do have the Newcastle at least to work with here. You do have some cover as well with that truck, but it could be inevitable with the amount of nades that are going to be hurtled in your direction.
It's been a discussion because teams were scrimming without one, without the other. And it was like, if you drop one of these, crazy to drop either of them, by the way, but if you do drop one of these, which one do you drop? And I think, honestly, yeah, you know, having Newcastle probably gives you utility for more of the time. Gibby makes you feel more safe because it's that ultimate safety inside the dome of protection, but it doesn't last for as long, obviously. So, you know, you need somewhere to hide after the 16 seconds of the purple, you know, the big bubble is over, and that's what Newcastle provides for you.
Also feels nice when you have that energized wall, right? When it's actually up for now, and Orgless and Hungry actually seeing the dome right in front of them when they were trying to pressure out this team are looking for blood, as they're going to be able to now move forward here to try to take this fight versus Team Falcons, by the way, that were by Lava Siphon. If you're wondering why some of these squads are here too, there is a ring console there in case they wanted to take their time to rotate by the edge of the zone.
As so many teams do want to do. They come up against Team Falcon. Are they ready for it? Zero puts Henchman down. Kinda is going to eliminate him. And are the other two... Oh, wait, sorry.
They're not even around.
The other members? Where you at, guys?
They were split up because it looked like they were maybe trying to find an opportunity to get a res.
Perhaps. And maybe a little bit too worried about... yeah, running into another duo, and yeah, maybe Zero just said, hey, I can grab one quick KP, doesn't matter if I go down because you're going to get the res anyway. Either way, man, they're doing it. They're doing it the hard way.
I mean, they had the replicator.
Game
They had the replicator
game.
and Harvester. They can't catch a break in this case, and with this res coming in, Orgless and Hungry will be able to see it in the distance, but you want to prioritize trying to get into that next zone, playing by the edge of the zone, because if you don't, while you have taken your time to move forward into Lava Siphon to get that KP originally from Falcons, Liquid Alienware are going to be waiting for you once you're forced to exit out into that next zone.
The other question is, like, what were they doing there? I mean, it'd be interesting to see how this happened. They started off in Lava Fissure, and then we see them down at Harvester Lava Siphon before the zone pulled back up to Overlook. So maybe just going for as much Evo as they can possibly juice out of the map before making their way in. Yeah, look, whatever they're doing this series, it is not working so far.
Let's see what they're going to do as they make their way into that next zone, as Aurora, our #1 squad in this lobby thus far, are playing off the rocks over to the north side of Overlook. And they're not the only ones too, right? GHS are also within the vicinity. E36 are still holding a lot of space, both to the north and south side of Overlook, also denying any information for any squads that may want to go to the ring console or survey beacon over to the right side of those buildings of Overlook.
It's trying to scare off Envy right now. 2 looking their way, 1 watching south. Make sure no one disturbs them from Fragment. The zone pulls upward, around the train tracks, around those rocks that are northwest of Overlook. This means Aurora is in a fantastic spot. This means Alliance and Envy will probably be fighting over one of the better spots coming into this final circle. GHS, Professional, it's a little too south for them, unfortunately. They will have to make a move next, but could be okay. But Aurora really sitting on the throne right now. Like they need another win in this series.
All right, it's about making a statement, elevating themselves and carrying that momentum, like I mentioned once again. We also got to see that nice little camera overview of Team Burger having access to that Mythic bin, uncontested from any squads that have rotated in this direction of the zone so far. But in No Name, where there is a survey for any squads that are able to get that scan here, they're going to be looking at Team Burger, who will eventually have to move into that next zone. They have time. You have less than 35 seconds now. And Team Falcons, after getting the recovery from Waltzy to get that res, are finally able to move in, and they are right behind Orgless and Hungry.
Orgless and Hungry, they don't hold the choke. And as a result, they let Team Falcons back in with a chance. One of the good things about running 2 supports and 1 controllable legend is you can shuffle the the small meds around to your support characters, give the med kits over to Waltzy, and it's not too hard to tank a bit of zone damage on the way in. All right, they're coming up against Orgless and Hungry now. Let's have a listen and see how they approach this fight.
Fucking rough.
I'm looking left.
Am I
Fragment.
You good, Hal?
Yeah, I'm fine.
How does something happen to Fraggle when you big if that wrong? Team build, not Team Caravan. Team Park Caravan. Rotate is so fucked.
I'm just getting spammed. I'm selling.
Finish off Overlook platform. Our rotate is fucked, bro.
Are they still in here? I think they are, right?
Going back to you guys.
Yeah, it's hard pulled.
Are they in there?
Batting. I don't know, there's a chance that they're batting. There's a team up the hill here.
We gotta get 3 KP, like 10th something.
On, I'm popping about. I'm the white meds.
Uh-huh. 3 ranges. I'll be 3 caravan, I'm gonna just stop moving. Yeah, just jump in the caravan.
Okay.
Coming.
Still a team in card. They're sitting on the fence. Play outside.
Man, the deep breathing, feeling a little bit deflated here on what to do next. There's not a lot of options. You heard it from their comms. The rotate isn't in the best position, and they're getting spammed. When you have Gaimin Gladiators in one of the buildings, having the Sheila also poking at you with all the G7s between Gaimin and even Orgless and Hungry.
Yeah, they know they're pretty much done for. I mean, you look at how this game's going to play out. There is a ridiculous amount of open ground that they would have to cover to make this next zone in, 30 seconds plus the ring closing time.
And no meds.
And yeah, not many meds, right? They've just had to use a lot of them throughout the zone. And at this point, trying to get into this, they're going to get ratted by Orgless and Hungry. And I can tell you right now, Vicky, this is literally their most hated thing in the entire game. It's been happening all throughout scrims. It's one of Batafe's favorite strats, and it will drive a knife into the heart of Falcons.
It's tilting because Orgless and Hungry also made that rotate into that next building when Falcons were inside of the caravan, thinking that Orgless and Hungry were still in the south side building without having to rotate since they were so focused on gaming Gladiators. That's it for Falcons this time around. Furia are able to make their rotate. Incredibly low, having to use some of these meds, but they are able to get around the other side of this rock before this dome goes down. They utilize a Newcastle wall, and everyone now is trying to get into that next zone.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see if Orgless and Hungry can do it, because that's often the criticism levied at that Rat players. Yeah, sure, you do get the 3 KP, but what's your next move, guys? Was that really worth it? Let's see.
Especially when you're getting absolutely burned by the Sheila in the middle of your rotate here too. You can't even poke for a second. Look at this. And now diving in. Liquid in a lot of trouble. Nizul incredibly low. Kuriv cannot clutch it out. Liquid Alienware get eliminated, and Gaimin Gladiators now maybe joining them back to the lobby.
Wow, okay. Kinda actually grabbing some of those kills while Reignite does on the other side. Orgless and Hungry go down next. I mean, yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what options they had. They were barely any better than Falcons.
And you know what team is just looking at all this action from afar while being in that next zone? Aurora, nice shots here as a Alliance, though, fight for their lives from outside zone. Some massive shots. Effect stuck on the other side. He manages to survive. Quick shield swap here, too, after getting that KP.
Oh, massive. I mean, we were talking about how Alliance and Envy were coexisting, or maybe not coexisting, but, you know, they were neighbors for quite some time coming into this zone. And it was a close fight there, but Alliance do pull it out, and now they have this great spot on the top. Hopefully they can use that to rotate north up and around Aurora.
Spamming that ping. Keon just making sure everybody has eyes on the team right in front of them. Reignite too, right alongside them, as well as GoNext. Split just a little bit here. While E36 are focusing on their fight against Stallions on the outskirts of Overlook, GHS stuck in a building. A lot of these split teams here before they start transitioning into that next zone, but I'm looking at Alliance versus Aurora as they're creeping up from the low ground.
Okay, Alliance have made their way around from the north like we said they should, and that's going to keep them in a nice, comfy spot for quite some time as they push up to 51 points, creeping up on Aurora 6 points ahead of them.
It's the Aurora handshake with Alliance as they're sharing some of that space, and Aurora being on high ground cannot look at Alliance. E36 get eliminated. So many of these teams are collapsing, while Furia are just trying to find an opportunity to move into that next zone together with the Valkyrie ult.
Okay, this is a good place to have that Skyward Dive available to you. And you can see Furia even getting some angles coming down on Alliance there. Do they want to crest the top of this hill and take some more shots? Maybe try and even push Aurora off their high ground, because they've got to worry about GHS Professional behind them as well. If they find the timing, they could create some sandwich pressure here.
That's a very good point. And I also saw an ultimate accelerator at their feet for GHS to work with in case that they need to expend any necessary utility here while looking at Aurora, but they also cannot ignore GoNext that will be approaching from their left side from the low ground here if they could find an opportunity to move up.
Alliance have really just got to hope teams up the top are too worried about each other to peek downwards. GoNext playing from the bottom, kind of in the same spot, just even further on the low ground. Are they in the tunnel right now? It's a bit hard to tell with, I can see there's just a glimpse of an X-ray down the bottom there. I think they might be on that like ultimate low ground, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any opportunity for them to come up top. But really, this is going to be fascinating to see how these teams actually try and play this out, especially when you think there are ways to get out of cover. You know, we are in a shield meta where you do have options to try and just create a little pocket for yourself.
But the team that's directly in the middle of this zone that doesn't have to inch forward first is Aurora. They've been here from what feels like the very beginning. avoiding a lot of the chaos here, while now forced to engage as Furia dropping down from the high ground. They know that they want to contain the KP that they need, expending on the Gibby Dome. The other Gibby Dome also utilized from GHS, and GoNext now coming in while Alliance is going to collapse on them. They heard GHS take the fight versus Aurora, and they need to finish this fight fast if Alliance want to take this dub.
Absolutely, they've got to be worried about these teams above them peeking down and getting any more kills, but at the moment they're not. Alliance are just running away with this scot-free to grab the KP. Meanwhile, Aurora turn around, they go for GHS. This could come down to the two EU teams again.
Now this is the green light for Alliance to go into this fight to third-party GHS versus Aurora. Amazing timing, and now here they are to clean up what is left. Furia still have a rat though alive.
Yeah, the one member of Furia actually survives to second. The Valkyrie doesn't matter. They do secure the 9 placement points, while Alliance turn it around on Aurora for the win in Game 5.
That was huge from Hockey's call right there. Knowing the timing, they have to take the GHS fight versus Furia, right? They said, okay, it's going to end faster because we're going to 3P this. Furia managed to see the situation and said, oh, we want nothing to do with this. We need to survive. If we were intentionally going to play for third or second in that case, we need to back away so that we can at least get the placement points. Then for Alliance, you need to split that attention as quickly as they did to focus on the 3P on Aurora and VHS was impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, if the plan truly in Hackus' head was that we have to start our fight first, because that means we can get onto the other two squads, then look, that's just an absolute masterstroke. I mean, yeah, it just gave them the opportunity to get into that third party first. And look, if Aurora had been able to, I don't know, just stall out GHS first and then get some shots down on Alliance, it could have been completely different. But no, it's our one-time LAN winners from this year already saying we're looking good. And oh my god, I think they've actually snuck ahead of Aurora as well. This man, again, shout out to Graceful saying it was like the 1-2 EU combo this entire series, and it's just getting more and more so.
As Graceful would say, it is indeed, and EU stays on top here with Alliance taking a dub. 9 KP to their name after that game. Furia, their intention at the end didn't even seem like they wanted to play for a second. They wanted to get the KP at the very least if they could. The second place though, when they were able to disengage, was the biggest perk here. Getting that placement points even with that 3 KP they were able to secure.
Yeah, it was a great play by the Valkyrie to sneak in those extra few points. GHS Professional picking up 9, which is nice for them. DreamFire still struggling. A couple down the bottom there. LG with that early fight against GHS Professional. Didn't see that one coming. And you know, I think this is why some of those, you know, top IGLs, they like to play as many games as possible, and they're really, you know, they are committed to the scrims. LG, I actually don't think was one of those because, yeah, you want to see all the different circles. You know, there's so many different zones, and, you know, let's say there's, even if you were giving each POI a zone, right, 20 different end zones, the teams around you will play it 20 different ways. And if you've been through all those permutations, you've seen the one where GHS Professional decide, hey, we don't have ring console this time, we're going to go to North and take a fight. And if you're not ready for that at LAN, when it matters most, boom, you go down with a 0-point game. That's gutting.
Also opting for them to take that fight versus LG versus knowing that Aurora's landing and survey and not taking a fight over there instead of get information was even bigger for them, right? So they were able to get that KP after feeling confident, able to get that information to still position themselves in a way better spot versus a lot of the other teams that had to forcibly come from their own southern POIs.
And we look at our heavy hitters for this match. It's Effect pulling out 6 kills. And he is very much on top of the kill leaderboard for this entire series. He's pulled out 18 so far, Vicky. Nuts. Kazakh with 2,400 damage almost is also very, very good numbers from a player who's had an awesome year. You know, this year 4 of Apex, obviously now that we're into 2025, going to make that distinction. But yeah, it's been a nice, real up-and-coming year for our Aurora player.
It's crazy to also see that you were highlighting Effect, right? He's got 7.5k damage on the board. Talk about insane here after those 5 games alone, but also insane to see that Alliance is a 1-point difference away from Aurora to take that #1 spot, and we still have another game to go.
He's just such an aggressive player. Like, he does not shy away from a fight, and yeah, he's just always on a hair trigger, and it's so scary to play against for the other teams. It's like anytime you're up against Alliance, you know, yeah, he will just jump at you. You'll be like, you know, there's none of this like, oh, we're facing off against each other behind the bubbles. It's just like, nah, he's in there immediately with a shotgun in your face.
It's beautiful, especially when Hawkins is the conductor of this squad, and we still have more action to go. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got some more action here. Game number 6, our final game in the series, coming to you on the other side of this break.
Can we step right?
I'm on. Can you climb?
Wait, this is solo somewhere, guys. This is solo somewhere.
No.
Yes, solo me. Follow me somewhere.
Okay. I'm on hide. They're fighting.
I'm going. Come. Yeah, look at us.
Go. Last one.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice, let's go solo.
Guys, congratulations.
Nice.
On me.
On me.
Let me get a kill. No,
I'm taking it, man. Nice. Remember, no touching.
Alliance, let me get a kill. Gotta just slide that in there real quick. I mean, we already know we're gonna win, but I just need to add it to the stat board.
Yeah, look, I take it all back. Effect deserved none of those kills. He has been asking for his teammates to donate kills to him. Come on, mate. We all know you're good enough to get them yourself. You don't need any extras. Like,
this is a little cherry on top after taking that dub, right? Feeling themselves, feeling happy, especially with their awareness, knowing that there was still a solo somewhere.
Well, someone's awareness. I mean, Hackers knew it. Someone else was disagreeing with him there, but you always got to listen to your IGL.
And Hackers knows best, especially when it comes to working together with Unlucky and Effect, really enabling them to highlight those strengths. It was inevitable. I was talking about consistently 5th place right after the first 3 games. Then after that, it started ramping up from Storm Point into World's Edge until eventually getting that dub for game number 5. And we still have another game to go here on the same map.
That's right, one more for World's Edge. Aurora looking amazing. They picked that spot. And unfortunately, Alliance are one up to them there at the end. But still, plenty of points for them. It's 1 point the difference, right? 1 point the difference right now between Alliance and Aurora, 66 to 65. You know, Alliance, they put their number 2 draft pick for World's Edge, whereas Aurora, it was their number 48. But, I mean, this is sometimes where it's hard to know, right? Like, did the coach predict that no one was going to take Skyhook East? Because if that's the case, insane 5-head move, right? Because you've gone from Survey Camp, terrible POI, to Survey Camp plus Skyhook East, acceptable. You know, you're almost like moving your draft up a whole rank there. So incredible work from Aurora to convert off that. And yeah, I guess they're so close together as well that it means that they will tend to end up playing similar positions in the late game.
That's true, actually. And just being able to get that early game loot when you play so split up, at least in that moment, in case you need to go for a quick rotate or help back up one of your teammates. Because honestly, GHS, they could have decided if they wanted to move over to Survey, if they needed that information. But instead, that game, we saw them opt to take the fight versus LG. They felt confident to not only take LG out of that fight, but take whatever they needed out of Climatizer for that beacon information.
Look, we got a great look at you know, their jerseys over the last couple of games with all the winning they've been doing, Vicky. But we're in the land of anime. What do you think? I know you're a big anime fan. What do you think about the anime jerseys that Aurora have on?
I think they look fantastic. It gives me like One Piece manga panel vibes too. So I'm definitely with it here, and it kind of goes hand in hand with how animated they've been. Still feeling very confident. They still are the only team thus far. You see what I'm going? It also is the only team right now in the series that have been able to take 2 dubs for now, seeing how we're going to approach match number 6, but it also highlights how strong EU is within these groups.
It does, isn't it? And it was funny. I think we read some, you know, Reddit comments that were really talking down to EU in this LAN, but we are not seeing that play out right now. At least, certainly not in Group C versus Group D as they drop in for the final time here in our second series of the day.
Let's get it going here. Our final game within these groups. Group C versus D, and Alliance, only a 1-point difference that separates themselves and Aurora. I know Zephyr had to go and get a really sick jersey from the Alliance booth here, so he'll be very thrilled to see. And with no doubt too, right? He's always on top to support the Alliance squad, as he should, and we're going to be able to see the way that Alliance are going to be able to approach this zone too, because it is going to be moving over to the east side, but maybe not so north as we saw in that last zone.
Yeah, let's see where it pulls. Okay, it's central. We're going to get what looks to be a monument zone, and it's a little bit closer to both Alliance and Aurora this time. I mean, they did the hard slog over to Overlook last time. This will be even more favorable for them once they grab. I mean, look at this. Alliance, they get 2 Evo Harvesters on Skyhook. It's an incredible advantage being not having to essentially go outside your POI and be able to grab both of them. Aurora, they'll have pretty much the same, maybe even a third, right? Like they can go for the one in Skyhook. You've got the member up near the northern tunnels getting one, and then as they rotate down through the train tracks as well, there's another one to the west of Epicenter. And you know where those spawn, we don't talk about it that much, but it can have huge ramifications if it means you hit a break point before someone else. If you've got, you know, the purple Gibby perk, or just having the armor, of course, to bully people out in fights.
Really helps them out depending on what option they want to go for. After seeing today, I do want to actually analyze what perk was more prioritized over the other and how it really benefits those play styles here. And seeing that Falcons on this last game, a team that just hasn't been able to find a stride.
So hard for them so far. This time, as we said, of course, they're Lava Fissure, so we are watching them probably quite stressed right now, honestly, with 16 points in 16th place, make their way over. They did get Ring Console. That's at least one thing going their way. And I think the big difference between what we saw at their last LAN, Vicky, was that they took a while to find the team comp that they were comfortable on, right? And I think that was ultimately their downfall in not having enough prac and not really having the team synergy to work through that at Mannheim. But now, coming into this LAN, you know, they really seem solid on Rampart. It's like they've done their homework. They finally found something that fitted all 3 members. But look, it certainly hasn't played out in a happy fashion for them in this game so far. I mean, it really feels like the early game is where they've been falling down, right? Because they cannot find those great spots where they are so good at bullying other people out from. They're finding themselves in impossible positions, like that one we heard that great listen in from last game, where it becomes very, very tough for them.
It's really been, like what you said, at the very beginning and how these rotates have happened for them, but also the way that these zones have been pulling away and what squads are forced to deal with on their rotate.
Okay, now we're having to look at Stallions, one of those teams playing Loba, one of the only teams, right? This is the perfect situation. If you have to rotate very far with Loba, without both the Gibby and the Newcastle, you're kind of stuffed. But because they've done that, all of a sudden, every single team that runs in and leaves a death box behind is suddenly, they are the beneficiaries of that. So having a zone so close to home for Stallions, that's really, really good for them.
Especially if they're uncontested in that middle part of Monument, playing off that low ground, you're going to be able to really work with a lot of loot there too. LG also looking to try to take some poking damage, and I did see in the feed, Falcons getting some knocks. Finally starting to see what they could work here, as Hal's going to be able to reset, get the loot that they need on the outskirts of Monument, and having to do so quickly. It's Team Burger, one straggler that has been able to get away for now before other teams start rotating like Aurora or Alliance out of Countdown and Skyhook. And Falcons aren't the only ones, right? We have so many squads that have already quickly rotated into Monument, and then the teams taking their time, taking a fight over by Lava Siphon. Here we have Liquid Alienware. Griff still alive, going to be able to do the finishing blow onto Enter Force 36, the squad that took game number 1, now out in 19th in this lobby on the final game.
Yeah, Liquid, bit of the quiet achievers so far this game, moving up into the 3rd spot as we come into our final game.
Okay.
I feel like we haven't seen as much of them in game 4 and 5 at the very least. Okay, LG, another early fight from them. We can't have another early exit, and there we go. Finally something to hang their hats on. This is a very isolated fight over in Overlook, and LG hopefully can take this and maybe then make a more northern rotation and potentially pick up some other teams who are skirting the edges like GoNext.
Doesn't look like there's much information for them to work off of, though, over by Overlook. It looks like just a survey beacon here, and like you said, Genome isolated, so not worrying about any third parties in the vicinity. Most of the squads actually are within either the middle part of Monument or coming out of the west side of the zone.
Yeah, it's fascinating, just talking about the information there, because of course they started in Climatizer where they did have the ring console, so they could have gapped it straight towards Monument had that been the option, but maybe the call from Sweet is, hasn't been a great series so far, guys. Hey, let's grab some KP. Let's play a little bit more edge here. That's how Climatizer was meant to be played, and that's, sometimes we have that discussion about if you do get a home zone, but you're planning on playing edge, do you want to, scrap the plan and say, no, let's just stay put, or do you just sort of continue on with it regardless?
And seeing what's at stake here, too, when you're on the bottom end of the overall standings with a total of like 16 points, you got to see what you could do here aside from playing for positioning. They deleted that evac tower. Not too surprised, with the amount of Sheilas in the lobby, of course, G7's trying to make sure they don't get the full rotate.
Yeah, at the moment, it's like if you pick up an evac tower, you basically have to pick up 2 or 3 because one is just not going to cut it. You will get shielded out. Someone will be looking at it. And I think even before, as we look, as the zone pulls even further towards both Fragment and Monument, who knows, is there a chance it goes over to Fragment here and we see another, we'll see a crazy dash across the lava? But yeah, because teams know that someone else is going to be shielding it, they'll even be willing to start firing some, some scout shots and whatever else, because they're like, hey, we can help delete it even faster. So it's sort of this snowball effect of just having the shielders in the lobby versus these evac towers.
That's why we saw some teams opting for the Valkyrie, right? And it forces you to expend having the Gibby bubble sometimes, or just waiting for you to land and then use Gibby bubble, but trying to rotate between both the support legends, which is something that Furia has been doing. Seeing less Valkyries, though, as we had made that transition from Stormpoint into World's Edge, is something I was expecting. But it's kind of the perks when you have that level 3 Valkyrie perk to see who's within these buildings. It helps you in a zone like this, but then where do you go when there is no real estate for you to take up?
So LG going all the way back over to Climatizer. They could be a bit of a rogue force in the fight we're looking at now, and after that evac tower went down, Aurora said, oh, I don't know, maybe let's go fight some people on the edge, right? And they found GoNext, they found DreamFire, and potentially those teams are going to collapse on GoNext, who are the ones in the middle. Let's see, just trying to block off a bit of sight with their catwalls right now, but they are getting routed.
Oh man, but with the catwall also used up to try to isolate, trying to take these fights. DreamFire coming up from right behind GoNext, and Aurora had tried to capitalize. You saw them ping earlier on, trying to get that engagement, and DreamFire are actually backing away while Aurora are still trying to find GoNext in the zone.
Yeah, they're going deep for these kills. They want them, and they looks like they're probably going to grab the next 2.
Oh, the Mirage not really working out here, though, with 9 Impulse falling down after trying to take a flanking angle, a different offset position to try to actually take advantage of GoNext, have now costed them 9 Impulse.
Yeah, DreamFire seem to have second thoughts about going in for this one over at Epi, but Team Burger, they're certainly not feeling like avoiding this one. They came out of the zone very late from Skyhook, but if someone wants to hand them a third party on the platter, well, like the Burger enjoyers they are, they'll take it.
Free for all out here. Looks like a buffet before they double dip out here too, with GoNext still playing on the north side of Survey. Aurora now down to just a solo. Was it worth it? That's also with them trying to use the Gibby ult to close in the gap. They were forced to use the dome because he had to heal up, and then taking that off position just did not work out.
That just got so ugly. You know, 2 teams now just limping around in the zone, maybe even going to take turns at trying to respawn their teammates at this replicator over at Survey Camp. Meanwhile, DreamFire and Team Burger licking their lips, waiting for those teams to come out of the zone.
It's like what you said too, Genome. GoNext had double evacs. They had to utilize both of them just in case, and have now opted to hang out in the middle of Epi. Well, they're going to get comfy for now, at least away from the line of sight of DreamFire, who were trying to circle keep them, and they see Aurora in the distance. Look at them as they move up. DreamFire do not want Kazakh to be able to get this res. We pulled off for right now, but he has to reposition.
Okay, so now they're going into the zone together. GoNext have successfully respawned. Can they turn this around on the other 2? Well, Team Burger still smacking their lips at this point, and have taken over the train station spot. Could also be a little too spicy for these teams to handle as the zone ticks away at them. I hate the world, presumably. Yep, there we go. The med kit comes off.
And the fact that this zone has completely shifted to the south side of Frag East, something that has elevated LG on their rotate. The team that lands over by Climatizer, the team that took that fight over by Overlook, has now allowed themselves to rotate on the outskirts of Fragment and also take a mythic bin while they're at it.
I mean, I said it. I said if there's a chance it goes down there, and any team in that position will just instantly have God spots. So, and yeah, as you said, it's almost like, I don't know, above God spot. What do you call like God spot plus a mythic bin? I don't know where that ranks, but it's pretty damn high. All right, Alliance here. Obviously, Aurora struggling to make up the ground, even that 1 point between them here, as they are in a much better position than the other team in the zone. Aurora will have to come in, and Alliance, can they win this fight against GoNext?
Oh, gonna be able to get the double knock here, already having the advantage. Unlucky just backing away to let the rest of Alliance clean up on aisle 3. You know, the rest of the team has got it, and GoNext get taken out in 17. Another isolated fight just for now. DreamFire were trying to stake it out, seeing maybe there was an opportunity, but the fight had already finished.
Yeah, I do have to wonder if DreamFire really doubted themselves at this point, because you see opportunities like that, and they're very hesitant about it. They're not running at it and just, you know, sending the fight, thinking, hey, there's third-party opportunity. They are waiting. They're waiting way too long.
And second time they've done that too, right? Because they saw Aurora get the res, and now Aurora is trying to take this fight to DreamFire. Can it act as a double-edged sword for DreamFire after backing away from another fight? Aurora forced to back away too, with the ring closing in right behind their backs. You see the Mirage ult, a little bit of bamboozle coming through for DreamFire as they still hold on to that high ground positioning, for they have to eventually drop down. Ooh. Difficult here for Aurora, the team that I got in that back-to-back. They've been forced to use that Newcastle ult. But where can you go here from next?
I'm going to say this is actually the position I associate most with DreamFire. In so many World's Edge games, they love playing from top epicenter and just looking down and using that height advantage against other teams. So they're extremely comfortable with the position they're in right now. The question is, Vicky, as the zone shifts even more south, it's going to be a very hard rotate for them. I mean, this is very reminiscent of where we saw Falcons from last game. Maybe not quite as hard, though. You've got a lot of hard cover, a lot of buildings in this space. Why it was so hard for those teams rotating up from Ghost Town last time was because they had to run across open ground, essentially.
Little to no cover, right? Meanwhile, Noctem could not clutch for Noctem. They get taken out. This Team Liquid getting some KP, but they get thirded almost immediately. Look to your left. You may have missed them. The EVA 8 shots too, ringing through. And it's a lot of these teams that we were highlighting earlier on. A lot of space for these squads to actually take up. Over by Monument, once you saw that ring was pulling here.
Yeah, so still at this point, teams they're shuffling across to like the western northern side of Monument, but they still haven't shifted across to Fragment. I don't know if they've seen the change in the wind so far, or if it's just because they feel a little landlocked with everyone in the buildings around them. Can they even afford to make a move when everyone's going to have their sights trained on them? But if every squad thinks like that, then none of them will make it to the next zone. So at some point, someone has to start moving south, and it's Envy who gets there first.
Yeah, if everyone's super, then really no one is at this point when it comes to this positioning. And Alliance, in a distance, they see that LG have taken the streamer building, but it's still a very difficult position for Alliance because they are currently pinched between Falcons to their left, DreamFire to their right. What move can you move into here with so many squads still in front of you? No one really looking at you before Falcons. They hear them right next to them. They're forced to engage here, but then DreamFire could just third-party this from a distance.
Oh, that was a tough bubble to use there for Falcons as well, but, you know, Walty needed to pop the bat. If they can set up a fortified position here, they might be okay. Seems like a little risky with Lions underneath them. There's that zip line that will put them straight on their heads. If they hear any cracks, if they hear any knocks that they can associate with the team sitting on the platform above them, you know Alliance is going to bubble and send that.
Well, there's a fight happening right behind Falcons in that open building too. This may be the opportunity, but they can't see Alliance playing right underneath them out of their line of sight. DreamFire, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. They get eliminated as LG are king of the hill on this rooftop, holding so much space too. 2 members on the roof here, another member to the south to make sure Envy doesn't just walk up for free on the bridge.
Wow, okay, so is this the big brain play from LG, or you know, have they spread themselves a little bit too thin here? I think as the zone pulls south now, they can probably, you know, make that distinction and start moving south to make sure none of them gets isolated and cut off from the rest. Alliance have made a risky cross across the lava, and they've lost unlucky for it. Potentially a reset in the works.
Laugh there because you could see the desperation trying to get that KP, seeing that they were literally one shot, maybe from the Master from miles away as Gaimin Gladiators blast. Can he clutch this up? The 1v1 through the knockdown. He's playing off the other side here. He's forced to reload. No, on the other side in the distance. There you go. The shot from the G7 cleaning up both of these teams.
Okay, Burger, Supernova, and Falcons. A whole bunch of APAC players over here are getting locked into a scuffle on the northern side. LG still spread out, and Alliance have somehow managed to get the reset here. Envy haven't even looked at another team in quite some time. You can see them staring at Furia above them, but at some point we're going to get those 3 teams pulling into the final zone.
Alliance got away with moving here because they were playing off that low ground from the beginning when we saw them trying to engage on Falcons. Falcons still stayed up on top and now have been able to move up. This has allowed Alliance to get out of the line of sight of LG, and LG's respecting Falcons and they're moving through that building amazingly. As they should though, as they're going to be able to back away and still have circle advantage, playing by the edge, sharing some of that space with Furia who are on the other side. Let's jump into a listening with LG as they get to scout out the teams that are right ahead.
They're gonna have bubble again. Just rinse their Q. Everyone rinse their fucking Q instantly.
I'm gonna minigun it.
Yeah, just rinse their Q. Sweet, get ready. They're gonna walk out any second. 45 on Newcastle.
They bump. Yeah, they bump.
I'm gonna give you ult this, okay? Once they blink, I'm gonna give you ult. Let's kill these guys on this wall, okay? Yeah, I'm playing with you. I'm gonna give you in a second. They're sliding close. Fight this. They're in my give you. They're in my floor. Fight them on the floor. Fight them from sight now. Fight with me. Fuck, they're in my bubble. I'm minigun. No, I got minigun. Bro, go right. I can pull him. I'm pulling him sights. Get walls down if you have them. No. Bro. Come on! No, bro, I can't armor swap. Play your life. The team on the bridges. Sykes, you might put a res me later.
No resing there.
Oh, you can swap that, nice. Bro.
Maybe just shell. Maybe just like delay.
distance have gone in to try to grief LG as they were forced to engage on Falcons. You saw that Falcons were able to move up. Zero got the initial knock. Now Envy playing off the low ground. Alliance get eliminated. 4 squads left in this final game for our Group C versus D. And Envy have been incredibly quiet now trying to shine as they execute here Furia from this lobby.
And LG gone as well. So it's actually a final 3v3 with Envy and Team Falcons. 1 game left. They had to redeem themselves. They've just crested the 30-point mark. Now remember, you need that roughly 33 points a series, and it looks like Team Falcons might be able to bring it back in the last game of CVD.
Listen, better late than never, I always say here, and Falcons have finally started building things up, but they will be at a disadvantage with full purples versus the full reds.
Yeah, the fact that Envy is closer on the crates allows them to work with that cover a lot better. A well-timed bubble from Zero, though, means they pull back and just wait it out for a second. Gibby, bubbles raining down. The re-slam from Falcons comes in.
The second knock right here, too. The second you guys always what does it in Envy. Just walk up for free. The PK shot is able to take out Team Falcons as Envy take the dub.
Oof, that was a close one there. I mean, yeah, look, they didn't have a lot to work with Falcons. They just had the lip of the highway, and they got a little bit closer. I thought with the re-slam, I mean, that is a big factor in fights. It's interesting seeing how these fights have evolved, and I've got to say, Catalyst, we know how powerful she is in those bubble fights, and I think that's a big reason why in the end there, Envy can come out on top. It allows them to control the pace of bubble fights a lot more effectively. Having the spikes, setting them up in your own bubbles means that the other team, they essentially cannot dictate the pace.
I also felt like there was just a lot of respect being given from Falcons, and I like what you said about the crates in the middle of the tracks, because that provided some extra makeshift cover for Envy to take 2 different angles, right? You could take a left angle if you want to, a right angle after you even see the double slam, because you could still wrap around and focus this team to look in 2 different directions.
Yep, 100%. Envy there, you can see though, do pick up the majority of the points, of course, with the first place and 12 KP on top of that. That means 24 will roll into a better result for them in the overall series result. Actually moves them up to the 5th spot there with 41, but it's Alliance coming out with a 76-point series. Fantastic from our EU Gladiators.
I mean, what, like 6 KP in that last game alone? And being in a very difficult position nonetheless too, right? We saw all the action from the squads that had to come from the north side of Monument into line of sight of LG holding out a lot of teams before seeing that Alliance was forced to have to fight Envy, who was on the other side of the tracks, which Envy had made that rotate, by the way, from Thermal Station before settling down on those tracks very early in the game, not overcommitting into finding a building in Monument, just in case it did end up moving down to the south, like mentioned, because it was a pretty high possibility too.
Because they were the only team, right, that took up that position down south for a very, very long time. LG almost made it work, but as you said, just in that last maybe 5 or so teams, they make a misstep and go from being absolutely gifted that final zone and the mythic bin to falling a little bit too early. That of course means they end up in 15.
It was very scary to see Zero bust down that door with the massive, as Gibby was almost like a horror movie all over again when he was able to get that knock initially there too for Falcons to not only get that KP, but to at least claim that building before the inevitable happened and that final fight between Envy was to commence on top of that trading tracks. But also, the slight high ground that Envy still had still allowed them to start the initial damage first.
Yeah. It was a great spot to play from, and yeah, look, they played it well. The Catalyst obviously is just such a strong, legend in those final moments.
Because you also have the spikes, right? When you play the spike or place the spikes outside of the dome, it prevents you from having to work around that space and work in a different direction. You could force certain players to back away into your teammates' line of sight, which is why it was really important to play into that natural terrain. You have Evo shield advantage because you're still full red. Even if they had purples in that case, they still took initial damage trying to even get into positioning. And then waiting for that Newcastle slam, usually is the play, right? Because then you force them back, you destroy their Newcastle wall, but it's difficult when you still have to look to your back. Also, the respect that Falcons were forced to show there once they saw that they were at a disadvantage is what led Envy to start pressing their own advantage state.
Very well done. Envy, you know, they were my pick, and I really was hoping they'd pick up some points towards the end. Thank God they finish off with a 24-point banger there. Now we're going to put all 40 teams together now that they've played a series each, and we're going to see that it's Alliance who stand above all of them with 76 points. Aurora actually matching Fnatic with 65 each.
That's actually incredible to see the difference between both lobbies, between groups A and B, C and D, and seeing it all matched up together. Furia right behind Aurora with 53 points, 100 Thieves with 51 after we got to see that dub there too within that first series. But it's nice to be able to see where Alliance stands across the back, a team that has consistently been on top when it comes to having the experience that they do on lands.
Okay, let's have a look at the bottom 20 teams here. Still see some of them in there. I mean, the fact that we said, you know, it's usually 33 points maybe that you need, and we've got REIGNITE sitting at 35 in 21st place. So that says that there's a few teams down the bottom who have not soaked up many points at all, and obviously some on the top who are doing more than their fair share. Of course, having a scan around some of the teams that we wouldn't expect to be down here. DreamFire on 7 points so far, definitely not them. Falcons on 30, you know, that was rescued by essentially one game. And I think even Complexity on 26, they've said this is their meta, and they need to be picking up the pace a little bit if they want to earn and keep that moniker.
Yeah, honestly, settling themselves into final zone positioning when they were trying to at least isolate some squads from afar with the tri-rifle that we've seen before. I like the approach. Some of these teams have been trying to mix things up, but it's been amazing to see all of our groups perform thus far. I want to hear more from the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Great job, Vicky and Genome. Thanks so much for wrapping up that series for us. So let's chat about it a little bit. Okay, Alliance at the top, and we saw by just how big of a margin when we lined up all 40 of our teams after getting through both of those series and now getting a better lay of the land, if you will. Now, we talk about Alliance a lot. Always a squad where when we see them in these group stages, they are dominant. So are we going to get an even stronger Alliance this time around once we get past the group stages here? Eric, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Alliance have beat the group stage allegations of being a group stage team. They have gotten second and third, the last real two big lands. Like, they are just the most dominant team. They almost got enough points this one round to make it through group stages. And honestly, I mean, I don't see any way for them to slow down leading into these next stages. I mean, they look like the best team so far. EU domination, let's make it that.
Well, I mean, I was going to say not only Alliance, but we looked at that leaderboard yet again. We saw Fnatic up there after their really strong performance, but they were tied with Aurora, who had those back-to-back wins, and more EMEA here, Zephyr.
I was about to say, up until that last game, I know we praise Alliance, but it was a neck-and-neck race going into that final moment. For the likes of Aurora there, it was one simple mistake getting caught out that sent them to the depths, but the truth is, it was anybody's potential to come out, maybe even Aurora, in that first place position, because for 2 wins in a row, they're setting statistics for the EMEA region that go beyond even Alliance potential.
Well, we'll take a look at some of Alliance's stats here because they are impressive, to say the least. I mean, after getting themselves through this series, putting themselves at the top of the overall leaderboard, I want to see what we've got for their wins, for their performance here so far, and we'll get that up as soon as that is ready. But before we get to continue on talking about them, I think we also will get a chance to talk with Alliance. We're just going to get Hackis on up here on the desk to come chat with us about what we just got to see throughout these 6 games. Obviously, a lot of our talent, if you guys have been paying attention to our talent predictions, picked Alliance to be a team that was going to do well. I know Eric feels good about that choice. Hackis, welcome to the desk. Thank you for joining us. How are you feeling right now?
Tired. Like, the whole team is sick right now, so we're running on fumes. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say it then. If you guys are playing like this when you're sick and you're tired, everybody else in the lobby better watch out, because that was a stellar performance. I know it's obviously very early, day 1 here so far in the week, but in general, how are you guys feeling about the level of competition here at Champs and what you think you can bring to the table?
I mean, competition at LAN is always interesting. Like, obviously there's a lot of great teams, but in this meta specifically, the late games are kind of RNG because it's like everything is so close quarter and it just depends on who sends who. So it's like we've been consistently top 5 every single game, but then in the top 5 after that, it's like very hard to actually close it out.
In this specific series, tell me what went right for you guys. Like, what was working for you as a team, specifically in this group matchup?
I think we just had a great macro in general. Like, we always got into the top 5 and we just picked KP where we could find them. Like, we didn't really do too much. We didn't stress anything. We literally just played slow and steady and picked up points where we got them.
Dever, you have anything that you want to ask here?
Absolutely. I, more than anything, want to know how y'all are focusing on converting this momentum from group stage, which you all have completely dominated several times in the past, to something like where we may be seeing you in finals.
I mean, with the new POI draft, like, group stages, obviously, if you get a good group stage, you can snowball it quite hard with the draft into going into finals. So hopefully we can capitalize on the momentum by getting good POIs, and we'll go from there.
Well, while we have you up here, I want to use you for a little bit because we're going to take a look back at your Match 5 performance here. We're going to get into these final circle moments as the IGL. Talk us through the decision-making that went into these pushes.
I mean, we scanned zone 3, saw the zone pull back a little bit. We were completely free on high ground. We had one team that was low ground bridge. They ended up trying to wrap us, but we won the 3v3, and then we had the entire side for free. So after that, we were just kind of looking down on everyone. And then people around us just fought, so we just kind of 3P'd. We didn't really have to do much other than 3P.
See, you make it sound so easy, but I wish you could have heard us in the green room. Everyone was screaming as you guys were just steamrolling through everyone. Eric, you were one of those people. Tell me your perspective on this.
I think it was game 4 that I was screaming where you guys were on top of the hill on Storm Point, and you guys won like back-to-back-to-back fights and almost like, one of you were down, almost won the final fight. I think it was against Aurora for their second back-to-back, and that was honestly just so fun to watch. It's amazing to see the one side from Aurora who is heavy zone, and then you guys who just kind of force your way in and find the openings and then kind of just make your way into the end zone.
And these are some of these numbers that we were getting, I was alluding to earlier as we get a chance to take a look at these. I mean, 21 points, 19 points, 13 points. Like, we've seen teams struggle to get that across multiple games, and you guys are now getting them in a single match here. So we're just here to gas you up, essentially, because I know it's, like I said, we keep saying it's early, but this is a great start for y'all. And now, you know, one more series left on the day. Give me your impression on the entire lobby of 40 teams that are here at Champs this year.
I mean, I feel like people are still getting used to the meta. Like, we haven't really gotten to practice the meta completely yet.
Yeah.
It's still brand new, and I think people are using group stages to kind of like figure out how to play the game. So, I mean, we'll see if people learn fast enough for finals, but
I kind of want to piggyback off that a little
sure,
bit.
absolutely.
When it comes to picking metas, obviously controller players aren't very versatile when it comes to a lot of the support legends. You know, you don't see many controller Gibraltars, Newcastles, things like that. It's a bit different. When it came to picking like the kind of roles, was there any bit of like a concern with just the meta for having two kind of slay heavy players to fit in with you, or did it kind of all just kind of fill together and feel great right away?
I mean, that's kind of why we're playing Cat over Rampart, because I think that fits us much more as players. Like, we have Effect who's very aggressive, can be aggressive in Cat, and then when unlucky you can follow him up as Newcastle. So I think for us that fits perfectly. But yeah, that's kind of why the reason why we opt to not play Rampart, at least, because that would just put our controller players a little bit too passive.
Yeah, I think that's how it should be. I mean, we've seen Aurora doing well with the Mirage. We've seen the VP doing well with the Catalyst. I think it's a similar reason why they're doing that, and I think it really comes down to comfort. You don't want to force characters into a meta that you're not comfortable with or still learning. I would prefer the comfort picks on characters that everyone's good with, and it seems to be working for you and other specific teams.
Yeah.
Well, Hack, guys, thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting. I don't want to keep you too long. I want to let you get some rest and recovery here. Congratulations, though, on this last series. It was a phenomenal performance, and you guys crushed it coming out there on top. We'll take a look back at our series results so everybody at home can get a refresher here for our all 40 teams, our entire overall standings. And like we've mentioned now, Alliance at the top, 76 points, drops down not that far to 65 for both Fnatic and Aurora. Things still stay close, so you've got Furia up there, which I kind of felt like they had a very quiet persistence in that series, keeping themselves up there and now at the top. 100 Thieves with the 2 wins. I mean, we've had such strong performances all day here, Zephyr.
Absolutely, and for the majority that kind of led the pack here before getting into this LAN, most have managed to show up, but there are still some figures that we are looking for potential resurgences. I look towards those Cloud9s, even the Disguise, but most importantly, of course, Team Falcons, who at least in this first iteration here, show that they've got a long way to go.
Now, Jamerson, we've got you back up here on the desk with us. You got a chance to listen to Hackus, but also just kind of see all these numbers laid out before us. We've gotten through all of our groups now and 2 series worth of play. So give me your thoughts on the day so far.
Yeah, I mean, so far in particular, especially with this last series, taking a look at what Alliance were able to accomplish is they were able to play their usual gameplay, right? If you look at the points breakdown, 39 KP, 37 placement points, very even. That is what they are consistently doing, whether it's the regular split or in a lot of our LAN environments. What I want to point out, though, is Aurora, 22 kill points to the 43 placement points. That's an almost 1-to-2 ratio. That is almost unheard of. Even when you're playing extremely conservatively, center zone, or you're getting gifted zones or gifted rings, it's still very much close to a 1-to-1 ratio, but a 1-to-2 ratio in that regard is absolutely insane. Aurora were doing great jobs on their positioning. That does indicate they were playing a little bit more reserved in that regard because they weren't going hunting for every KP. And of course, in this meta with how many opportunities you have to reset, you're not going to be able to find those same KP possibilities.
I mean, so many things that everybody has to kind of pay attention to, and as well as play style adjustment from groups heading then into the bracket stage, because things will change as people find out who they're going to be facing off against, how that POI draft goes, what they have to change based off of those draft options that they end up with. Zephyr, talk me through thoughts so far.
Personally, I really like what Hockey's brought up about the fact that once you get into that top 5, while it can be a bit of a confusing, at least scene to navigate here, that's the ultimate goal. We have to remember that's where the lion's share of the majority of these points exist, not only in those placements, but the remaining teams that you are able to pick up. Bringing POI draft into it as well, as long as you're shooting for the top there, you will be very confident into not only drafting for these bracket stages, but getting ahead of the pack where it starts to snowball. It's not just good groups, right? Better POIs and brackets sets you up for an excellent start to your finals as well.
I want to get your final thoughts on this series, both series so far, Eric, but I also want to hear how you feel like E-District has impacted the play that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, E-District has just kind of changed the gameplay at all. I think that is part of the reason why we have such a defensive meta, is like partially because of the map. Being able to take the space that you're able to take, especially on a map like E-District where there's so much like open area, there's buildings, there's the ability to live and have endgames with, 15 plus teams on that map is much higher in my opinion, due to everything that's around it, the ability to hold these spaces. But overall, I mean, I was looking at the scores from the first 2 matches, and if the points stay consistent, we're a third of the way done essentially.
Yeah.
That means that 21st place had 35 points. We're looking at almost 115 points as the cutoff. That's insane. That is by far the highest that we've ever seen. So if we're staying consistent there, these teams on the bottom half, a lot of North American teams who have been known to struggle early on and then pick it up later, might need to think about that a little quicker.
Yeah, they might be struggling in that first round of our elimination bracket, but we're not even close to that yet. We still have so much more Apex Legends action in store, and we still have more to go today. You thought we'd be done after 2 series, we're not. We still have 1 more left to go. So let's take a look at our schedule for a quick refresh on what exactly is still coming up around the corner. Now that we've gotten through each of our individual groups, it's time to start that round robin that Rain had mentioned at the beginning of the day. We've got groups B and D facing off, and I know you see on there it says 5:30. It's going to be 6 p.m. Japanese Standard Time. We need a little bit of time to get our players off reset and the new groups back up on stage where they need to go, but that is right around the corner. And if you missed any of our action so far here today, or you want to keep up with everything that we've got coming up throughout the rest of the week, follow us on social media. It's /PlayApex for Twitch or @PlayApex Esports on both YouTube and X. And then you won't miss a single second of any of the action that we have going on in store. And when we tell you it's only going to get better from here, we are not exaggerating. It's only the first day and already things have been shaken up. But like we said, it's time for a short break so we can get everybody reset before we get into our 3rd and final series of day 1 of our groups stage. So don't go anywhere. More ALGS Champs action when we return.
Sony In Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.